What's up, gang? Good morning. What up? Man, I could have swore that I was going to get on here at 8 o'clock. Of course, I couldn't. I've been up since 5 o'clock this morning. I started getting the stream together at like 6:30, and it wasn't enough time. CNBC. So I've been having issues. I almost missed a college football game last night. I almost missed the championship. What's up, Deontay? How you doing, bro? It's good to see you. I'm getting ready to get a storm, I guess, later on today. 60 mile an hour wind. So hopefully it can hold off until, the lunchtime. Hope everything's been well with you, Deontay. So let's kick 2024 right in the you know what. Let's kick 2024 in the ass. All right. We said Saturday, Sunday. What did we say? I said Monday. Let's look for that bounce, and probably today we'll probably get a pullback. We'll go right into the charts. But I did just want to say that I don't have Bloomberg. I don't have CNBC. Bloomberg. It was working this morning. It didn't work yesterday, like ESPN, these higher channels. I don't know what's going on. But I woke up this morning at like 4 o'clock and it was working. I fell asleep, got back up at 5, and as soon as 6 o'clock hit, they just started messing up again. So I don't know I don't know what's up with the cable provider. I'll call them later. And we have a storm. So sorry, I don't want to sit with the mic on. So yes, Bitcoin is going. I was looking at this before the stream. She's a beast. I mean, I think she's on her way. So I was looking at the daily and weekly charts, and I'm like, looking at this flag here, somewhat of a flag, and I'm like, can we get this like up here? You know, that's what I'm eyeing for Bitcoin. Let me restart this real quick. There we go. So this is what I'm looking for right here. I know my cat's been my little girl's been a little pain in the ass this morning. She's just not satisfied with anything. So we're bumping right up against that. Just take notice of that pivot low from 2020, and notice that we're bumping into it. But on the daily, it looked like it cleared it. All depending on, what angle, what charting, how you can get there. You guys can see that it bumped right up against it. So I would watch this area. See if you clear it. And if you can clear it, you don't have anything stopping you up until you get up here to 56,000. It's going to march right to 56. Well, I'm sorry. You're bumping up against that resistance right now, and it's ironic that uptrend from these pivot lows is where we're at now, and that's that previous 50,000, 48,000 resistance. I guess my camera is going to start doing this to me today. All right, so now I think I figured it out that it's OBS. All right, I think it's OBS now. Now let's see if it works because I have it locked. All right, under the video, I unlocked it, activated it, deactivated it. Let's see if it works now because I left it locked, deactivated it, activated it, and see what happens. Bless you. I just want to open this window for her. All right, let's do it, guys. Let's get right into it. Yesterday, I tried to short Boeing. I couldn't hang on. I just didn't feel like sitting through a loss. I came back this afternoon or yesterday afternoon only to find out that the contracts that I got in at I don't know. I think I paid $1.20. I think I'll have to go back and look. They were up. I mean, I can bring it up right here. $1.50 and $1.60 spread. Right? This is your Boeing for the 220 puts. Not sure where they're open up today. I don't remember what the delta was. Unless it's still on here. I'll have to look. But either way, I would have been okay to hold it. Everything we said yesterday with the and that's awesome. I'm glad you got paid, man. That's awesome. Shit. Let me see real quick. So yesterday, I literally everything to a T from Saturday to Sunday has came to fruition. I want you guys to notice this daily chart with the spine, and I'm going to go to Boeing real quick, and then we'll go over the overall markets and just get right into it. What did we say Sunday and Saturday? We said, let's look for a low volume bounce. Let's look for an update. Let's look to start taking those 5-minute, 15-minute levels, and let's start working our way up. I mean, literally, go look the first video I showed you guys on Sunday. All right, on Sunday. Look at remember the arrows I showed us? All right, where I was like, look, I want to look for this thing to start walking it up. I want to start walking the spine, the Qs up. All right, and what happened? Right, we made that Friday low. It came back, retested it. That's what I wanted to hold. Right, and then what happened? It made it support. Right, I wanted to make that previous resistance. I wanted to put our foot in the ground and start going higher, and that's exactly what happened. So I think we consolidate. The obvious level 4,700 or 476 on the ES. Look for that Friday's high to Thursday high, right in that area. But we did exactly that. We just walked it up, and you can make trading easy by if you can just understand the levels, like really understand them, right? Looking at them and making sure that there's volume there, which is going to kind of tell you whether or not it's going to hold or not hold. And we just walked it up. Literally every single level. If you look on the SPY, everything I had charted, we just bink, 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 right on the way up. And that's exactly what I was looking for. I almost bought, I don't know what, early in the morning. They were 50 cents. So they were 50 bucks. I was going to buy calls because you could see right off the gates. When you just get that, you start walking those levels up like that. And I'm already expecting it. You know it's institutional buying the dip. And I explained that Saturday and Sunday. I'm like, look at the end of the day. Every dip that we got, we've been getting bought up the week prior. Just, they're buying the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip. And we get that support from the prior Fed day. And that's what you get coming out the gates Monday. Now, today and tomorrow, I expect us to consolidate right around this area to figure out if we're going to pull back a bit. I'm going to be honest, guys. I think we could pull back. I'm going to show you guys a level that I want to test. But look here. Every single level, resistance, support. We break it, look, level, support. Holds the level, support. Resistance, support. Resistance, support. And then the next level, support. Literally, I told you guys, I want to start just walking this SPY up. I want to start walking the S&Ps up, and that's exactly what it did. Boeing yesterday, I told you guys to watch the 15-minute trade line without pre-market. Without pre-market, because that's going to affect the time of the moving averages from your VWAP and 9 EMA. What happened? Exactly what we said. We said we're going to look for this bounce to the 9 EMA and then pull back off of it to start dragging this trade line down. And they just stayed right with the trade line. 15-minute trade line. Went right to it. Hung around there all day. End of the day sell-off. And we said pre-market, there was an area. The area that I got short, it was a little premature, and it's okay. All right, it's okay. I know I'm not wrong in that. It's just my entry when I pushed the buttons was wrong. Okay, and it's going to take time for a lot of people to figure out how to get good at pressing the button at the right time, because when I entered this position, the volume was really low on the pullback, and I knew from there, it wasn't good. I got in on this uptrend up into this resistance at 230.27. Literally, as we go to poke our head in it, right? We pull back. I could have nailed in a little bit of profit, but look at this pullback. Look at that pullback on my entry. It was horrible. It was right here because we broke that level that I was looking for. It was just, it wasn't there. It was a low volume pullback. So, my stop loss pre-market, this line right here, this one or the other one, the 232 And the 231 level is what we were looking for, because this 231 or 230.85, 231 level had not solidified as resistance. It pulled back, held as support, but you never came back to test that area and to see if the sellers were there. The volume in the morning, everything that's going on, I'm expecting this stock to pull back even further. So today for Boeing, I'm going to look for this 50-day to break. They'll probably do it pre-market. If for some godforsaken, for some reason, some way, the Lord gives us 230 short, I'm all over it. I'm telling you guys right now. We poke our heads up to 230, 231. I will enter this position again. I promise. I'm not going to fight it, but I know that Boeing's going lower, and I knew yesterday when I entered that I needed to just hang on, and I felt like my entry was way too far from where my stop loss was, and it was, because they went 50%. They got cut in half. Those options got cut in half. That is why it's critical to understand what it is you're doing. I already knew how much I was going to lose at that 15-minute trade line, which was up here, which matched up right with pre-market resistance. Okay? And I was not going to sit through that. I wasn't going to do that to myself, because you don't need to. If you notice that you're wrong, exit the position at the best price and maybe look to re-enter it. All right? Unless you want to sit through a 50% drawdown because you just can. You know, your position size is very low. It's a YOLO, whatever. That's completely up to you. I'm not going to do it. I'm here to preserve capital, not throw it away. All right? And I think a lot of people don't focus on that, and that's how they don't get ahead, because they lose more than they make when they're right. So, let's do it. So the SPY and the Qs. I think the Qs today have the most meat on the bone. Let's look at some of the news as well and see some of the things that we have going on here. Give me 1 second. All right. Just wanted to pull this up. Let's see here. So on the scanner, I did see a few this morning that were there was a couple of things on the Squawk Box about FDA approvals or bids for FDA approvals or something. Don't quote me on that. MCRB looks like it's trying to push now. MCRB. All right. If for any of you small cap traders, MCRB. Look at this. This is going just already. It's already up 100%. It's already up 100%. Probably more. Probably more. So, all right. I'm just bringing up the news real quick. I'm sorry. Just bear with me 1 second. So, let me refresh this. So yeah, there was talks about Tesla and Elon Musk, and drug use or something. Like, it's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I mean, not that it means anything. It's you know, it's just a bunch of people even if he had a drug problem. What do you think that Sorry, I hate to drink in front of the mic. I mean, it's not a good look. That's about all. It's not a good look. It's not like, I don't know. I have my own opinions. You know, if he has his own issues or this and that, and it's like, is it true, right? You can't just go out saying those things. Juniper, all right. Juniper is up over 20% right now. NPR, I'm pretty sure it's Juniper. So Juniper, this is one to look for. What is going on with my phone? So Juniper is going to be on the list. Really, today, I'm just going to continue to watch the overall markets in like Apple and stuff. So, like NVIDIA, AMD, Microsoft. Let's see if I can. So I'm looking for the SPY. Let's just go right into it. Let's go to the SPY. All right. Sorry that I was taking a little too long there. I do want to see what the news is of the day, though. I want to see what the morning movers are. So what I'm looking for, guys, is a... Let's go look at the daily chart and the weekly chart, because it kind of did what I was looking for. All right. Um, so really, I'm looking to fill this gap, right? Both on the Qs and the S&Ps. All right. The SPY has not filled its gap yet up there. It's at 475. So you're going to look to see, if we pull back, find some support here around 472, and then look for that bounce back to fill that gap. And I'm expecting to at least get up to like 476. And I'll show you why. All right. I'm not looking for a big day today or tomorrow, maybe on Boeing or an individual stock, but the overall markets, I can't say whether or not the overall markets are going to give it to you. All right. Can't say if not the overall markets can give it to you, because now, we're turning this area into resistance, but what I'm looking for is a pullback to 471, and I want to look to get the S&Ps up to 476, back up to that resistance level. All right. Get just above that gap that I just showed you on the daily chart. Okay, so pull back. All right, pull her back. We bounce here. You'll probably get a bounce here at like 472 today, and then try to work up to like, yesterday's close, that 2 weeks ago, like the Monday or the Friday of 2 weeks ago. This low up here at like 474. I know that line's going a bit backwards, right? And then, do we reclaim this level here, right? Do we reclaim 473 to look for the bounce here to 476, call it 476, 477, and then look for a pullback. All right? Because, if you have never been told this, you're going to notice that in bear markets that, we're going to remain oversold. So it's like, I can't really just bank off of divergence in accordance to what my plan is going to be and the things that I expect. But I would expect us to get somewhat of a bounce here, right? A bounce here at 472, and then try to work from 472, work our way up to 475. That's a nice 3-point move, and I think that's what the markets are going to do today, right? We can always take a look at the volume. I thought she said futures are only going up from here. Okay, so the volume actually isn't that bad right now. What time is... So this is... Oh, that's from 7, 6, 7. Okay, so the volume is nice today, guys. Okay. Well, let's see what happens here, because the volume isn't bad at all. The volume's actually pretty nice, so... That's my game plan. All right, I'm going to look, and if this level doesn't hold, okay, if 472... if you don't get a bounce off of 472, then it's your obvious, high a day from yesterday, or 471, okay? 471, 470. That's where you're going to find your bounce. All right? But there's a reason why I think that we need to pull it in. All right? I think we need to pull it in a bit. Not that we're over our skis and that we can't climb higher. We are up against time. As far as, like, there's a few things that are going to happen in a few weeks that will dictate what this market does, I think. And I think until then, we kind of just, hang around here. Unless we get some separate news. Okay? So that's my plan for the SPY, right? Look for this pullback. Look for this, like, 470, what did I say, 473. Look to pull back to 473. We're at 472 right now. Okay, cool. I was just looking at this 15-minute chart here. And this is what I said. That's what I said right there, 472. Yeah, because we said we looked for it. We're going to look for about a 3-point move today. Yeah, I just hit the camera. Hopefully I did not turn this. I got scared. I thought that I hit the I thought I just shut the stream off. All right. Anyway, 472, pull back to 472. Let's see if we can hold it bounce, get to like 475, and then, you know, off of 475, pull back and see if we can't hold, you know, 474, 473, this area right here. 473. It's like, you know, it's an area. So it's like, you know, it's 474 to 473 right in that area cuz you know, it's going to wick. So that's my plan. I think the Qs have the more meat on the bone per se. All right. So right now, as we stand, we're putting in a lower high. Okay, that's the trend. We're putting in a lower high for right now. So let's see here. Let me put this line because this is where I think roughly that we bounce. Okay.
IMAX Corporation, ticker IMAX, says it reached $1.06 billion box office performance in 2023.
Come on. All right, so I'm going to make this a dotted line, okay? Let's see what happens when we get to this dotted line. And then, again, from here, I want to look for us to bounce and, like, rally to 475. But that's not without pullbacks. You got a double bottom happening here right now, okay? Double bottom already happening. Let's see if we can't bounce, okay? Pull it back in, make an attempt, and then reject 475, you know, and then, you know, play it how it plays. Just like this. This is exactly what I'm going to look for. Right there. Okay? And then we go boop. Boop. Alright? That's my plan. That's my plan. Alright, see if we can't get to 470 by tomorrow. With, you know, go to 475 and then pull back to 470. This would have been like 2 days worth here. Very easy. Bounce off of 473 area. We get through this area of 473. I'm sorry, 472 bounce. Get through 473. Pull back to 473. Bring in some liquidity. You get a rally. Pull it back to like 473.50, 473.37. Get through. Bounce up to 474. You'll have a minor pullback off of there. Break 474. Pull back to 474. Get through the high of day yesterday. People get all bullish. And then we pull it back later on in the day into tomorrow. All right? That's what I am looking for. Literally to a T. That's exactly how I'm going to play this market. All right? And it's pretty damn... that is pretty darn, whatchamacallit, like, in detail. All right? That's about as in detail as I can get. All right, so that's the SPY. We'll go over the Qs. Come on. All right. Alrighty. Let's do it. Let's go to the Qs. Let me get rid of this. Remove. No, I don't want to remove old drawings. I just want to remove this one. Okay. All right, so that's the S&P. All right, that's the S&P. Yeah. So let's look to see if we can get a bit. Why is my... Oh, I know why my phone's doing this. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I keep going to my phone. I'm like, what the hell's going on? It keeps shutting off. Okay. All right. We're Gucci. We're good. We're Gucci. We're good. Sorry about that. What's up, man? Yeah, is it going? Is Tesla going? I'm gonna watch it. Yeah, it's not that Tesla can't rally. I mean, the overall market's going higher. It's just, you know, let's do it. It's 10. It's already whatchamacallit. It's 8:30. See how time flies. Thank you for bringing up Tesla. Let's do it. Let's go to Tesla. All right, let's work Tesla out. All right. All right, so let's go to the weekly chart real quick. Let's really dial this shit in. All right, let's dial it in. Nice pennant here. All right, we're coming. Tesla is coming into a directional move. Let's see here. Let's go to the daily chart. So we held this 50-day beautifully. Pulled back to the 50-day moving average, held it beautifully. What are we coming into? We're coming into the trade line and the 100-day moving average. Can we get through it? Your 100-day moving average is around 241.50, 241.75-ish. Okay? All right, so you're bounced off the 50-day, going into the 100-day. 46, 46, 46, 41. Just give me 1 second. And look, it's rejecting the 50-day. And this is a beautiful setup here. All right, looks like it's trying to hold. Looks like it's trying to hold. Of course, my cat's going to leave and want to go outside, and the door's shut. Or not outside, I'm sorry, but she's going to want to leave the room. Running around, I do. All right, so 238. All right, 238. We're obviously going to watch this level here. Watch the 100-day moving average, because if you test it again today and you can't get through it, you can't get through it. You got the 90 MA and the 100-day there all meeting up at one area. I think you could. I think you get up to it, you pull back. Let's see here. Let's find out. Let's go to the hourly chart. We just hit the 4-hour. All right. 15. I think we're going to start pulling back now and then go through it. Yeah. All right, here's my plan for Tesla, guys. This is what I'm watching. This is what I would watch for. I would see if we can pull it in and test 437. Look for 437 area. Make it 238. I'm going to stick with 238 there. All right, stick with 238. 238. Look for a pullback into 238, 237, right? It's Tesla. You got to give it a little bit of room. All right. And what I'm going to look for, I still think we can pull it back into 237, guys. I do. It'll shake some people out. So if we do hold 238, okay, you hold 238, and then I would look to get long at 238 and then try to get up to that 100-day, and then I would look for the what's up, memes? How you doing today? How are you doing this morning? So again, 238, we look for that long, taking profits in front of yesterday's close and that 100-day moving average. Again, this red box or this blue box is the 100-day moving average. Let's look at the volume here real quick and make sure that it's something we really want to do, because you know, you just want to make sure that, like I said yesterday, Tesla had no volume. If you were trading Tesla yesterday, that means you missed it like 8% moves yesterday. This thing didn't move at all. Yesterday you went from 235 to 240. It moved $5. That's not bad, but usually it's good for $6 to $8 on like a non-volatile day. So 8 o'clock, we've been trading around 140,000 shares versus 170,000 shares. But yeah, Tesla could be a nice trade today. I think if the other things calm down, like Nvidia, AMD, the semiconductors had a nice day yesterday, you know, you might find some people making their way over here to Tesla. Attract the markets update, 250 cuts and 50-day moving average and the 100-day moving average are both showing the support. Right now, I think the 100 days, you mean resistance, right? The 50 days holding as support and the 100-day is acting as resistance. We're in a hole. Yeah. Yeah. Um, let's see here. So, yeah, 237.50 actually looks like a better number to pull back to. 237.50. That'll put in a lower high. That'll put in a lower high and then see if we can't. I don't think it breaks through the either one of them. I think we're going to need a catalyst, guys. I'm going to be honest with you. I think in order for Tesla to get out of this hole, it's probably going to need a catalyst. Oh, no, no, no. You're good, man. It's okay. It's all good. I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant. You got the point across. You're good, bro. You're good. I knew exactly what you meant. You know what I mean? It's just in a hole right now. So let's get through this. It's in its hole. All right. It loves to do this. So that's going to be my plan for Tesla, right? 437 long, 438 in this area. Okay. Now here's the other part to this. Here's the other part to this. You got to watch out for a 239 rejection. Okay, a 239. I don't think you get the 239 rejection. It's going to be up at 240. 240 is going to be the area. But if you do get long Tesla, if anybody gets long Tesla, you have perfect take profit areas, right? Perfect walk it up. All right, like that song, walk it out. All right, you're just gonna walk it out.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient.
If we can, where are we at right now? 238.50.
That's why Comcast Business is introducing the small business bonus. For a limited time, you can get up to a $1,000.
Okay, so we're at 238.50 right now.
So switch to business from the company with the largest, fastest, reliable network.
See if 238.50 tries to hold. That's yesterday's pivot high. It could. I think Tesla could hold here because it's trying to make a bottoming pattern. But I think we're better off at 273. All right, 273.50, 273. All right. Because you can see here, yeah, 273.50, 237. I'm sticking with that. Let me write it down. I need my pen. So Tesla 237, 237.50. And if the 50-day breaks, right, if these lows break, then you just look for the pullback into them. Let it break, let it bounce right back into that area, and then, you know, watch how the stock reacts, and then look for your short. All right? I still think we need to come back down to the 200-day moving average and that 220 level that we never tested. It came all the way down to like 226, I think it was. And it never tested it. It never hit it. All right. The day I'm talking about is right here. That day right there. All right. It never tested this area right there. 225 it is, right? It wicked right into it. And it never touched the earnings open. It never touched this double top wick. And it's a very small gap. So I think it needs to literally pull into 225. That's my opinion. All right. This camera's going to kill me today. At least we got an easy fix for the button. You guys notice how it was working with me there for a few days? And what happened when I started this stream is that I hit a couple buttons and then I messed it up. So it's my fault. All right. So that's the plan for Tesla. All right. 237 long. If it can hold. All right. If it can hold. And what does that do? That matches right up with our thesis for the market. Even though yesterday, Tesla did not do, Tesla lagged the market, right? It does its own complete different thing. All right, what do we got here? Going back to the SPY, what do we got? Look at this 472. It's trying to get a little bit of a bounce. All right, again, this doesn't mean that we can't just sell off to 271 and we can't just sell off to this level right here. All right. I do expect us to get there, but I want to get there on a bounce. If I'm going to trade this, I need to be short up here at 474. Okay? All right, let's keep it moving. All right? AMD, Let me look real quick, guys. Let's go over AMD, and then I'm gonna look into the into like what's moving, upgrades, downgrades, and stuff. Because time just flies, and I feel like I take too long doing things, and I need to be a little bit quicker. But we'll get better in time. We'll get better in time. Okay, quick, what do you think, which sector's year it will be? Semiconductors, weaponry, manufacturing, cars, space. Listen, I think the banking system. If the it all depends on if. Here's the thing, I can't give that opinion until the Fed does what they are going to do or not do. That's the thing here. All right, this is why the markets have rallied. And if they continue with the bank term funding program, then banks are going to outperform, and they already have, for the most part. Okay, for the most part. Look at J.P. Morgan. Look at that. Okay. Look at that. I mean, really, look at the year and a half. Look at this 2-year from low to high. Boom. Right. Semis have made their run. I think you could find. It's not going to be one particular market. Banking, right? Semis, I'm sure will have a bid. Technology will probably lag a bit, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure that it will going into just right now seems like a good time for technology. All right. CNBC. So let's see here. What was I doing? You know what? JP Morgan is one of them that I wanted to look at. Let's go to CNBC. And it's still not working. God damn it. Bloomberg. See, it worked this morning, and it's... All right, so JP Morgan is one that was on our list last week. Okay, last week we talked about that we wanted to see a pullback on this. Now, we're seeing some tails up here. And look, it held it. Look at that. Look at that daily close, guys. Just closing right where it opened. Come on, man. I need some type of sound. I wonder if there's like a Bloomberg Spanish or something I could turn on. All right, so JP Morgan. I think it's getting a little bit overextended, but it's made a recovery. JP Morgan's making this recovery. Let's look here. All right, and now we're finally making this a rejection. So this is what I'm going to look for. I'm going to look for this gap here on JP Morgan and see if we can't try to get this thing going. You got to watch, though, because you cannot, here's the issue with trying to short these banks. It's the fact that they have liquidity. They're getting money from the Fed. That's like trying to short stocks in COVID. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. You're going to get run over. All right, so as much as I want to be long, look at the pullback yesterday. It was very quick. You got a double top up here. It could sit here and consolidate a bit. 15-minute chart is a bit overdone. Depends. We'll have to see where we open up at, but to me, it feels like it's trying to consolidate here. And what we could do is look at KRE. So this is a nice resistance level. So 172, and it may take this trade from us, but JPM 172 short. So we have a couple short ideas. I gotta hurry up, guys. I'm sorry. Let me look at this real quick. So 172 on JP Morgan. Come on. No, I don't give a shit about the 5 things to know, because these 5 things to know are useless. They're useless. I don't even know why they do this. Why they do it. All right. I seen CrowdStrike. Yeah, CrowdStrike. Morgan Stanley 2%. Upgrades CrowdStrike. Netflix. Oh, that's right, Netflix. Netflix with a downgrade. All right, Rocket Lab, GoDaddy climbed about 2%. Match.com, Reuters. The Tinder owner climbed nearly 16% after a report from Reuters said activist investor Elliott Investment Management has built its stake in the company to about $1 billion. All right, Hewlett Packard, Juniper, we talked about that. Juniper stock soared 23% after a report from Wall Street Journal said the company was close to finalizing a deal to be bought by Hewlett Packard. All right, so Juniper Networks is going to be brought out. All right, at least there is the word on the street. Unity Software climbed 3% following news that the company would reduce its workforce by 25%. You know what else happened this morning? What else happened? What happened that I was talking about the last time we were at highs? You guys remember? If you don't remember, I will remind you. And that is CEOs retiring. CEOs once again are taking their money and running, and it's okay. That's capitalism. Like there's no issue in that. But it goes to show you every time we get up to these highs that you have CEOs, you have layoffs, that there is still a bit of uncertainty going forward, that we still have 3% worth of rates coming. Okay, why is this thing fucking doing this, man? I'm sorry, guys. I'm just trying to get logged in and do my cheat code. You guys know what I do. So a few CEOs, I think it was AT&T. I can't remember the other one that was on the news. But if you guys are worried about that, you can always go look it up. So we have CrowdStrike. Damn it. Give me 1 second. Alright, we're good. Had to throw in the cheat code. Alright, had to throw in the cheat code. Hopefully they don't find out about that. Alright, let me log in real quick. If you guys could, we're trying to get to 1,000 subscribers. I know that's crazy. But if you haven't subscribed or hit the like button, do us a solid. Appreciate you guys. I want to have a good week. So let's go through some of these real quick. We'll look at Unity. We'll look at Netflix. Let's bring up Netflix real quick and some other names. I just wanted to go through and see what some of the market movers were. It's important to do that because you're going to see where liquidity is. And again, there's more. Like I could always cover it. I can go over a few of them. What? Sorry, I feel like my phone or my other computer that I have over here is in Spanish right now. All right, so we got this, right? JP Morgan 172. Cautious outlooks as JP Morgan, Citigroup, Bank of America, and Wells Fargo report. So we do know we have earnings. MSC, they are sinking. Google defends AI technology against patent infringement claims in a $7 billion lawsuit. Alibaba was another name yesterday that went. If you guys did not see that, Alibaba was another name that had a nice run yesterday. I was looking at Alibaba. All right, I was looking at Alibaba, and for some reason I didn't have that much interest in it. All right, there is a really nice support level here at 74. All right, it's at 74 level. If we can get a bit of a double bottom here, I would like to see if I could take another shot at Alibaba to the long side. All right. Let's see, what's on, where are we at? 9 o'clock.
You know, I mean, if I wasn't just being so stubborn about this, you know, from what was probably 20 grand in my account of CGC.
All right, so the important ones, JP Morgan. Let's look at Alibaba real quick. JP Morgan, I'm definitely going to be looking at Boeing, guys. I'm telling you. I think Boeing can crack that 50-day moving average.
This probably is short. We'll have to see that story as Brendan just dropped it. But, yeah,
I just, for some reason, it's just very hard for me to trust Alibaba. It is. It's just so hard to trust this name.
down 7 cents. EPS for the quarter. CGC.
Because, you know, the minute it like look where it's at today. All right, it took back everything it did yesterday. That's not good. All right, that's telling you something. So I'll probably take Alibaba off the list. This thing is just a disaster. It's a shame. It's a disaster, and it's not the company, it's the country. I'm going to be honest with you. You know, it's just there's just so much like untrustworthiness and like there's just so much going on over there. It's just really hard to, you know, to put risk on, right? That's like Boeing. That's like trying to buy Boeing right now. You got 170 people with doors flying off the damn planes, 20,000, 30,000 feet in the air. It's risky. So I'm not going to worry about Alibaba. Right now, Boeing is doing a decent job of holding the 100 or the 50-day moving average. All right. MSOS is another one. Hey, what's up, Ray? Good morning, man. Gap down 50-day held yesterday. What I'm going to look for is a break of the 50-day, and I want to look to see if I can take this thing down to the 100-day moving average at 220, 215, guys. I want this trade, and I think I can get it. All right, I think I can get it. And that 100-day moving average lines right up with that prior consolidation resistance here at 215. It lines right up with it. This could be a beautiful trade if it gives it to us. It's just, do they take it from us pre-market? That's going to be the question. All right, that's going to be the question. You have a little bit of, 220. You're going to get a bit of some covering, dip buying in there at this double top pivot high area, which is like right around the resistance of that consolidation. But for the most part, those bars closed where the 100-day moving average is. On the daily, and the 200-day is coming up into that area also, and let's go even further. Okay, so this whole area you can see is just it's a range. There at 220, 220 seems to be the sweet spot there. Yeah, 220, guys. That's what I'm looking for. You can see there's clear resistance there. Oh, that's 224. I mean, your resistance is here at 234. And what was that? That was yesterday's resistance. 234 yesterday was the resistance, right? I'm going to make this line pink, okay? And let's see where it hits, which was also the 15-minute trade line. Oh, would you look at that, guys? Would you look at that? Well, would you look at that? So, Boeing, 230. I would love an opportunity to get short at 230. 230 resistance. Take the short side. The thing is, you may need to just get time on this, because the institution players are going to play around with this thing, and market makers are just going to hold it. They're going to hold it to try to make it so you guys can't make money because you don't have any time on it, and you just get theta burned. So let's go real quick. GLD was another one that we had the other night, and then Disney. There's a few, and I need to look at Microsoft. So look at GLD. Sunday, we came in, and I circled this area for us, and I said, this is where I want to look to get short. Okay? Right here. And what's it doing? It rejected it yesterday. It's bumping now again back into that area. All right? That's what I would like to try. If it breaks this level, then I'm not going to worry about it. But I'll keep it on watch. If we reclaim it, then I'm going to look to go higher, because you made this area resistance. All right, I want to make that the support of that area, which is down here. I want to start making that support resistance now. All right, so GLD is going to be on watch. All right, the levels for that are going to vary. All right, this could be, it doesn't move much, so the options aren't that expensive. Targets would be the 50-day moving average. If we could get a pullback into that 186 level, that would be cool, because that's your previous pivot high, right? Right here. We break it, pull back, right? Pulls back here, but it didn't pull back into like 186, 185. Right, and then went, and it's just, you got a lot of overhead supply up there, a lot of overhead resistance, and we'll look to see if we can't pull it all back. What's today? Today's the 9th. Okay. So yeah, let me look at the weekly chart real quick, and I think that if we could get a pullback, we might be able to send this thing higher. That's my ultimate goal, is to try and get GLD higher. Let me see, though. Let me finish an analysis on it. Alright, they're fucking talking about cheating on the news. Got some divergence. Bang, bang, bang. Alright, I probably am going to try to remember to take this today. If I don't remember this idea, guys, maybe remind me. Try to help remind me, but I got this stuff written down. It's not your job to do that. I'm just kidding, but a 184 test again would be awesome, or the 50-day. Really, it looks like it likes to test that 100-day moving average. But look at that. Look at that. That's a nice uptrend if I've seen one. So we got that going for us. Alright, I'll make that orange. Bang. And we start breaking that, then I'm going to look for the short. So I'll be patient with GLD. It's 9:07, so we're running through these. I might have to turn the page on this to be able to see some of the ideas. If you guys don't remember, mRNA had a nice setup. Let's go look at Disney, though, first. I want to be able to... I want to look at Microsoft. There's a few I want to look at. Man. Alright, let's do this. Alright, so we said over the weekend, like yesterday, or Sunday, it was either Sunday or Saturday. For a brief second there, you guys, if you guys were listening, you would have heard me say, it could be one of those days where you have to get long at the bell or you're going to miss it. It's just going to run and it's going to go and you're not going to be able to catch it. That's what happened yesterday. A lot of these names just rallied right out the gates and just made their move in the first few minutes of the morning. So, I have Disney on my watch list. If this trade can play itself out, because you can see here that this is an area of prior support. Oh my gosh. All right, look at this level right here. Key level at $90, and we've broken up above it. All right, key level. I'm telling you, it's so key, it'll open the damn door for you. All right, edit properties. We're gonna make it pink. Look at that. That's a beautiful setup. We get through it. Look at that increase in volume. We get that increase in volume, break through the 200 day. The 200 day is now acting as support. 200 day is right there at that level. You have the 50 day coming in right at that level. Golden cross right at that level. All we need is the volume. Give us some news. Give us the goddamn news. What's good? All right, what's good, Disney? Let's go, Rob Iger, Bob Iger. I don't know, is it Rob? Is it Bob? I don't fucking know. I don't think anyone does. All right, so let's measure this move real quick. Just, you know, over here getting excited over Disney. Fucking weirdo. All right, double bottom? Like, what else do you want from me? All right, what else do y'all want from me? Just kidding. All right, so let's do this. Let's measure thy move. If it gives it to us, this don't mean it's going to give it to us, but goddamn 108. Wouldn't that be a nice long swing trade? Uh-oh, where's that put us at? Previous pivot highs. Uh-oh. Previous pivot highs at 110. Nope. Look at that gap fill. Look at that gap fill at one. That's at 105. Yeah, I was reading that Google News too. I'm going to go to Google and Microsoft and stuff right now. So that's going to be a target 110 area. I mean, we still have this gap fill here. So that's let's be realistic. That's probably where we're going. All right. That's probably where we're going. Let's do this. I just want to chart this in case this thing goes today because you can see it. Look at this. Yesterday it pulled back, held Friday's close. This is a beautiful setup. You have your daily trade line. You have 50-day moving average. So I'm going to look for a 91 if we get it. And we're sitting right at 91 right now. GLD and then Disney. 91 long. And I think we already have the levels because we're bumping into resistance here. All right. We had an indecision candle yesterday. I can go into the intraday to see what the volume was. But this is setting up really nice, guys. So I will what I'll do is see what's going to happen with this is out of the gates it's probably going to like rally. It's trying to do it now off of that 91 level. As you can see here with time and sales and level 2. It's trying to go now. You just have to watch here because you have it filled the gap. You have a small no, there's no gap there. 93, right? High 92s to 93 is the this is going to it's 93 has got to be a level if you're long that you got to take some profits if you got them. You got to throw them in your pocket. Lock it in, baby. All right, because what's going to happen is if this decides to break out anyway, it's going to break out and then pull back and then the long. So we got time. All right, if you want to think about a swing trade, that would probably be best, you know, go a month or two out. That's what I am thinking about. So that's what I'm saying right now as we speak, and I'm just dragging it on. Just like my life, just dragging it on, bringing y'all with me. Who's coming with me? All right? No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, gonna look for the long, right? We might have to do this right out the gates, just like the horses. Boom! You might get that with Disney today, because this is a nice setup. So here is, okay, 9150, and I have that level drawn out now. So, you know, if we can hold this level, put in this little double bottom here, and what are we looking for on the S&Ps? We're looking for that pullback, but rally. I'm looking for that like 72 on the S&Ps, like 472, get a rally up to, like, you know, whether it takes all day, up from 472 to 475, and this would help Disney get from 91, and see if we can't, you know, try to bring this thing back up to like 9250. All right, 9250, 93. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for. And I'm gonna do just that. Yeah. So yesterday, like I said, this thing came right out the gates running. It just boom, just went. So if you weren't long in the morning, right off the bell, it was a little hard to, you know, pick, you know, to get in this thing. It was just, you know, sometimes I'll pay up for something, but there's certain patterns that I look for where I don't care if I pay up for it because I know it's a trending day.
Pharmaceuticals and Sonoma Pharmaceuticals, tickers NVY and SNOA, announce agreement to market Avenova.
All right, so, and if you guys are just joining us, like, subscribe. We're trying to get to 1,000 subscribers this year. That would help, you know, promote the channel, and it would help me be able to bring some real players on the stream. All right, we could get our school on, and we could be taught a thing or two. All right, so yeah, appreciate it. Like, subscribe. Listen, do you know how far that goes just by doing that? It goes a long way. There's a lot that goes into this stuff that some of you may not know. Just a one-man wrecking crew here. So, all right, so that's Disney. 91 long, 90.58. But I would rather hold the 91 and start making progress and put in higher lows. All right, let's see if we can't put in higher lows. Unfortunately, though, like, look at this. Look at that. There's that uptrend. And then it just poops the bed. Just poop the bed. What color are we going to make it? Pink. You know the deal. Look at that, though. Doesn't that suck? It's like, that's a nice trend to the upside, and then it just fails. So, I'm a little leery on this, but, you know, not really. I think this would just get our pullback, and see if we can't take that long. All right, I'm gonna stick to my guns here. This is a level I want to see us hold. It's 917. Let's pray that they do not take the trade from us. Let's also pray that we can get through 9150 if we take this trade. Let's look at the volume. Let's look at the volume. See what that pre-market volume is. All right. Where we at here? What time is it? It is 9:15. 9:15, 9:10, 9:05, 9:05. All right, not bad. Not bad, gang. Volume's not bad today. I mean, on Disney, it's a little bad. Like, this was a good volume day yesterday. But, or Friday. Last Friday. So, let's see here. Oh, it looks like it's breaking. Damn it. It's breaking that level. I mean, it's okay. It's not that that like if it doesn't hold this level that it's done for, right? You still have a level here at 90.60, okay, 90.50, where, you know, you can still get your bull on. I mean, you even have this level here at 90.79. All right, so there's a few levels here, and I'll put them up so that we have them. Let's make it a dotted line, and we're gonna make it Y'all know the deal. We're gonna make it pink. All right. And then this level right there. Oh, look, it held. Shake and bake. Shake and bake. All right. It's going to start getting froggy right now, I feel like. All right. So I'm watching these two areas. We had an up day. Now, the thing is if we start making 9120 on Disney, 9120 resistance, then you might as well trade. You know, you got to move there back down to 9050 to 90 bucks. All right, which, you know, you don't really want to be under yesterday's low, but a pullback doesn't hurt either. Okay, a pullback doesn't hurt either. I think the bigger move is up at 92 to 94. All right, so even if we catch a 90 long, if it holds, you know, we got to think about it, because what's really going on here is just in the longer term, it's putting in a bottom. All right, and what we need this thing to do is put in a higher low. And pulling back down to the 90.50, 90.80, 90.70, that's going to allow us to put in a higher low and start that bottoming process to break out of this pennant or get to the top of the pennant. Let's go to Microsoft and Google real quick. We only got a few minutes, guys. I want to have everything ready and stayed and focused and everything. All right, Microsoft, another nice trade here, okay? This is a decent setup as well. Now, I was looking for the 71, that 371 area as a level of resistance to try and take that short. You guys know that. I talked about it this weekend, but it reclaimed 370 and held it as support. And you can see 371 tried to act as resistance all morning, and then lunchtime it broke and it just ran. So here we are. Is this a lower high on Microsoft? All right, is this going to be a lower high? Again, I will say it over and over and over till I'm blue in the face. Microsoft is one of the strongest stocks, okay? There is a, look at this. And I don't think I've seen this before. I did. Look, that's about 30%, 25%. And then you have your cup and handle. Bang. With a drawdown of only 12, 11%. You know, it's just, this thing needs to continue and go. But it's just not. So all right, let's see here. So bang, bang. Sorry guys, I'm just trying to hurry up. Yeah, we could get a little bit more upside. You know, let's see if we fill the gap today. That's what I'm going to look for on Microsoft. See if we fill this gap. Okay? Right there. That's where I'm looking. That's where I'm looking. Alright, that's the daily chart. Let's go to a 1 hour. Okay? Let's look for 372 long. 371.88 area. Okay? 370. Let me take this off. I got to hurry up. I should have went through these a lot quicker. But it is what it is. Alright, is what it is. We'll get better. Again, I am still somewhat new at this. Okay, so this gap fill is really, it takes you up to 379. So it does take you up to 379. Yes, 379. $371. Alright guys, sorry. I just wanted to where are we at here? Pull back, bang. 372 long. 371.97 area on Microsoft. And what I'm looking for, guys, and I'm telling you, I'm looking for this bounce into the gap, okay? This small little gap area. And then look for the pullback short. I'm not forgetting about this short. All right? I'm not forgetting. Like, my thesis still has not changed. All right? Thesis still hasn't changed. You know, I will say, again, you know, when you're in a bull market, you will remain oversold. So it's a little hard to just go with divergence and all those fun things that we like to do and use. Bull markets tend to stay oversold. All right. So it's actually a healthy sign of a bull market. So, I mean, I don't know if we get all the way down to 370. I'm going to be honest. I'm not sure if we get down to 370. I think if you get all the way down to 370, even 371, that's probably an issue. Like 371 is it. Okay, 371 is it. I would like to see a pre-market double bottom here. Why is the camera starting to act like this? Or OBS. Alright. Alright, so support. So we did kind of make it support yesterday. So I'm gonna write down 371. And where are we at? We are putting in a double bottom on there. 371, but more importantly, 372, 371.95 or 371.90, 371.90, 372 long. All right, and what are we doing? All right, we're gonna look to go long. But you want to make sure, if look, it's already popping now. So we want to start taking profits off. All right, maybe take a piece off at 374 or 375, in between 374, 375, in case you don't get it. Okay, because this is resistance. 374.20 is resistance, just under yesterday's close. All right. So 374.04 is a minor level of resistance. That's an area to take some profits. All right, we got a few minutes. So look for the long. See if we can get through these areas. If for some reason, you know, we are able to pull it back into 373, I wouldn't mind a long there. Which would be over top of this double top here. See, I'm curious to know if right now, guys, if it's turning this previous level into resistance. And if that's the case, because you have a little double bottom here, triple bottom, basing there. I still looking to the downside. I am. I got to be honest. All right. I'm still looking at the downside for Microsoft after we get this bounce. Now, I don't know if that comes earnings. Okay. I don't know if that comes with earnings, but I do think it's... I feel like I am okay with the long here. I mean, look at this flag. I had it up yesterday. Look at this flag on Microsoft. All right. And what color are we going to make it? I'm pointing for you guys to write. Airtight pink. So that's what I see. That's what I see, guys. All right. 372.84. We broke below that. It's going to have to hold 370. We got a few minutes here. Let's hurry. Let me hurry up. I'm sorry. I know I'm just taking forever, but I'm really trying to figure out what's going on here. Look at that rejection. Because I think that yeah, we got to pull back. All right, we got to pull back. Okay. All right, so you know, longer but shorter term within like a few hours, like 10 o'clock or so. 10:30, 11. If not, up until this afternoon. If you guys could, please hit the like button and subscribe. Randomly, just send it off into the email. Share this with somebody. Do us a solid. All right, it goes a long way. you know, it's good karma. It really is. We're here to try and help you guys. If you guys have questions and you're new, welcome. Throw the questions in the chat. I'll answer them for you. Let's have a great day today, guys. We just have 1 minute now till the U.S. market opens. 371 for Microsoft, okay? 371 for Microsoft. That's what I'm looking for on a pullback. That's where I'm going to get long. All right? I want to wait for that pullback on Microsoft. Google. All right? Google has just been consolidating, okay? It's just up here, not really doing much, all right? Turning that area back into resistance at 140. I would come on. I gotta hurry up. Resistance, bang, pull it back. I'm looking for a pullback also on Microsoft. Look for a pullback to 138 area. Let me see here. All right, I'm looking for a pullback on Microsoft right here, guys. Let's go. Pull it back to 138. Google short to 138. All right, that's my list. That's way too many. I would like to try and get that level there. 141 short. 141 short to 138. Let's go, guys. Market open. Market is open. Look at that rally on. Look, it's trying to reject. It's trying to hold now at 140. Let it get up to 141, and I'm going to look for the pullback. All right, and that pullback, I want to take it back down to 138. I want it back down here to 138 area. Or hell, 139 even. All right, that's Google. Let's go look at Boeing. Boeing was another one. Shit. I always do this to myself. All right, there's the break of the 50-day, guys, on Boeing. All right, there's that 50-day moving average broke on Boeing. And look at that quick rejection there. Look at the quick rejection. You just have to be careful because, again, these market makers are going to run it up. We said Boeing 230. Stick to the game plan. 230. Man, that's yesterday's low right there, guys. That's yesterday's low. All right. The fact that Boeing is playing around, it feels like they're playing with this thing. And that's what's kind of getting me a little cautious of this name. And look at the 15-minute trade line. It's up there at yesterday's close. So that's what I am going to stick to. 229, like yesterday's close, 15-minute trade line. And look for the pullback. Can't hang out, but I'll be watching Mara and TELH. Good luck today, Bingo. Appreciate you, my guy. Appreciate you, man. I hope you have a wonderful day. I hope all of you guys have a wonderful day. Let's fucking kill it. All right, we're hungry. Are you hungry? I'm hungry. Let's fucking eat. All right, let's eat. Let's eat. All right, what are we doing here? Let's go look. JP Morgan, what's she doing? Look at JP Morgan right off the bell, guys, pulling back. JP Morgan pulling back. I don't like how my charts are doing this right now. Bang, bang. Kind of support right there. Alright, so right there. Resistance, bang. Let's look at what were some of the other ones. Microsoft. Alright, so Microsoft is rallying right now. It held resistance there at 372. And what did we say? A 371. We want a 371 long. Let's go to the SPY. Let's look at the Qs. Let's use the Qs. What did we say? We want to look for this pullback off the bell. Get that long. And look for an extension higher throughout the day. And then see if that extension from today and throughout time is a lower high, you know, on the S&Ps, all of the above. Okay, that's the game plan. That's my game plan. That's why it's that is what having a plan is. You know, understanding what it is you're doing, why you're doing it. All right. It's a shame that CNBC isn't working again. I may have. They're calling for 60-mile-an-hour winds today. CrowdStrike is another one, guys. CrowdStrike's another one that's been moving. So the S&Ps, let's look for that pullback. What did I write down? I wrote down the Qs, not the SPY. The Qs, 402, 403 hold is what I have. Look at that. Trying to make 403 resistance now. Let's see this at double top there, 401.71. And I'm out of coffee. Just 1 second, guys. Let's see if the Qs can break that level. They may not. For some reason, I feel like I forgot the game plan already. Because I drew it all out. What is that? We're looking to get up here and start walking it up and then look for the pullback, right? Yes, we want to get up here, like 404. Because I didn't write it down on my notebook, the markets. Like the overall markets. Disney is another one. So yeah, let's see if we can rally. What did we say? Rally on the SPY 472 to, like, you know, we'll walk it up to 475 area and then see what happens at 475 if we pull it back. That's my plan. That's what I'm looking for. I don't even have this in. I'm going to pull up CNBC for 1 second, guys.
Listen,
Sorry, I know that was loud.
they obviously would say, listen, we challenge such a small
But
percentage of the
let's-
overall deals
let's,
that are out there. Don't
I just
forget,
wanna
the
focus
vast
real
majority
quick.
of deals go through without so much as, you know, a one review.
All right, so there's some nice
That
resistance
said,
here on
Jim,
the SPY.
I don't expect
Watch your
them
volume.
to back off as much as, to your point, they have been burned in court. They've yet to win an important victory. They lost in Microsoft. They've lost in Horizon, Amgen, so to speak, at least. I mean, they did accept some sort of a settlement there. And you go on from there. So yeah, but what I'm hearing now is
So that's a pretty decent gap down, guys. That's a pretty decent gap down here
I've got to be
on the
conservative,
S&Ps.
the way I always do, and it may take me longer, but I don't think it's an impediment to me getting.
And it's
my
okay.
deal.
I mean, that's
No, now,
exactly
if
what we were
I'm
expecting.
If I'm taking the new CEO on, or
It's
social
exactly what
issues
we're
wise,
expecting.
you know, we're gonna be able to figure
So
it
that's
out.
about a
Something
50%
like
retracement
price.
roughly
These are always the
at
issues,
this
the gaming issues,
resistance
deals.
level here at
We may
470,
return to more of an environment like that,
473.
which would, Jim, mean that we're gonna see more activity.
Right. Well, I remember the ruling on Microsoft Activision. A judge just basically just said.
Okay,
FTC,
Disney's
FTC,
breaking, guys
It's time that
and
maybe
gals.
you
Disney's
thought
breaking
about
down.
how to do
I
your
want
job.
see. I
You
didn't look at
obviously
the
don't really have
Dow
a clue.
either.
I'm really
And that's
shocked that you
okay.
brought this case. A lot
Again,
of
that's
times, David,
okay.
That's regarded as a suboptimal way to look at the FTC's
9061 is the level.
Yes, without a doubt, that could be considered a blow.
If it's very hard to hear
And
me, you
again, we
guys
are
just
in an
let me know,
election
and I'll
year,
turn that
we don't know
CNBC
what
off if you'd
administration
like.
is going to run
All right,
any
so
trust. Let's call it a little more than a year from now. So that comes into consideration as well for a number of companies. But
looks like
Carl,
she's going to
back
try and
you're
make
talking
this
about-
90,
yeah, back to
80
your question
resistance.
overall. Well, we're waiting to see some of these big deals that have been reported on as possible being announced.
And look
but
at Boeing.
it certainly does feel like we're gonna
Boeing's
see,
pulling back,
things
guys.
starting to hit the tape in a
Man,
more,
this sucks because they
prevalent.
kicked my ass yesterday on this trade.
I
I mean, really, I kicked my own ass. Again, 220s, guys. 220 is the level and the options we were looking at. And I am afraid they are a lot more expensive than we paid. You got to be kidding me. We were in these at $1.20. They're at a 250 now.
Well,
That
I do think
sucks,
that
man.
There's two worlds going on. There's the let's not look. at
You're
the
really
near term,
paying up
just
for 'em
near
now,
term.
guys.
Microchip is just not.
And it's
cheap.
okay to pay up for
She's-
things, but
Microsoft.
damn
Microsoft
it.
Semis. But you know what, Carl? If you take yesterday was a big look at the future and what Nvidia's doing. Today is a recognition that near term things aren't so great. You know, David,
all right,
it
we
always
gotta
comes
find
back to
something else.
people saying, don't be so excited about Apple, and Samsung is regarded as a proxy for cell phones. So the near term may not be as good. Yesterday we didn't care. Today it seems to be a focus.
Well, you mentioned Apple. Shares are down about 1% after a gain yesterday, of course, and an overall gain for the
See if we can't get a
Magnificent
bounce
Seven,
to
so speak. Although Apple is
226.
still down 4.6% for the year, Jim. You know, where do you come out in terms of all this different noise that we get on both sides?
so there's
sort of,
Boeing. that's probably a
about iPhone
Dow.
demand,
This is
particularly in
probably a
China,
Dow
and increased
thing.
competition from the likes of Huawei and on from there.
Look, I think that the iPhone demand in China, we hear it could be down as much as 30%. We do have the very exciting launch of the Vision Pro, February 2nd. But David,
All right, so
if
here's the
you're buying
Q's
Apple,
trying to
you're
turn
not
into
buying Apple for the
resistance.
quarter. It just won't make any sense to buy it for the quarter. You're buying it because you think that the franchise is a great one and it can.
Okay,
reinvent
IWM
itself,
getting ready to.
and that action that
It's
Tim Cook doing a
attempting
great
to
job.
hold,
But you know what?
but
When
not
it
doing a
comes to the
very good
Magnificent
job.
Seven, it's
And
the
then
7th of 7. And I think Nvidia
Google,
is the
I
one that
wonder
jumped
where
ahead because
she's
the
at.
near-term
Okay,
is
so Google is right into where I wrote down for a short.
Jim, do you think that
But the
Apple will
market's
ever
pulling
try to-
back,
you know, I asked the question
and
earlier
Google
about
is
NVIDIA in terms of other
still
businesses.
rallying.
What about Apple and large
So,
language models? And
you
the
know, you don't wanna go
expectations there
against the
in terms
grain
of them
there.
Getting involved in their own generative AI
See if this
effort,
button gives like
obviously integrating it with the
472.50.
likes of Siri.
Okay,
Well,
so
they
this
do
was
have a
the
relationship. It's not
471.50 is
talked about
that
much.
support
It's not been
area,
the
that
big
prior
buyer of
resistance
NVIDIA
from
cards.
yesterday as you're
I do
walking
think
up
that
to
they
the
are trying
close.
to figure out how to make it so,
let's see here. I'm gonna
everything,
try and-
it can talk.
I
when
may
you use
try
your
for a short here on
your
Google.
cell phone, the thing that has not been
I
as
may
great
try
as I'd like
this.
is Siri. I think they can make that much more involved with artificial intelligence. They are in our lives. They are the. Look, if anyone's going to do anything with the individual, it's still gonna be
142.
Apple. Most of NVIDIA's
All right, don't do it
enterprise,
until
although they did
142.
announce a very good
142.17.
relationship with PC companies, with
142.17.
Microsoft. But right now, David, if you want the individual,
You see here on this
it's still
1
gonna
minute
be
chart,
Amazon. You know, it's still
top
gonna be Apple.
left.
Amazon
Look at
is the-
that
of the
ascending
7,
wedge. That's a
Amazon is the one that has the
huge
best relationship with
ascending
NVIDIA
wedge
and doing
that
the
I
most.
think is going to
I
break
don't
out to
know.
the downside.
I do think that you,
in my
people think
personal
that Apple's
opinion.
behind. They just
Yeah, because I do
In
know
my
that there is an
personal
expectation
opinion.
again that they are going to launch their own proprietary large language model at some point, Jim, that will power Siri, that conceivably will be
Let's see
more of a
here. Let's see if
competitor yet
Google
again
pulls
with,
back.
With Alphabet, for example, when it comes to search, you'll just be able to ask Siri.
All right, what am I looking
Especially
for?
in light of
And there's the
back
breakout,
to antitrust.
right? We're not
if,
looking
you know,
for that. We're
Alphabet
looking
loses
for
that
this.
big case,
I'm
and they can
looking
no longer
for
pay them that 18,
141.75
$19 billion a year
-ish.
that they do to be the preferred search on the phone.
Oh, come on.
Well, you know, David, I'm thinking better. I think people have to understand there are two antitrust departments. There's the FTC, which has been regarded as amateur hour, even though that their staff is very professional. And then there's Cantor, who runs antitrust. Total heavyweight, used to be at Paul Weiss, does not bring absurd cases. If anyone's going to win a case, it's going to be the Justice Department. I keep thinking that one of these cases is going to go the Justice Department's way. You can't lose everything. You think you can? You're not saying it.
Come on.
No, well, I thought
You're not
maybe
coming
Carl
back.
wanted to get in, so I was giving him a minute.
Oh, that's all right, guys. I'm happy to listen as well. Jim, I wanted to get you on Wells Fargo. Second day in a row now of a downgrade. Yesterday it was Baird. Today it's Deutsche. They do talk about credit remaining volatile, higher level of CRE
144.66 on
JP
Google.
Morgan and Bank of
144.66.
America. We expect a weak net interest income guide, given
144.66.
lower rates and sluggish loan growth. What do you think's coming Friday?
Well, look, I do think that Wells Fargo, running by Charlie Scharf,
144.66.
is fantastic. Yesterday's downgrade did nothing. Today's downgrade, remember, Wells Fargo's been the best of the big banks. Charlie has said over and over again,
144.
commercial real
Wait,
estate
what did
not
I
really
say?
an issue.
No, I done
think
messed
that
myself
they're still
up.
waiting for
Damn
consent
it.
decrees. This is the one, by the way.
All right.
This stock was at
All right,
62
I'm thinking about my,
on February 5th of 2018. It is
Man,
not
this thing
expensive.
still has
You know,
room
David,
longer
what happened
term,
with Wells
though.
Fargo is that the regulators never forgave them, even though Charlie has
And
gotten
look,
rid
there's
of
that small
everybody.
gap fill.
At what point do the regulators say it's the new Wells Fargo
141.26.
run by Charlie and not the old Wells Fargo run by John Stump? When is that going to happen?
Yeah, Jim, I assume it's a rhetorical question. I don't know. I thought it was supposed to happen last year. You don't feel like it did? It hasn't happened yet? They're
I
still...
think it has.
Damn it.
Yeah.
I think these downgraders are underestimating what Charlie Sharp has done. And by the way, David, Charlie Sharp,
Come on, come on, come on,
he
come
is
on, come on,
a
come on,
kind
come
of a
on, come on,
rigorous
come on,
guy.
come on, come on, come on.
And a
All right,
lot of
guys,
people
so I'm
regard
looking
him
at
as
Google
frankly
right
not
now.
that nice, and I mean that in the terms of what niceness is. Real.
And I'm looking to see if I can catch a
Yeah,
reversal.
you know, listen,
It
The
took
SPY's
me
getting ready to
7
bounce. The
years.
market might
David,
bounce. So,
7 years
you
to
know,
make it
really
so I thought he even kind of liked me.
don't
no,
fight
he
the
doesn't.
trend.
I did everything
Yeah,
I
he
could.
doesn't like- he doesn't
I
like
even like his dogs.
Nah, he doesn't like you. Yeah. He's told me.
No, he
I don't
doesn't.
like that.
He's got one dog named Wells and the other one named Fargo. Like NVIDIA? No.
We did get a little bit of a read on the financials from Jeffries, which we always do, of course. Stock's up ever so slightly. And Rich Handler, longtime CEO
right, so
there.
it broke
you know,
it.
Made no
take it,
secret of the
141,
fact that it was a
50.
tough year in 23. Transition year in the economy, in capital markets, and our industry. Challenges as well, he said, and we performed reasonably well. And he eked out a modest return on equity. 3.7% is what that was. And you can see the stock, though, has hung in there and actually had a pretty good performance over the last year as well.
It's going to
Always
be
take a look at
interesting to
Jefferies
see
'cause it does
what
give us a bit
Google
of a
does here,
snapshot, but
guys.
Remember, again, we are looking back here with these quarters. The question is much more, Jim, isn't it going to be about what we hear on the conference calls in terms of not just the current moment, but the expectations as well.
Well, David, first of all, Rich Handler, you're absolutely, I know you're close to him. He's a miracle worker. Jeffrey's stock is up. But David, M&A. If M&A is
All right, so I think
decide that they're all
the volume is really nice on this name here.
the money that's
Yeah,
made in
let's.
M&A, David,
I think we got to look for along the 172,
These can tend to be
142.
particularly when things really get going.
Quote details.
And so it can become a very profitable business for these companies.
Come
very
on.
quickly. And yeah, they're a beneficiary, certainly in the financing side as well as the advisory side at a place like Jefferies.
Sorry about that noise. I know it was loud. All right, guys
and/or the
and gals.
overall to help these deals. So you're right. A robust M&A market helps and lifts the
102,
likes, not just to them, but obviously,
101.
as you'd expect, the Goldman Sachs.
What's the open interest on these?
JP Morgans and on from there. Not to mention, Carl, all the smaller boutiques sometimes we forget that are public now as well. The Evercores, the PJTs, the Moluses, and the like.
David, while I got you, I wonder if you found the Elliott match story interesting in the journal.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it's a big position. I guess that's where I'd leave it. In terms of percentage-wise, a large position. Don't have a lot of insight, unfortunately, to share there on the match thing. I know sometimes we do when it comes to Elliott. On this one, Carl, I'm afraid I come up a little bit empty right now.
Yeah. Jim, we got some Fed commentary yesterday from Bostic, and more interestingly,
Holy
Bowman
cow, these
seemed
people
to
really
roll back
like
some of
this
their
thing.
hawkish stance. 10
Um,
years trying to suppress
Look at them
that below
eating this
40
thing up. That's crazy.
Yeah, look, I think
That is
there are
crazy.
from the Fed who are giving us it's too high. It's
There
too
is
low.
a lot of the 145s, guys. The 145s are
Look, I don't wanna
busy.
be a doomsayer here, but if
They
this
were
really
jumping
is too high,
yesterday.
then you know a lot of the excitement is going to come out this morning.
If you guys could subscribe, hit the like button. We're trying to get to 1,000 likes, and we're gonna get there, and we're gonna have a party, and we're gonna do a giveaway. Are you gonna be a part of it? That's the question. Nah, but I love you guys. Appreciate everything. All right, so she's not holding. I'm really questioning what I should do here. All right, I think I may try for a long on Google.
Morgan Stanley
All right, guys and gals. So the S&Ps are pulling back again.
would be a tough story. I'm trying to
All right, S&Ps are pulling back again. This pullback we had a feeling would come here.
turning positive.
Let's see if we can take this off VWAP.
If he turns positive, what does that
Let's
say?
look at 142.
Sure.
Let's do. You know what? Where's our target? Where was our target?
Well, I mean, I don't
let's
think
look at
he
the
is
full
as
screen.
negative. He's talking about equity prices possibly
I
going
mean, we're still
higher.
way up
Growth
here.
up
Like,
could reaccelerate. I just think if
our
you go
target is
long, David, and
142.
you get a little more positive. Well, what can I say? Sometimes you could argue that that's.
all right, so our target's 142.
Oh man, how about ill-advised?
Could be. It could be. That said, he had a very good call not that long ago. As we said many times, Jim.
When? You mean like before the big rally?
Yes, I mean before the big rally. Yes. We've said many times it's really hard to follow a really good call with another one. You know, that
I'm
is the
really-
history of many of these
guys, I
strategies.
really
They get one
think
thing right. You
that,
can, by the way, that can
you
be
know,
great. That can be a career right there.
I think we need a pullback,
Well, Mike has it.
and then we can go higher. I do. I think we need a pullback, and then we can go higher.
Just saying, look,
All right, 138 and 142 is our middle ground.
It worries
At
me.
least for me. That's the middle ground for me.
It worries me.
Looks like it's failing up here. It's just the volume was pretty decent, I thought,
and then they're fired immediately.
to the upside. So
The founder of founder of FedEx.
Oh my gosh, this thing is killing me right now.
I did. I saw. I saw that he.
Unceremoniously.
All right, so we are struggling here a bit.
That is a tough job.
Oh,
We are struggling there a bit.
That's why they call it
the
Black
English
Monday.
people worried.
Bang, overdone.
Marlon Vera,
All right,
can
let's
attest
do
to
it.
that.
I'm gonna change
Jim,
to
we'll talk
puts.
more about it after the break.
Changing
Quick
to
reminder, by the
puts,
way, if you wanna
guys.
get in on the CNBC Investing Club with Jim, just sign
All
up
right,
and
I'm
find out
changing to
more at
puts. Let's see if we can't take this thing down to 138.
or use the QR code on your
Let's see if we
screen
can't
that
take it to
takes you right there. As we go to
138.
break, we mentioned sort
Let's
of
do
a
it right
lot of
now.
data,
I'm getting into it.
XNFI,
All right, 138 puts.
but we'll keep our
That's a
eye
little
on
far away out of the
bonds
money,
and Jim's point about,
but
some jitters leading
I'm
into
gonna
CPI
shit. It's already
Thursday.
going. It's already
You're still
going,
hovering
and I'm
just a
gonna.
shade above 4 with most of the curve in the green this morning.
I'm
We'll
in
be
it.
right back.
Give me a piece of the pie. All right, I just want to see if we can catch a pullback here. See, I like both. Like I like this low volume pullback on the 3-minute. Okay, this low volume pullback on the 3-minute. So I'm in the 138s right now. I paid 38 cents. This thing's gonna have to move in order for us to get paid. All right, that's a low volume bounce. I just, I wanted to get long, but I feel like longer term, it needs to, it's going to pull back. Again, it's my opinion. It's probably going to bounce back up. It's going to bounce back up. And do we have any data sets here that we need to worry about? See, I was thinking about the long, and the reason I'm having trouble with the long is that and the volume is to the buy side. That's the other thing to this, man. This could be a nice long, but here's what I'm getting at with all of this is like, let me talk this out. Okay, here's the daily chart. I think we can go higher. Okay, I think we can go higher on that aspect of things. We have filled the gap. All right, we filled the gap. 7. Oh wait, hold on. I must have read this wrong. Damn it. I think I read this wrong. Gosh, damn it. Let's see here. What's the SPY doing? This is why I don't like buying out of the money stuff, but I did. It just, to me, feels like we need a pullback on the shorter term. And I feel like we could get that. And what I'm looking for is to see if we can pull Google back here to even 139.50. 139.50, even though it did it pre-market, to 138. All right. Again, that's my opinion. Okay, it's my opinion. Look, it's gonna hold. She's trying to hold.
S&P laggards led by HPE this
What
morning.
did
Of course,
I-
stories
what
in
did
the
I
Journal
give for
yesterday
these?
and Reuters again
That's
this
right,
morning.
38
The
cents.
company's in advanced talks to acquire Juniper for about $13 billion. The Goldman desk points out it's about a 35% premium implied and about 15% of HPE's current market cap. We'll get Stop Trading with Jim in a minute. Dow down 280 to start this Tuesday. Don't go anywhere.
Sorry, guys. Here we go. Very nice. Like I said, I knew we were going to get a bounce back. I just wanted to cover my tracks to make sure that I was okay. Like, it's like, I at least want to make sure that, like, this is what I see. Because, like, I don't need another thing that I'm noticing mess me up. All right. I did pay a little too much for these. This is why it's better to be patient and wait a little bit. All right, it's better to be patient and wait a little bit.
Stranger Things fans, Netflix releases image of the series cast and creators beginning production on the 5th and final season. See Millie Bobby Brown, David Harbour, Winona Ryder.
All right, I gotta charge my phone real quick. Let's look around. Let me give you guys my targets again for this. Look, the volume is very low, and I don't like that. I need this volume to pick up. I need the volume to pick up here. I need the volume to start picking up. They're going to make it a little tricky. That's nice. Okay. All right. So what would I look for here? What am I going to look for? What's going to give me I mean, I have 139.98. Call it 140. All right, 140. 139.50. Like, I wouldn't suggest this, but and we're starting to pick up. All right. All right, so that dotted line there, and I am in 38, 39, 50.
This is what it feels like to file with TaxSlayer.
I'm the refund boss. All your refunds belong to me.
Nope, not today. Save up to 8% when you file with TaxSlayer. Start for free.
FanDuel Casino has your chance at the #1.
All right, so it looks like the market's going to bounce like we said.
Asset.com.
And look, the volume's going to pick up here.
Let's get to Jim and stop trading.
Carl, the most quiet of the Magnificent Seven has been Alphabet. Today, Cowen comes out and says business could be better than expected. Talking about YouTube taking slight share, and it is up. It's
like
the trend, and I think people have to recognize. I know David's a chartist. I am less a chartist, but that is one of the great.
And this is the high from yesterday.
Alphabet may be ready for its next move.
We didn't really
Just,
get to
you
this,
know,
story on the tape that Microsoft might be facing a
That's
full-blown
crazy. How in the hell
EU merger
are they
probe
there
after some
now
of their ties
already?
to OpenAI came
You
out
got to
in
be
that whole
shitting me,
mess.
bro.
Yeah, just try to
People
check
are stopping
here. That's what
out.
you do.
Yeah,
mean,
I
no
paid
matter
way
how
too
you
much
guys
for
want,
these.
a lot of people feel it's a
I paid
shakedown.
way too
Other
much
people
for
feel
these.
it's rigorous. I'm more in the former camp. If they want to be able to say, listen, it's a monopoly. What are you going to do?
It's reclaiming this area. It feels like it's reclaiming this area,
Meanwhile, Jim,
unfortunately.
what's coming up tonight?
And it sucks because,
Well, I'm
like,
doing a healthcare
I was
index
just
report.
saying, like,
I've
in
got
bull
Pfizer,
markets,
I've got
it can
Pfizer,
remain
I've got
oversold,
Lilly,
right? I just feel like we're a bit overdone on this. There could be news. There's news about something, and the real resistance is up here at 141.95.
It's a new revenue silo for us.
Man, that delta's awful too on these.
I mean, people say
On
cable
this name.
doesn't make enough money. Let's move into
Awful.
an adjacency, David.
Linear cable's under pressure. We got to come up with new
Awful.
revenue sources. That could be one. That could be one.
There's
You and
sub
I.
fees
Hey,
and
Carl,
management
you can talk
fees.
about it. We'll do them.
The M&A Investment Club.
It's big.
Jim, we'll see in a bit because you're coming back in the next hour. Jim's going to return with his live interview with Lilly's David Ricks from the J.P. Morgan Healthcare Conference. Lilly, by the way, just a shade below all-time highs this morning at 629 and change. Dow's down 264. We're back in a moment.
Shit. So this looks like a nice retest. Like, I'm looking at it, and like I said, guys, I'm trying to make sense of this. It's going to go higher. It's going to go higher, but I still think we can get a pullback. This is crazy. I don't know how I'm doing this to myself. I don't understand, like, you know, it happens. It happens. It is what it is. I'm still, you know, I still believe in this. Okay? I still believe in this. I still believe in the short term, like morning, you know, okay, we pulled back and we retested this area, but I think we need to pull it back down here to like 138, guys. I do. I think we do. And I could be wrong. I could be very wrong. I could be very wrong.
You know, we're talking about fashion today. How would you describe your fashion?
That's crazy, man. That's fucking crazy. This pisses me off.
2024 and things we should leave behind in 2023, and we're going to put our Good Day members to the quiz. We're going to put them to the test here and see if they know what's in.
Alright, because what's going on here is
Coming up, are you ready for the challenge?
it's holding, and I literally was looking at the long and saying, let's get long, let's take it to 142. And that's probably where she's going. I'm going to hold this because I still believe that that Google can pull back. I still believe it. If they want any type of actual bids, and this is the issue, is like it's going higher with the RSI going high, going lower. That's the messed up part. All right, that's the messed up part. This is a perfect, you know, initial morning high. It pulls right back to it, holds it, holding, and it's pulling back to yesterday's high, right? It's just, you know, that 4 hour, that 1 hour I'm watching, and I'm like, you know, on the daily, it's not bad. Like, we can go higher, longer term, but, like, pull it back, right? Pull it back, and then get the extension to go long. That's my plan, and I'm gonna stick to it. I'm gonna stick to it, because, you know, this is why, like,
Good Tuesday morning, and welcome to another hour of
I was gonna say, I think I broke the camera. I broke the camera. So the S&Ps are moving a bit higher.
NASDAQ giving back 610, so some of
And we
yesterday's
expected
rally is
that.
still up nicely for the week. As far as what's lagging, pretty much everything in terms of
All
sectors.
right.
in the
This is
S&P
why I
500.
didn't want to buy out of the money. I don't know why I bought so far out.
Rolls on with all
Maybe
sorts
it's
of
because it
presentations
moved.
and interviews from Cramer.
And I'm looking at it
Healthcare's
from
up
where,
6
from
tenths.
not where I
Everybody else
entered
is
and looking at
lower.
it from where I'm
Energy is
at,
among
where
the
it's at
hardest hit
now.
groups right now, along with materials, real estate, and industrials. Take a look at treasuries right now. It's been such a focus. We get
Let's look at the
a
2.
3-year note auction a little bit later this afternoon, and then 10-year tomorrow, which is going to be
Hold on
key.
here.
10-year yield sits right above 4%, a little bit higher yields across the curve. We're 30 minutes here into the trading
All
session.
right, let's see here.
Here are some movers we are watching.
So what is a good sign is that it still did not break out. I would have imagined that it would have broken out by now.
Juniper shares are soaring on the Wall Street Journal report.
And it, you know, this is a nice level to hold. But you got resistant. You're heading up into overhead resistance, and and I feel like even then, like, you know, in order for this to actually move higher, you know, Google, it should pull back a bit. You know, I would look for like this level at like 138.85. You know, for a long. If I wanted to be long, I don't want to get long here and say, oh hey, I got freaking 50 cents. Who's you know, who wants to do that? Unless you think this thing's going a lot higher. You know? So that's that on the 2 hour. Let's go look at the 1E. The 1E, which is the 1 hour. And that, you know, again, I could be wrong. I could be completely wrong. That's why there's a disclaimer. If you haven't read the disclaimer, I would read it. You know, you got to come up with your own plan, your own conviction on things. If you want to reach out and you want to work with me and you'd like to get some help trading and learn how to do this, I'd be more than happy to help you with trading. Not in, you know, I can't do it. I'm not an RIA, so I can't help you with investing, but we can sure help you stop losing so much money and actually start being able to manage those losses the mathematical way, the professional way, and allow you to be able to make more when you're right and lose less when you're wrong. That's the name of the game.
Yeah, it's interesting.
That is the
Couple
name of the
interesting
game.
Charts. One is Goldman yesterday. Total household net worth as a share.
Man,
of
I wish
disposable income
CNBC
near
was
all-time
working,
highs.
or the thing
And then
was
a nice
working.
note out of JP Morgan this morning saying this is really
Looks
the
like the
first
wind's starting to try to
tightening
tick up a
cycle where
bit.
you had corporate
CNBC.
profits rise
I don't know
and
what's been
interest
going on. It
expense
worked this
fall,
morning, 6 o'clock.
which
As
they
soon as it turned
argue
6
will
o'clock,
keep,
boop, it just
corporate
went.
profitability strong. And even as we get maybe a rise in unemployment, maybe it's more gradual than in prior cycles.
It's why this cycle was so hard to predict and so unusual in that it feels
Bloomberg.
like the companies, corporates, earnings. are
So
coming out
yeah,
with a
again,
lot
we're
for
trying to get to
consumers.
1,000
The job
subscribers
market is in okay
this
shape
year.
as well.
We're
The
I think
chart
we
that
could reach
I
that
made
number.
today was on consumer
Trying to
credit,
bring
you know,
some
which continues to
institutional
expand. There was a big
investors
announcement
on
from
here.
credit, last month we got from the Fed
They have a
on
lot of
holidays
time that we
and
don't
so
have in the
we
markets that we could
surpassed
learn a
$5
lot from.
trillion in outstanding
All right.
credit. And there you
I
can see
personally
it
think it's
just
important.
goes up and
You
up
see
and
what
up.
I'm saying? Like, this thing
Is
is
that a
just
worrisome sign? It's a sign
moving
that
real funny.
they're taking on
It's
more
going
debt. It's
higher,
taking on
and
more
then
debt,
our
David,
RSI is
but
moving
they're coming
lower.
from a better place because
You know what I
we
mean?
have jobs,
So I'm kind
we
of
have a tight labor
frustrated that
market,
I took
and
this.
They're getting wages. So it
I feel like it
doesn't
might try to
necessarily
break out.
mean that, you know, we have this debt overload
Let's
and
see
things are
here.
falling
The
apart.
volume is to the buy side,
Yeah, I
that's
think,
for sure.
as with a
Or
corporate balance
was.
sheet, it's
I don't know
really
where
a
it
matter
went.
of their ability to pay it back
Now.
or meet those interest costs.
But
and you would expect that
it's got some volume with it today, guys.
Exactly. Otherwise, they have
Let's
to
go.
borrow
Crack that trade line, baby. Let's go. Crack that trade line.
the credit card
Crack that trade line. Let's go. Crack it. Crack it. Crack it. Let's go. Crack it. We can do this. Crack that trade line. Look at all those tails. Small little double top there. Let's go. Let's go. I will put a limit order out in a little bit. I want to see where we get this again. My target. I want to stick to my target. I also am not going to be stupid and just be up money and not take those profits. All right. If you guys are having trouble hearing me, just let me know. I can turn this down or up. If you want me to shut up and listen to CNBC, I can do that too. All right. So trade line VWAP's coming in. So looks like your 15-minute trade line is coming in down here around yesterday's high. That's at like 140.61. God damn it. I hate this fucking volume. The volume is garbage for the side that is trade I'm on. The volume is garbage. Garbage.
So it's not all good news, but mostly the consumer's in a better place. It's a little bit idiosyncratic, David, I would say, where we're getting the warnings.
Let's go. Let's go. God damn it.
Classic action in retail though. Check out Urban Outfitters today on their better guidance.
This
That
fucking
stock
camera's
fell
pissing me off.
Yeah, the retailers, I think the holiday season
She's hanging on.
has been coming in better than
She's hanging on.
you know, they were all kind
She's
of
hanging on.
anxious and gloomy. It feels like we're in this
Look at that volume.
time to predict what's going to happen.
You know, maybe I'm wrong.
When I talk to companies,
Maybe I'm wrong. The thing is I hate when, like, you know, I feel like I'm onto something, and then it happens, and I'm like, oh, look, you know, look at the volume, this, and then I get that explosion in volume just out of nowhere. You know, explosion in volume out of nowhere. That's a low volume 15-minute pullback. You know, do I match this up with a long? Do I try to hedge this short right now? You know? But then that means I'm risking losing the long side or the short side too. So it's like, you know, do I sell some spreads? I could. I could buy the shares outright. I could do that. Like, there are ways that I could minimize this. You know, but I think we got room to 142. What's a 142 call?
To sort of foresee what exactly is coming. By the way, in Albertsons,
93.
Sarah, since you mentioned it, obviously your hometown hero, Kroger, they're still in the deal to acquire Albertsons, but we're waiting to see whether that divestiture
Bid ass.
gets challenged by the antitrust.
When does that, is that going to be this month?
58.
Soon. I don't know timeline-wise. I mean, we're waiting. It could be very soon.
Here it
I
goes.
did want to point that out because you would think otherwise, given they had a strong quarter, that the stock might reflect that. But really, it's deal dynamics at play here, and not the fundamentals.
Market's been
Here she goes. Damn it.
since the beginning, even though Roger Bowen has been confident and said they're prepared to litigate. I think the unions are obviously a challenge. But it will be, and I heard your conversation earlier with Jim and Carl about how companies are feeling about the antitrust environment. It'll
I
be
wrote 141 short to 138.
It will. They do look.
And it looks like it's going to be 142.
At certain divestiture packages.
Damn it. Look at that fucking volume, man.
This one we'll have to see. You do have some strong capital sources in there, like some SoftBank, and so they would say that the player they're creating will be competitive. I don't know, Sarah. I'll leave it to you, given you do cover Kroger very closely.
well, you talk to the bank and the CEO.
All right, I'm going to go back over this, and I'm going to rethink what it is I'm doing. The S&Ps are coming into the pre-market lows. I hope I didn't just waste my time watching Google, and it's not going to do anything but screw me. Because I'm hungry. I want to eat. All right. Let's see here. 138.
I think the story is less about sorting through the difficult.
Again, I'm going to be patient. Today's Tuesday, right? It's Tuesday.
After almost 2 years of Fed.
Yeah, I should have waited up until here.
And really
I should have waited up until here.
what we've all liked to call the Fed put is bad. And I think
Because the stock is going up and you know, relative strength is going down. And that's what's messing me up right now. That's what's messing me up.
They're able now to backstop the economy much better than at any time in the last couple years if things get messy. And that's actually really, really good news for risk assets and for taking
You know, like I said, I think we have room to 142. Here they go. They're going to start buying it right now. You can feel it, and here it goes. It's going to start going up to 142. Easy money trade. Easy money trade.
To be less restrictive going forward if inflation comes down, and I think that's
Easy money trade.
for the markets. Will they do that without it getting messy?
I actually think that's less the key question, Sarah. I think they
That's a bit of reverse psychology, right? Oh, look at this, you know? Got 15-minute VWAP. We're going to rally. You know? Easy money trade, easy money trade. So, hold on one second. Let me fix this.
Yeah, all right. Well, let's get to the latest on
And maybe a bunch of people try to get long and then it does pull back. But, you know, I'm going to stick to my gut and say that... What is going on here?
finding loose hardware on some of these planes that are in question following those planes being grounded. Let's get to Phil LeBeau. Fill us in on what's going on, Phil.
And David, I think both United and Alaska, when they initially started doing these inspections, preparing
All right.
for what ultimately would be the checklist from the FAA in terms of.
So I'll give this $1 to try to make 2. That's my plan. I'll give it $1 to try to make 2.
Start preparing their aircraft, the MAX 9s that they have that are.
I'm so frustrated that Boeing did what it did. You know, it shook me out of the damn trade, and Boeing is looking really like it's, you know, it's a lot of money being made over there.
As many as United, and United earlier yesterday reported that it found loose bolts in some of the MAX 9 planes that it was inspecting. So United has 79 MAX 9 planes in its fleet. Again, they are both awaiting.
I am still in that Google trade.
FAA to do those inspections.
All right, I'm still in it.
If they meet all of the requirements, that will clear the planes to go back into service. Meanwhile, for Boeing, the focus is on Renton, Washington. That's where they build the 737 MAX. That will also be the location of later today. Boeing CEO Dave Calhoun.
It just, you know, this is why I got to start being patient. It's just, you know, from all the times, you know, like I've missed so many trades, and you know, I don't want to miss any trades. It's from doing that. I really felt that we could come into this area and it would reject it. You know, I kind of still think could. I may just need to wait for this to get up to 142.
Exactly how it deals with this question of Sarah quality control.
Phil, thank you very much. Phil LeBeau. Let's bring back Jefferies chief market strategist David Zervos. Got his microphone fixed, hopefully. David, what were you telling us as far as key question for the markets as it relates to the Fed and the economic outlook?
No, Sarah, I just wanted to point out that I don't think the market is focusing in on just.
All right, let's go look at some other things. Let's go look at Microsoft.
And is it
I'm gonna hang on to Google for a couple days. If I'm gonna give that thing some time. Today's only Tuesday. All right, I'm gonna give that thing time. So here's Microsoft looking weak. All right, Microsoft's pulling back while the markets are bouncing. So let's move on. Tesla or the S&Ps pulling up into a bit of resistance. What did we say? Look for that pullback and then see if we can't get a bounce to like 470, you know, get a bounce and kind of consolidate today. I said 475. That's a stretch. But, you know, on a day with a consolidation, you'll be lucky to see $2 or $1. Right? Closing right where she opened up.
That's what the market's going to key off up in 2024, and that's a really, really valuable put structure to have.
Yeah, what's Tesla doing? Is it
that we did not have in 2020.
Yeah. She's going to 220.
In the tapering or
Damn, she didn't even. So look at that volume. Damn. I missed it. All right, let's do this. So we're on to something. Thank you for bringing Animal. You got to bring these up early. Like, yo, look at Tesla. Look at Tesla. Like, that's what we're here to help us out for. Look at the volume on Tesla. I didn't even see that. You know, it's not your job to do that, but this is what a group is for, right? So when we all identify something, like, hey guys, we got a ton of volume here on Tesla. Take a look at it, right? We're here to help each other out. You know, I'm only one person, but yeah, Tesla's got a ton of volume. That's what we want. If there is a ton of volume, I want to know about it. You know, I want to know about it.
They're not really sure where this, QT wall hits, and they don't want to hit it. So as long as
Come on, man. This fucking thing. I'm getting sick of OBS. I really am. I'm getting sick of it. Sick of it.
I think it makes no sense in the world. So I think you're going to get that bonus, and I think the market's going to key off that in a positive way as well. I'm pretty positive coming into this year, sir. We were positive on the high yield markets. We didn't want to make it all the way to equities last year.
Tesla, look at that clear double bottom there.
The equities did great anyway, and I think that's because inflation came down.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, still, I mean, I didn't know if you, oh, you're saying from earlier you just looked at it. Yeah, it is a good thing that you took profit. I was telling you that. I'm like, I hope you guys take profit. It's always good to do that. You know, always do that. You'll never harm yourself by not taking some profits. You know, and if you're buying a few contracts or only one, it doesn't matter. Just take the profit. You know, I should probably stop out of this Google trade, but I want to give this thing some time. Dude, this fucking camera, really, I'm going to throw it across the room. I'm going to throw this thing across the room because it's just, I'm going to throw it outside. It's not the camera, it's OBS, I think. I think it's OBS. Alright, so 15 minute. 71. Let's go to an hourly chart.
I think you know what this one's going to be, Thomas.
71.
You revealed something on the show this morning that, yes, it did. It shook me to my core.
I can't fucking believe this shiz. The volume is very low in Google, and I didn't know about it, and I'm the idiot who took the bait. 6. I don't know. The news has just got me thrown off. I'm sorry. Alright, OBS is good. Is it working? Let's see. Camera's on. Yes, we're good. Okay. Google. So, I'm in a Google short right now. I'm going to try and give this some room. I entered it a bit early. So, I am down a little bit on it right now. And after Boeing, I got no patience for being down. All right? After not holding Boeing like I should have, I ain't got patience for this. So I entered a bit early on this name. The volume isn't that great either. So we're going to get this. I got faith. I mean, we have a 15... man. You know what I should have done? This is what I should have done. I might be looking at this all wrong, guys. No, I'm okay. I'm alright. I'm alright. Apple and Microsoft has started to recover, but not the 50-day moving average. Yeah, that's... I was looking at Microsoft. Actually, I wanted a piece of Microsoft, and I'm still looking to get a piece. Oh, shit, man. Yeah, this thing could go higher. Damn it. I still think, I still think 142 we get a pullback. You just got to be careful because just because you get to a resistance level doesn't mean that it's going to sell off. That's the kicker. It doesn't mean that you're going to get that pullback you're looking for or gap down. You could, but again, I'm going to stick to my plan here. I'll give it till tomorrow, and I'm going to start watching Microsoft or something. I want to try to get... We already did that. We already made that support. Like, I would like a 139 test. I would like a 139 test. That's what I'm looking for. 139-ish. I mean, it did kind of pull back here to 140, but... Alright, let's go to Meta. I'm going to start looking at Microsoft and Meta and stuff. Alright, so here's the markets bouncing. And we expected that. What did we say? We expected it pre-market. We said it pre-market. We said let's look for that pullback, and then we look for that bounce and start walking it up on the SPY. Alright, start walking it up. Let's see if it pulls back to this 142. It's kind of changed its plan up now. I would look for 172.50-ish. Right around this area. Because what might happen is it might try to rally. And it would bring the trade line up to it. See if it tries to rally and then pulls back, which will raise that trade line.
So I think both Lilly and our competitor will pursue indications that can then be listed. But here we're not listing the precursor disease, obesity. We're going to be listed for the follow-on disease, congestive heart failure, sleep apnea, major cardiovascular risk. So I think...
All right, guys, I'm going to stay focused real quick. It might be quiet for just a minute, but I need to find something.
Is that smart? I don't think so. I think we should try to prevent those diseases to begin with. That would be treating obesity. There's a bill on the Hill to propose to change the law, but who knows what Congress is going to do. So we're working at that problem.
I'm going to go...
both ways.
I'm going to use the restroom, and I'll be right back.
Lilly Direct last week, two things that you announced I thought were Lilly Direct, which is great for the consumer, but you also said, look, this is not a vanity drug.
Correct, yeah. Very important point. First of all, we know there's supply constraints. There's so many people with real overweight and obesity. That's where we want our medicines to go. That's where they're studied, designed to be treated, and that's where we focus our marketing and our communication efforts with doctors. So I just wanted to be clear.
I'm actually thinking we might be able to take... Man, am I going to be wrong on this too?
And
let's look for a long here on Microsoft.
We cannot guarantee their safety or quality. And
look for a pullback and then see if we can take a long at 371.
We understand that we're working hard to make more medicine.
That's what I'm looking for on
Part of
Microsoft.
this year for Lilly is executing and manufacturing, but we said that as well. And then we launched the Lilly Direct site, and people ask, well, why would you do that? Our normal path is to distribute to wholesalers and sell through pharmacies, but a lot of people, in particular people with obesity, reported to us how difficult it was to get a doctor who would be willing to prescribe one of these, an obesity specialist, and that's what our website lists, the doctors you can go see in your neighborhood that have raised their hand and said, I've got certification in this area, or a telehealth platform that does a great job who only have obesity specialists. And then the other thing we do is we can ship it directly to your door.
pharmacy in the U.S. has changed a lot in the last 10 years. A lot of neighborhoods don't have one. A lot of rural areas don't have one, and people prefer that option in many cases. So we're just creating choice so people can get the medicine more easily.
Well, I've had Amgen on. I'll be speaking to Regeneron. I had Roche. They all say they've got something better, as if you're not working on something better, that you're static and you're wedded to a once-a-week shot. You're thinking about all these other combinations, a longer-acting in pill, right? That's just not something Lilly says, no, I don't want that.
Of course. I mean, first of all, we've been working in this area. We launched the first GLP-1 in 2005 in the United States. It was a twice-a-day injection. And, through the years, we've improved this type of product dramatically. We launched Trulicity, a big seller for us. That was the first weekly. And then, of course, tirzepatide, the first dual-acting, so GLP plus GIP, in our pipeline in phase 3. So there's 3 phase 3 projects in the industry, 2 from Lilly, 1 from Novo. So the leaders are still the leaders in the latest phase. One of them is triple-acting. So if tirzepatide harnesses 2 hormones, retatrutide is the name of it, will harness 3 and promises weight loss potentially 25 to 30%, so higher than tirzepatide. And then we have the oral project, or orforglipron, it's a difficult name to say, which is a GLP-1 oral that's in phase 3 now. And that has the potential to perhaps scale in a different way. It's a different production system, but also be a more convenient once.
That's the area I was looking for on Microsoft.
We spend most of this time talking about donanemab and what you're doing in terms of trying to slow down or prevent or at least hold off dementia. Yep. And you've got possibility of being improved soon on this.
But the volume looks like it's on Tesla, though. You know what I'm saying? So it feels like it's on Tesla. I do kind of like this. What do you guys think? Who here thinks we can, do you guys think I am wrong in this thesis on Microsoft?
So if you're wondering if your handshake is less firm, that says, well, you tend to make a poor impression on someone and you may be...
Come on.
What about the way you walk? Sam, can you show us a little strut? Yes.
Let's see here.
Work that runway. Pretend like there's a runway right here, and then we're all going to have you rate Sam's walk.
Okay, so there's tails. So now this is a key area here, guys, on Microsoft. I want to see the volume decrease or increase on the upside. It's fucking breaking it.
How would you describe Sam's walk?
The other area that I would look at for this on Microsoft, would be back down here at 371. And what did we write down on for Microsoft? 371. That's what we wrote. 371.90 to 372. We also wrote that area. And look, it's starting to break. So let's see if they can recover it. It doesn't look like they're going to. It's pulling back. So I'm holding off on that. Some of these names, let's see, the market's up at pre-market resistance. So the market's up there at pre-market resistance on low volume, trying to pull back. So look, it just took that level out too, man. Just took that level out too. So Microsoft, I feel like right now has a mind of its own. It's in a downtrend. Don't fight the trend. Unless it's coming back all the way back down here. That sucks. Now you're going to start seeing this thing drop. Why is this doing that? It's got to start putting a bottoming in. In order for me to think about Microsoft to the upside, it's got to prove it to me. The resistance area would be here at 370.90. 370.90 on Microsoft would be the area that I would want to see it hold. Right? And you can see the tails kind of coming in there. There is a gap filled down here. Oh my gosh, this dude is a goofball. Alright, let's see, man. What's that? Meta's doing what? You shorted Meta? Okay. Alright, so this is a level here. So it didn't. Microsoft did not hold. 371.90. What's the volume like on that? That's what I want to know. The volume. If it's got low volume, I don't want it. I mean, I'm not like yelling at you or anything. I'm just saying, like, you know, in order for me to feel good about something, I want volume. This doesn't have any volume. All right, you want to know something that does have volume? Tesla. Look at the volume on Tesla. Right? Look at that volume compared to days past. All right, if it don't have volume, I don't want it because it's not going to move. It's not going to pay you because you got to understand, like, even in option stuff like that's going to, it's going to give you more. There's going to be more people involved and bids, and it's just that's what I want. You know, I want volume. Look at Tesla, increase in volume from yesterday on the break through the 50-day, broke the 50-day on an increase in volume. That's a technical setup. We'll wait for the bounce back to the 50-day, which it's about to do, it looks like. And then I'm going to take that short with the low volume pullback to it. So Tesla is on my watch list. I'm watching Tesla. Wow, I almost thought my leg was going to cramp up there, my hamstring. So Tesla's got some decent volume. I did take Google, which I still feel is poop. I should not be in this thing. Let me make sure my little girl didn't just try to come in here. The door's shut because of the wind. It is still a little breezy. So Google pulled back, guys. So Google's pulled back. I'm still in that Google trade. I'm still in Google. But yeah, let me look at Meta. Meta may have a setup, though. I'm pretty sure I looked at it, right? Meta. M-E-T-A. Alright. Yeah, Meta's got a nice setup where it breaks and see if it can, you know, collect that bounce. See if you get some buyers here. I don't think you do. That would be an okay short. I think the short, though, may be up there at 360. You know, it's kind of doing the same thing as Google. Let's see. That's a 15-minute. Let's go to a 4-hour. Let me go to the 4-hour. Okay. Let's go to the daily. Daily. Sorry. All right. So the daily. That's the daily. Let's go to a 1-hour. All right. Man, I daily. All right, 1 hour, 15-minute. I know. I'm watching. You know, Meta. Listen, I would hold on to this trade if you could, man. 347.50 is a very nice area. I'm gonna wait for Meta. It's doing a pullback right now. I wonder if my camera keeps going because the sticker's still on it. Like a fresh hat. You might not know about that, but like in the States, the little, like some yo boys would wear hats with the stickers on the brim. So I want to see if you get a, why? Yeah, I was like, what the hell? So I want to see if we get a bounce back. Listen, I'm going to try to set an alert. If Meta gets up here, so look, it's holding this as support now. It's holding that level as support. It's holding that as support. I want to be short at 360. 360. All right, 360 would be the level. That's a pullback into 358. That's a pullback into 358. It's holding. See if it bounces higher. I think this thing goes a little bit higher up into this area. Nice job, man. You want to see the crash? That's going to be down here. Let's see if we can get another test of like, you know, this area down here. I would like to get Meta back down here to 347 or 347. Yeah, 347. I'm going to look at JP Morgan real quick because I think they were pulling back. All right, JP Morgan. This is a nice one. All right, these are starting to roll. These are starting to pull back. Let's look at the overall markets. Look at UNH. Here's what I'm going to do. When I'm ever curious on like what I think's going on, just have a look at the markets. Look at UNH. That's a really nice cup and handle. Let's look at this. What is that? 2%. I would watch out for UNH. That is a really nice cup and handle. You want the price action to be nice and tight. You want the volume to be where it should be. Look at that. That's a low volume pullback. You got an increase. You got an increase in volume on the way up. A low volume pullback, and man, oh man, if you get a 530, 529, 530, long on this name, watch out. I think UNH is going. I do. I think UNH is going. That's a really nice head and shoulder cup and handle there. That could be a very nice cup and handle. Just to bring it to anybody's attention. Look at that increase in volume. It even did it on the daily, guys. It even did it on the daily. Look at that. On that bar, that increase in volume and that extension. Yeah, I think Meta's gonna. That's what I think. So JP Morgan, healthcare, and let's look at Apple real quick. Let's see what the market's doing, and that'll give us an idea on what we think the markets are going to do. All right, so look, Apple pulled in to support, guys. This could be nice. This could be a nice play on Apple. This could be very nice. Let's see. Let me get the daily chart. Man, that's a nice pullback in on Apple, guys. I'm ready to knock this fucking day out of the park. SPY is trying to hold support here. Let's fucking go. Excuse my language. And look, it's holding the 100-day moving average. Let's see if we can take it to the 50-day. Alright, I'm going to go take a long on Apple. I'm going to look for a long on Apple, guys. Man, I don't want to spend too much money on this thing. I may just dwindle my position size down, is what I'm going to do. Let me, let's go to a daily. Bang. Okay. Give me an hourly. Shit. I'm trying to hurry up. I'm trying to hurry. That's a low volume. Okay. Alright, I think it's happening now. Alright, I think Apple is ready, guys. I think Apple's ready. So, I'm going to take a long here on Apple. It's a 5-minute chart. Man, if I could get... It already did it. It already pulled in a 120... Shit. So the thing is I'm gonna have to watch the timing on this Apple trade in accordance. You know what? I'm just going for it. I may just go for it. Yeah, I'm gonna take this Apple trade. Man, it's not giving me many options. What about next week? No, give me January 26. All right, guys. So I'm gonna do a 190 for next week, January 19th on Apple. All right. Ooh, that just went down. All right, I just took a January 19th on Apple 190 call. All right, 190 call on Apple. Looks like it's coming into resistance here. Maybe I'm kind of... I know the camera's frozen. I'm sorry. Just give me 1 second. All right, so I got two positions on. I have a short and a long. Okay. Let me figure out what the hell it is that I'm doing. All right, let's go here. All right, I gotta fix the camera. See, the thing is like Google's, those contracts fell a bit, and then let me see here. Let me look at Apple. I don't really know if I like the volume on Apple. The volume is way to the sell side. Now I'm second guessing myself here. Even though I got 2 weeks on it, I still want to get my entry correct. Yeah, I might get out of this and try to get a better entry, guys, on Apple, because I really think that I think she might give us. You know what? What do you guys think? Comment in chat. What do you guys think? Should I let it pull itself back, or just get, what do you guys think? What are y'all's thoughts? I got 2 weeks on it. I'll let it be. I'll let her be. If it pulls back a little bit, that's fine. Because what I'm looking at is like, even on the daily, like it pulling back again to this area and putting in like a double bottom-ish. Like, because it feels to me she's struggling here. The volume to the buy side is horrible right now. And I feel like it's just, it is. I'm going to hold it. I'm going to leave it. I'll let it catch up to the trade line. I'm going to let Apple do what it needs to do. I got 2 weeks on it. I'm not going to worry about it. Today's Tuesday, so I'm not worrying about it. I'm not even stressing it. I'm not going to stress it. But the thing is, I am the type that I want my entries and stuff like where I want them. I want to pay the price I want, because it helps me make more when I'm right than lose when I'm wrong. Like, that's the whole point of trying to get my entries correct. So let's see here. See if the SPY can hold on to 472. We just got to watch for news and things like that. Let me get that going. Let's go to this chart. All right, let's go look at this chart. Bang, bang, bang. All right, that is... So what I was saying, I know I'm stuttering and I apologize, but like I would have liked that entry there. I would have liked this entry here. Even this. Let's go look at Google. I don't have as much time on this, so this is a good sign, kind of. This is kind of a good sign, I guess, is that you were not able to extend up to 142. The only problem I have with this is like it could just stay here and you'll see like the RSI and you'll see the MACD just start dropping. And I missed Meta. I thought I looked at it. Oh shit, yeah, Meta was right there at the entry. That is the entry on Meta. It's still got a little bit of room. It's still got a little bit of room. Let it try one more time for it. That's what I would do. I'd let it try again one more time. We're coming into 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock's when you get that real institutional order flow. A lot of people don't really... They think 11 o'clock is lunchtime, but it's not. You know. So, not bad, though. I tried to, you know, let you guys know that I thought today would be more of a consolidation type of day. And figure out, you know, just to buy time. So, you know, even just saying that, it's probably not the best time to buy things like options, even with time, because it feels like the markets are just going to stay in a little bit of a range and not necessarily move, unless you have names like Tesla, right? That have nice volume. Look at Tesla finally coming in there at that level. All right, I like trading on Mondays because Mondays we get nice volume. We get some real good movement. Tesla's down 2.9% right now, 3%. High to low, not from the yesterday's close, but high to low. What is that? 238.97. 239. So it went what? 6 points. 9. 8, 7, yeah, 6 some points, and it can do on a nice volatile day. It could do 10 to 12. So there, I think there's still a little bit of room left to the downside on Tesla to get to that 200 day. You know, I'm not going to worry about it. Looks like it's trying to do it now. You know, I'm not going to stress that. It's actually making lows and RSI is piling up. So it may take out these lows here. It very well could. I think Tesla needs to get up here. I think Tesla needs to get up higher. I'm sorry. I was thinking that it was there. ICIC banks. Banks have some amount of volume. Yeah. They were on my watch list last week. And I was a little early. on the pullback. Alright, let me put this here where it belongs. So there's the 50-day. So it looks like Tesla's got to pull back a bit. Alright, let's do this. If you guys are new here and just joining us, if you could, we're shooting for 1,000 likes. I keep saying that. 1,000 subscribers. I think we can do it. Matter of fact, I know we can do it. I know we can. Because that's what we do. We're doers. We're a bunch of doers. Like, subscribe. If you guys have any questions, if you're new, welcome. Alright? I hit you with the sub and like. Let me first welcome you. If you guys are new to trading, whatever questions you have, don't be afraid to ask. If you see something, throw it in the chat. We're all here for the same goal. We're looking to prosper. I don't know. I got confused there because I thought I was looking at Apple. Because when I switched, the screen said Apple, then it switched to Tesla. All right, is my stuff's not working here. Yeah, see, it's messing up. MSFT. Let's go look at Microsoft. I am still interested in Microsoft. All right, I still want this name. Let me look at Google one more time. Let's go to Google. And Google's trying to go. I think Google's going higher. This sucks because the stock's going higher and the RSI is pulling back. I don't like that. That's going to be strength to give it more upside. I don't like that. I should have stuck with my original analysis and went long this name. I should have went long, but I didn't, like an idiot. I'm like, oh, let's. I think it's going down. That's okay. I'm gonna make mistakes. We're all gonna make mistakes. I got in a bit early. I do think that there is a pullback needed for Google. I do think there's a small pullback needed. Doesn't mean that it will. I do know him. I do know him. I do know Andrew. Let's see here.
The bride emailed and offered to make a $200 donation to the coffee shop. The coffee shop declined the offer and is asking for
Alright, so
$500, which is their normal.
daily chart on Google. Alright. 58 RSI, not too bad. Let me fix the damn whatchamacallit thing. Camera. Let me fix that first. Bang, bang. Alright, this is Google, right? Okay, so again, our resistance really isn't up until 142. And I got in a bit early, and I should have recognized that. Dude, this fucking pop-up at the bottom. Sorry for cussing. I usually don't cuss like this, but... you know, I don't dislike him. I don't dislike him. You know? I don't really like, I don't really like follow people like other people do. You know what I mean? Like where they look up and they want to be like them and stuff. Like, nah, fuck. You know what I mean? Would I smoke a cigar with him? Probably. You know, I don't dislike him, but I also don't like, I don't need motivational videos because I'm already motivated. Come in here, what we said this morning. We're hungry. Let's eat. It's right here. You know how much money is in this market? There's probably close to, I don't know, 15 trillion, 20 trillion. Okay? Close to $20 trillion in the market. And if we just get our little piece of that, all we need is a little piece. And Andrew Tate is working for us. So, all right. So here's what I'm looking at. I kind of like what I'm seeing here. I don't know why I didn't see this earlier. I thought that I did. I feel like I looked at this and I could have swore that. Okay, so this pop in the 142. Let me look and see how much I'm down. What am I in? I mean, I'm down a little bit. I can handle this. Because I think I can at least break even on this. I gotta watch Apple too, because I do have that position on as well. Alright, so Google, man, I paid way too much for that Google contract. I paid way too much for that. And that's the... Fuck. Alright, so what I'm seeing here is I want to see a test of 142 and reject. Like, that's about it. I mean, I guess, you know what, even looking at it, because I came into this and I wanted to be long. And I sit here, and as I'm looking and going through this, I may have to go back and like look and see what am I doing here? Because the first week was fucking cake. Alright, it was easy. three or four green trades. Now you notice that Google is struggling there. You guys can see that it is struggling a bit. But the more that it struggles like that and just sits there, you know, that's not what I want. I just got my entry wrong. I'm gonna give Google time. That's why position sizing is important, because I still think I can get out of this break even. We wake up tomorrow, it's hard to say where we're at. Even tomorrow afternoon. Today's Tuesday, so.
Join us today and learn more about our $300 checking account bonus. Additional terms apply. Visit citadelbanking.com/300 for details. Citadel, building strength together. A Forbes Best in State.
I mean, and the day's not over. It's still only 11 o'clock, but let's just hope it doesn't give me a 143. You know, I was going to be long this name in the morning, and then I changed. I changed up because of the analysis that I saw, that I was like, I think this thing is a bit overdone from yesterday, and I think we could get a pullback, and that's what I was looking for, was a pullback to really see if Google could start to take that long. And I'm looking for 180, 139, and even 138. 138 would be ideal. 138.50-ish. You know, that would be ideal. That's my target. But, you know, I'll settle for a 139 test. 139.50. You know, it's 142.50. Like, this stinks. And I don't want to go ahead and think I can get long this name right now, because you're messing yourself up. 15. Let's go to the 5 minute. Fucking and Boeing, guys, we were short Boeing at $1.20 yesterday, and I should have held it. I should have held that thing, or at least got back in when it was at the area that I thought we would reject. You know. I wasn't sure if the market makers were going to play around with that thing like they did, and they did. They played around exactly like I thought they would. Shake everybody out, take their money, and then dump it. That's exactly what they did. So that didn't surprise me that it just took forever to get to those pre-market highs on Boeing, and then it did what, you know, everybody wanted it to do. You just had to be patient. Because people are coming in thinking like, oh my God, it's going to fall out of bed like as soon as the bell opens. You know, you get this limit down order, and that never happened. They screwed with people. But it's okay, you know, being in the market, you'll kind of, I don't know. Yeah, through time, like the longer that you have in the markets, the better you'll get as a person. All right, so let's turn that into resistance. Alright, so this is Google. Let me do this. I'm going to grab something to drink. I'm going to look at Apple, and I want to look at a few names here on the 2 minute. I'm still not done. I'm still not done, guys. I am still looking to eat. Alright, I'm still looking to eat. Alright, so that's Google. Let me look at Apple. I need to start setting alerts because I have too many positions on right now. Alright, so this is cool. I want to hold 183.50. I want to hold that level on Apple. And you know what? This is also what sucks. Like, this is exactly what Google was doing that I ignored. And I usually don't ignore it. Look at the volume. That's kind of telling me that this level ain't going to hold. That it's going to give us another shot at the 100-day moving average on Apple. So I should get rid of this. Like, the volume is not there today. And it just broke the fucking level. So this is why I need to start listening to myself. You go against the grain, and this is what happens. That's why volume is so important, because it kind of gives you an insight as to you know, how you should be taking your trades. And look, there's the pullback on the SPY. The SPY has a bit of low volume. Let's see. Let me look at a 15-minute chart. I don't know why CNBC is still not working. CNBC. Still fucking working. I gotta call the cable company. So we have this huge support level up here at 187.50. All right, Microsoft falling, guys. Damn it, I fucking knew it. This market's gonna fall. I have a short on, but I don't know if I'm in the right part for a short. MSFT. Look, guys. Look, I knew it. I should have took the damn long on Microsoft. Ugh. It was telling us to take it. It was telling us to take it. It was putting in the bottoming process.
Anytime, doesn't matter where you are. You can be down the shore, you can be in Florida. Got a lot of people from Florida, California saying they watch us, so we appreciate it as well.
Look at that.
Safe today in this weather, all right? We'll see you tomorrow.
Let's go, Microsoft, and help Apple out with it. Please help Apple out. I think Apple's gonna poop the bed right here, guys, because of the because it's bumping up against the 15-minute trade line right now. All right, let's hold this. Come on, Apple, you can hold this level. It just doesn't have the damn volume. Why is the volume not working? Come on. Cause my son. Damn, she lost a lot of weight. So we have the trade line here on Apple, and I would like to be able to break that trade line to the upside like it's doing now and start to make it support. Right? Try to start making that support. It just sucks, man, because yesterday Apple it went to the 185 already. It's like, come on, man. Like, you know, it did it in one shot. And I'm getting hammered on Google, by the way. I'm getting hammered on Google. Alright, let me fix everything that I have going on here. I'm going to grab something to drink. Sounds like there's another fighter jet up above again. Give me 1 second. I'm going to grab something to drink, guys. I'll be right back. There's a Spy getting a nice little bounce. Let's go, Spy. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Man, that sucks because that's not going to help my Google trade. But I have an Apple long that may or may not offset it. I'll have to find out the hard way. So, yeah. See, it's frustrating because I feel like my timing is a bit off. Yeah, my timing is way off. This thing's just gonna go on light volume. But, you know, you could just wake up and you have a gap down or something. Doubt that happens. You know, I doubt that happens, but that's the thing. So it clears this level on Google, and now it's going to hold it and turn it into support. So if I go to the 4 hour, all right, 4 hour. It's at 48. A fan cam. So if Google, I have two options with this. I could just go ahead and buy if it gives me the pullback, and I'm starting to see that pullback holds. I gotta stick to my guns here. I think I have to stick to my guns here. I think. Just like the video I seen yesterday. Maybe I don't know if I should think or what. Man. Let's see here. Guys, if we could, can we get a couple of likes going? That'd be awesome. It'd be awesome if we could. Pull back, bang. 140. And she's just going to go. Google's just going to go. If you guys took this short, I apologize. Alright, I apologize. But sometimes, you know. So there's the 1 hour. 15 minute. And then let's go. Oh, that's half hour. 15 minute. Okay. And then let's go to the 5 minute. It's dropping like I thought. I wish CNBC would be on. But again, something's going on, and I may or may not have a storm coming later. They're talking about 60-mile-an-hour winds and stuff. So, like, you know, and I say this from time to time, I'm like, guys, just because something's going higher doesn't mean it's a long, and just because the stock's pulling back doesn't mean it's a short. And that's this case right here. I'm not sure if I'm just trading to trade and not really thinking about the volume and stuff. That's why volume is important. Or that's why I like volume. Like, go ahead and we look at Tesla, and you can see the move that Tesla made. And what does it have along with that move? It's got volume. So, you know, me sitting here trying to short Google because I think it, you know, it has a nice pullback in it. You know, it doesn't mean that it's going to make me money. So, these are lessons I'll have to learn from. Got a few nice wins under my belt last week, and I don't want to start going backwards. This is a year we're going forward. It's the year we're going forward, so. Alright, I'm going to grab something to drink. I will be right back.
today, and let's not forget this aircraft went through the Boeing inspection process and FAA inspection process before it was delivered. So very different messages about how aircraft are being delivered. And second, I think it's more of a focus on the supply chain. Supply chain throughout the pandemic was very constrained, either it was materials or labor. And we saw management changes at Spirit given the 3 issues they had last year.
And what did I say? What did I say? This morning I said, think about all these people that are getting short, and what's this thing going to do? It's going to run right up back up into this level, because you know what? We're going to get short. If in order for me to take this thing short, I am going to trade that up here. That is a fact. If it gives me 230, I'll take the short. Right now, I'm not taking the short. It's got to give it to me first. What I'm getting at is you had this fail, like it just failed off the 50-day. And what has it done? It's recovered that whole move. It's back up there. So therefore, I'm expecting a little bit of a pullback, all right, to 225.50. Let's see if I'm correct. And I'm going to go back to this. All right? Look at this. So, well, there's a 15-minute trade line. It's love to reject that. That's a fact. All right? That's a fact. All right, there's that. Okay, pull back to 225.11-ish. And then it tries to bounce again. Maybe get a low a day of the prior day. Or it's able to reclaim that trade line. Pulls back, and I want to see it bounce. I want to see if we could just get 230. Maybe we don't. Maybe we don't get 230. But I wouldn't be surprised if we... Or I would be surprised if it doesn't give us a 230, 229 area. I guess you could consider this pre-market and after hours resistance already. So there are sellers there up at that level. But what about 230? You don't have much going on up there. So I'm looking for 230.
Airline earnings-wise is still way below where they were pre-pandemic. That's exactly what you're not seeing with a Delta or United, which are actually much closer to their pre-pandemic earnings stream. So I think it's a mixed bag.
I mean, the pessimism reflected today. It's down 8.5% on top of an already double-digit slide. Stephen, Sheila, we'll leave it there. Thank you. A lot of news in airlines.
It's a complicated business for a reason. Let's get back to the broader markets as we get set for some key inflation data later this week. Our next guest is expecting a soft landing, but says the street might be overly optimistic about the number of rate cuts that's currently getting priced in, predicting we'll see the Fed ease policy 3 times this year, beginning in Q2. Joining us here at Post 9 is Barclays Head of Research, Jeff Melly. Jeff, it's great to have you. Thanks for the time this morning.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
So kind of fits with what Bostic at least suggested yesterday, right? Although he's a relative dove.
All right, there's the extension on Google. I'm struggling right now to think to myself whether I should get out or not, or if I give it to 142. I have time. It's just fucking pissing me off. All right, I'll be right back.
Are you heartened at all by certain annualized views of inflation that show it below target and this conversation about an undershoot?
Not really. I think obviously the high-frequency data can be a little tricky to interpret. We think there are structural factors, including the very robust labor market, which is going to factor into wages, and that we're only really starting to see the wage stories play out, and that'll end up being supportive of inflation above the Fed's target. And I think that, you know, in the end, the Fed is going to be very closely attuned to both to inflation and the growth side. We're not expecting a recession, as you said. We think there's going to be a soft landing. You put those factors together, I think it doesn't lead to such aggressive cuts.
So you think inflation settles where?
2.5.
2.5.
Right.
Which will be good enough, you think, for them to start cutting?
Good enough to cut a bit, because it will say that current policy is a bit restrictive, but not enough to be on like a full-on easing cycle.
Which is the 6 cuts. That's
yeah.
currently priced
That's right.
in to the market. You know, we've seen inflation come down even with the tight
Appreciate
labor
y'all.
markets.
That's right.
Even with
You're the
wage
real
pressures
MVPs. I see
that
y'all
we've
out there.
seen, there's now deflation in many parts of the goods sector.
That's right.
Services is cooling off. Rents are lagging and they're coming down.
Yep.
So why are you against consensus?
We're against consensus primarily because we don't see the labor market softening, and so the wage story, I think, only goes so far. And so the immediate wage pressures around 10% inflation, sure, those have eased off. But fundamentally, unemployment, in our view, stays very low. And with unemployment staying that low, there's only so far down the wage pressure it can get.
What happens to, do you think we ever get a full disinversion of 2s10s?
I don't. I think that the current curve is probably a bit, it's probably overpriced cuts a bit too much. And so if anything, I think there will be some upwards pressure on the front end from here, but we're only talking about a difference of 3 or 4 cuts. So, not too much excessive pressure.
So where do you think bond yields settle here? And what do you think ultimately that does for equity prices?
Well, we think that bond yields could come up a bit from here.
Yeah.
And I think as a result, we do actually prefer equities over fixed income. We think the fixed income market is a bit over-optimistic, as I said. That being said, we're over-optimistic because we think the underlying strength of the economy stays strong. That ends up being good for equities.
Where do you see payrolls, say, mid-year? Do we get close to that 75K?
You see how the
where
camera's
you're
just
sort of
messing up
taking
quicker
care
and
of new
quicker and
entrants?
quicker. I don't
Well,
understand.
I think they actually
I messed it up this
above that,
morning.
and I think that's part of the strength
I
of the
messed it
underlying
up.
market. I think companies are reticent to let people go. There's still enough momentum in the underlying economy to support some job creation from here. So I think that story stays pretty strong.
Yeah, I think that's the corporate job hoarding story
right.
continues to get legs, even with some of these restructuring stories at the micro level, whether it's Unity Software or Spotify or some others, right?
That's
it's
right.
not getting reflected in the macro.
That's right. And these are high productivity, highly skilled workers that we're talking about. They're easy to recycle back into the economy, and I think that's what we're seeing.
Jeff, appreciate it.
Great.
It's going to be a fascinating year no matter what.
Great.
Thank you. Jeff
Thank you.
Milley, Barclays.
Up next, 2 big guests from the JPM Healthcare Conference. The CEO of Bausch + Lomb, shares falling yesterday after the company said it is going to be a year of investment, looking to fundamentally change the way it operates.
And then the chief executive of Novartis is with us. We'll get his response to reports the company's close to closing a $10 billion plus deal to expand its cardiovascular pipeline. Stay with
All right,
us.
I want to see if Apple. I need to write down some things. Maybe let's see if we can get this area again up here. I'm just looking at like this whole level here, and if it like breaks above it and then it was not able to hold it, I kind of don't like that. And now it's wicking into it, so I want it to break. I want that area to break.
So you can use less. Bounty, the quicker picker-upper. Your skin is ever-changing. Take care of it. With Gold Bond's healing formulations of 7 moisturizers and 3 vitamins. For all your skins, Gold Bond.
It's a good day to call. Oh, no. Bye-bye, call.
Later chest congestion. Below 12 hours of relief.
12 hours? Okay, not call.
What I'm doing right now is let me write. I need to write down everything that I paid, so I don't have to look. AAP. I knew what I paid on the Google. I just wasn't sure with Apple. 38. All right, so I'm gonna sit back and manage these. I have a long on, so if something happens to the Google trade, I have a long on. Like, it is getting smoked right now. It looks like. Let's go over to Google. I just, I still feel like I feel like this thing is due for a pullback, and it looks like the increase in volume is there. It just wasn't my day today, I guess. Maybe I deviated. Maybe I need to not deviate, just like I always say. So, all right, there's Google. It's just, man, I should have just taken the long, and I was going to. I said it. I said, look, like I wanted to look for that long, and I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
Turning to healthcare, which is the only sector higher right now, shares of eye health company Bausch & Lomb lower again today after a more than 3% drop yesterday. That was after the CFO said 2024 is an investment year for the company as it kicks off what is expected to be the biggest launch year in its history. Joining us now from the J.P. Morgan Healthcare Conference is Bausch & Lomb Chairman and CEO Brent Saunders. Welcome back, Brent. Good to see you.
Likewise. Thank you, Sarah. Thanks for having me.
I mean, it's good to have you. You've been in the company now 8 months. My big picture question is, how are you going to make
It's
eye care
going
as
higher,
exciting
and the
as Botox?
fucking RSI is going lower.
Well,
Like,
we're
this is
working on
not
it.
what
We
I
do have
need
a
in my
few
life
aesthetic
right now.
products like Lumify, but the real key will be innovation and solving for unmet need in eye health. And it's truly exciting to be back.
What does an investment year entail? Where is the investment going, and when are you targeting growth?
Yeah, so most of the investment is going to innovation. We're a 170-year-old company, and 2024 is the biggest year of new product launches the company's ever seen. In particular, we have a new drug called Mibo for dry eye disease, and we are investing significantly behind it. We've had a few months of really good data, and we're excited about it, but we have new products in contact lenses, in surgical intraocular lenses for cataract surgery. We have a new laser that was approved yesterday. We have some new consumer products. So it is really a rich year of new product launches and innovation.
This has got to be it up here. If it's not, then I'm definitely getting rid of this thing. I already have to be up. I need 100% to break even.
On the horizon, you are kind of known
And it's
as a
okay
deal
because I
maker.
took this small because of the
That
volume.
is true. Yes,
But
we did. We
I
purchased
do
part
have
of this
I do
as,
have
eye care portfolio, and I
a
think
sign
your
of
next
hope
guest
here.
is the guy I bought it from.
Voss, yes.
Yes, it's a great product, and it's very complementary to the one we're just launching. And so having that 1-2 punch, two very complementary products to talk to physicians and ultimately treat patients with is really strategically important to us, and I think financially compelling as well. So yes, we're going to look at more deals, but not of that size for the short term. We want to delever and get our debt ratios into good order. But we're always on the hunt for innovation and R&D and investing in the business.
Hey, Brent, more tactically, are supply chain issues still a thing?
And the volume
Things you
here
need to address
is
there?
even on the downside isn't that well. So
It is, Carl, yes,
I
absolutely.
I don't
when
know
came
why
in,
I
did
did
a
what I
quick
did.
assessment
I
of the
do know
company.
why
I'd
I
been
did what I
CEO
did,
about 13
but I
years
don't
ago,
think
so
it
I knew
was
the
the
company a
right
bit.
decision because of
And
the
supply chain is quite complex
the
for a
volume
company our size,
factor.
and,
I think
you know,
volume
we
is a
need to think about it
key
more
factor in this.
strategically. We need to make sure we can have
And
high quality,
I
reliable
think she
supply for
just
all of our
continues to
customers around
pump.
the world. COVID really
So I'm
challenged
looking
the
here,
supply chain for our company,
and what
so,
is this?
we've brought in some new
139,
leadership, and we're
68,
really focused on
140.
making sure that the supply chain is a competitive
And there
advantage
is
versus
that. We
a
filled
liability
that.
that it's been over the last
It
few
went
years.
there.
Is it more
So
about-
here
I
is
was
a
gonna
good
say, is it
sign.
about
Holy
sort of
hell!
logistics or
135
vendor management or maybe
has not
country
been
portfolio
tested as support, and that's a major
It's a bit of
prior
all, though.
level.
Our
And
biggest issue
that's
is
the
component
50-day moving
availability.
average,
So take
135.
a surgical
135. You have not made that support
20,000,
yet. We pulled down
All of
into
them
like
have to
we
be qualified
retraced
by
a
health authorities
half
like
of
the
that
FDA,
move.
and we need
So we
alternative
retraced
sources of supply, dual
50% of this
supply. We need to
move
be able
on
to
this
be much more
retracement.
flexible, when there's shortages
See?
around the world or shipping issues and the like.
I can
We
see
also-
it. Look
we
at
also
that,
had
right on
some
the money,
self-inflicted,
50%. I don't need the
errors
Fibonacci
last
to
year
tell
where
me
we tried to
that
upgrade
a
distribution center my
pullback
first
and
week
how
on the
much of
job,
that is
and
I don't need a
the upgrade
Fibonacci.
failed.
All
And
right,
so we're working
people
our way
use
through it.
them,
A lot
people
of
put them
lessons
up, but
learned
it's
about
like
that, but
you
I'm
can't
really
tell me
confident
right
over the
around
next
where
year or
it's
so we
at.
are
You
gonna
should be able to
turn
know.
our supply chain into a competitive
But
advantage.
anyway,
One question I'm sure you're getting from investors there is,
all right, they're talking about that, so I'm not worried about that right just a second. So, for anyone, if anyone is in this Google trade again, I have to give it a minute. Okay, I have to give it a minute. I don't think there's any gaps here. There was a gap there at 141. So there's a daily. So I was looking, and I was telling myself that like on the daily chart, like it could go up a little bit, but it just felt like there was going to be a pullback first, and it was actually, and it's okay because right now is the turning point. I'm telling you right now, as soon as I get rid of this, if I were to sell it right here, this thing's going to pull back, and I'm going to kick myself in the ass. So I'm not even looking at the prices. I still have time. And I got to manage this other Apple trade. I want to see if I want to see this thing start to pull itself back around. And it's just I'm noticing now when I'm going through these charts that Google doesn't really, if it's trending down, the RSI and like the MACD are doing like quite opposite of what they would normally be doing. And that's how Google trades. So I didn't know that going into it. I didn't even like analyze. I just never got in. I just never analyzed Google that like I did here, like I'm doing now. And with that said, I'm gonna wait and see if I can't get my pullback. I'm gonna wait for my pullback. It may not do it, but I will know if I'm wrong, because I'll either become illiquid, or it'll tell me that the volume is there, that it's not gonna pull back. I don't know. I just by tomorrow afternoon, I should know. I'll know where it's at. You still have a gap down here, number one. Two, you have volume, so there's one bear case, one bull case. We're overdrawn. Okay, we're overdone. There's just been way too much of a move to hold, that. And yesterday on the SPY, it was a low volume bounce. Like all this volume yesterday was very low. Look at that. Look at that. It was a little bit heavier than normal on Google, but for the SPY and every other thing, it was a bit lower. Like this is the volume we want. You want 35 million shares, not 15. Yo, what'd I say? Didn't I just sit here and say people are gonna get out of this thing, and it's gonna turn around on them? It's gonna turn around. It's gonna turn around. Oh, it's Tyler Perry's thing on the TV, and they're bringing up no gatekeeper type stuff. Oh, there's all kinds of gatekeeping, I heard. You guys didn't hear that Cat Williams jaunt? That's all they do is gatekeep. They stand at the door right now, keeping the keys from you, not letting you in the gate. All right, so I'm just scanning around here, guys, looking at the scanners. Let me go back to Apple. I was just going over my plan there with Google with you guys, and some of the stuff that I was seeing and what I'm not seeing, and like what I failed to see when I first got in. God damn it. All right, so that's that. I am going to look at Apple real quick, see where she's at, and then I'll just manage these as time goes on.
Welcome back. I'm Pippa Stevens, and here's your CNBC News update. Fort Worth firefighters did not locate any victims overnight from the Monday explosion at a Fort Worth, Texas hotel. Rescuers say the blast injured at least 21 people. The investigation into what caused it continues today, but officials think it was likely.
Here I am sitting here talking in the mic, and the mic wasn't on. So, what I was saying is where is it that we want to think about taking profit on Google if we get it? All right, if we start getting profits on Google, where do we want to take these profits off at? Where do we want to tier in or tier out? I mean, I'm sorry. All right, so for me, I think this is a key area up here of support and resistance. Let's go right there. I mean, honestly, in my opinion, I think it's this level here, but again, I'm going to say the 50-day. I think it's that level right there at 191. And that's where the gap filled. That's where, you know, things started to get a bit sideways. So, oh, that's 192. That's 192.
Protein in there. We know we need more protein. You'll have to try some of this. So this is all it's all been mackerel. Ain't no flour on it. I can't fry it. You gotta have it with a little bit of cheese. It's delicious. And it's why I'm the only one eating off this plate. Okay, well, I'll take some. Move over, girl. I eat this stuff all the time. Now that's tuna right there. What is this right here? This is anchovies. Morning. And guess what? You can try it. That's good. That's good. I like that. Makes your skin glow.
Sorry, I just had it and now I lost it. This was it. They've been on TikTok. Fucking 50 years old talking about they've been on TikTok. Bro, you're not a kid anymore. You're a fucking granny. So that's what I'm looking for. 192 area would be a final take if we're able to get this. If Apple's able to get up and fill the gap on the gap fill. All right. It's got a little bit of work to do. It's got to get, you know, I'm shooting for the 100-day moving average. I'm shooting for that 100-day moving average. 89.90. All right, so, and again, I do apologize with the whatchamacallit, the camera. I wonder if that'll help get not having it on there. So I don't know if it's when because like this morning when I was doing OBS, I ended up messing it up by accident. And I knew as soon as I hit those buttons and did it, it was going to screw up. So right now we have a Google short and we have an Apple long. All right, I have some time on this Apple position, so I'm going to let this thing do what it needs to do. I'm not just going to, I'm just going to manage it. As it gives me these areas, I'll take them off. All right. Come on. I missed Tesla. I did not see the volume and stuff that it had. Ann said that Meta had a nice setup. He brought up Meta. Matter of fact, he brought up both Meta and Tesla. But Meta had a really nice setup as well. Okay, keep it moving. Keep it moving, Apple. Which, let me see which, 190. Shit, I just hit my watch. Alright, and that is 19th. 10 days. So I am wondering if I want to take profits up here. What do you guys think? I think my first take profit, like I'm thinking about it now, but I'll wait. I feel like, well, let's see, 45 on that. What percentage is that? I think, what am I on, a 15-minute chart? I'm on a 15-minute chart. So yeah, we gotta pull it in, hold this previous high here. Rally, all that fun stuff. Look how it like. I was looking at this and I'm like, that's kind of funny. It rallies, pulls back, rallies, pulls back. Like there's two back-to-back flags like that. Surprised it just, didn't do that, like this pattern here. And hold this to go higher. It only retraced a little bit of it. I'm not mad. It only retraced about 50%. Roughly. Yeah, see, it retraced about 50% of it. Now this is where things get a bit tricky. So I'll hold it. That's a nice bounce off the 100-day. We got a gap up here at 185. Maybe I'll set an alert and see if maybe I'll take some of these off at the gap, and then if it pulls back, I'll get in at a lower price. Could do that. There's many ways that we could do this, or we'll just leave it on, right? Or just leave it on. the thing is you don't want to just leave something on and then, you know, all it takes is a piece of news and then you're like, why did I leave that on? Why didn't I lock profit in? So, if you guys are new here, welcome. If you could do us a solid, hit the like button, subscribe. We're looking to get 1,000 subscribers this year. We're going to do a giveaway. We are also going to, we're going to try to do a few webinars here. Like, we're going to try and do a couple webinars for anybody that's a beginner and wants to really learn how I do my analysis, right? Because I think there's a lot of stuff that I do that you guys don't even see because I don't say it. You know, there's a lot of stuff that goes into this, and you know, for anybody that wants help, we'll do like, you know, maybe a half hour or something, and we'll work on different projects and stuff like that. We'll do like risk management or technical analysis, stuff like that. Dude, Google is gonna go, isn't it?
Complete home care. Come ride with us. Join us for competitive pay, great benefits, and professional growth opportunities. One law firm, Klein Inspector, has obtained 5 of the 7 largest jury verdicts in Pennsylvania in the last 5 years. So if a defective product, motor vehicle accident, or medical malpractice caused a catastrophic injury, call Klein Inspector.
Surprise them with just that. There are 2 women in today's audience who have no idea that they've been nominated by their loved ones for a new look for the new year. These women do so much for their families and communities, and they deserve to be taken care of. Now, our first submission was sent to us from a loving son about his mom. Take a look.
Hi, Sherry. My name is Logan. Someone I know that needs to kick off the new year fresh and new is my mom, Alex. One thing I love about my mom is her resilience and just the way that she can work through certain situations, what she's done and what she's overcome through her life. It's amazing. Everything that she's done through our community, for our family, even now, just her working to just feed people in need, just care for others, and that being what she does for a living, it's amazing. You know, it's almost like superhero. She works right now for the Campaign Against Hunger, which is a nonprofit organization, and they work on feeding those in need who really need help. Through a lot of like what she does and how much time she devotes to this, she doesn't exactly take a lot of time to herself. It would be great to see just a day for her.
Factors that have CEOs afraid of losing their job. Full details of that new report after a break.
Watch HPE today, reportedly in advanced talks to buy Juniper Networks for around $13 billion. Juniper is leading the S&P, and HPE is the biggest laggard. We're back in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I'll take 190 here on this, or 140 again, and that should pay pretty well. I think we can get one. I think we can get 140 on Google. I do. You know, I really do. I think we can get 140 on Google here. It may take a day or two, all right, but I think this is the spot where if we're going to get it, it would probably start to happen now. All right, it would probably start to happen now. And look at where the S&Ps are. You know, I need to look at some different ideas and just let these two trades play themselves out. Let's see here. So yeah, if the S&Ps can pull back and hold, like if they pull back off of where they're at now, and we start consolidating here at 170.
My member.
Sorry.
Welcome back. Alex Partner.
I just want to show you what I'm talking about here. On the 15-minute chart, you have this on the S&Ps. $473.50, 473.41ish on the SPY, and you can see it's starting to pull back here. It could keep going and fill the gap and then pull back, but I want to see it pull back and then hold that 472.89.
The US is. People are thinking maybe, in fact, our survey shows that probably a third of CEOs in the US think there'll be a recession, so 2/3 don't.
So what do you guys want to talk about? You guys want to look at homes? What do you guys want to do? You guys want to play a video game? You guys want to, what do you guys want to do? You guys want to ask questions? Are you guys in the market for a new vehicle? Do you guys want to buy a 1,000 horsepower Camaro? Over 1,000? I think it's got 12,000, 1,200.
Today, as it was 5 years ago when we started the survey, you think, how can that be? The pandemic happened in that time, but actually it's just as disrupted different issues. Number two.
All right. So, yeah, I don't know. That's that. Man, fucking Google's going to go to 143. I know it is. I'm such an idiot. You know, I just didn't know that everything that I was looking at was just... I didn't think that it was going to do what I thought it... I was looking for that early pullback, and I was going to short Google, which I am short, but I was hoping to get that like nice pullback and then also turn around, flip it, get the long to go to this level. Everything that I was looking at kind of showed me that, hey, this thing's going to pull back. And everything I'm looking at is just going higher, and then everything else is going lower. And that's only going to help it go even higher. So...
Cisco's a good example. And not just that, but the idea that the people who are now running companies grew up in that kind of accelerated environment when they were more junior employees.
Yeah.
And now they're in charge.
It's true, but it's a bit like a sort of a tall skyscraper. If you're the CEO right at the top of the building, you feel the sway of the building. If you're at the bottom, you know, you're far away from decision making, it feels solid. The CEOs see the disruptions in a way that maybe executives lower down the business don't, but they're getting better at managing them.
The one thing I find interesting is the views on climate.
Yes.
And how climate policy is getting more complicated, and not just in the United States.
Yes.
Right?
So climate is still very much up there at the top of the agenda. And of course, it's not just climate, but things like energy transition. What does energy transition mean for your industry and your business? This is still very much a board topic and top of a CEO agenda, along, for instance, with artificial intelligence, which interestingly enough in our survey came out as being the #1 opportunity rather than the #1 disruption.
I was going to say, how much anxiety is there around AI and keeping up versus opportunity?
I expected to see it being as the biggest challenge, but actually it wasn't the biggest challenge. They see massive advantage. Now, you know, one of the privileges I get with my job is I'm speaking to CEOs of our clients every day. And early on in the AI discussion last year, people were looking at efficiencies. How can they become more efficient using AI? That narrative's now moved to how do we drive growth using large language models and artificial intelligence tools? Revenue growth, of course, being the principal driver of equity growth. All of a sudden, the narrative is more than just efficiency.
And yet 60% of them are worried about losing their job.
Well, it's interesting. That's down on last year. It was at least 10 points higher last year. It's not that they're not anxious, and maybe by definition the pressures on a CEO keep them anxious, but actually they're feeling a little easier than they were a year ago.
Maybe because of the economic environment changes.
I think it's a mixture of things, but certainly now more optimism in the US, a sense that we're going to avoid
Like right now, right? Netflix had a downgrade today, and it's going higher, and it's still trying to grind higher, and it's a bit oversold. It's just crazy.
Do you think the flow of information, we see this on social media a lot, feeds anxieties unnecessarily, even at the C-suite?
I think absolutely it does, and the news cycle, whether it's in social media or more traditional sources, I think it keeps anxiety high. And yes, the best CEOs, which of course are a proxy for the best companies, the thing that marks them out is they don't wait for perfect information. They do it nearly right, but do it now. They move to action quickly. They're their own chief communication officers and explain what they're doing and why they're doing it. And then they don't hold themselves
It was like I kept clicking on it. Oh shit, Juniper. JNPR. Juniper. They could. Look, here she goes. You've definitely seen that volume come in there on that news, and
to understand what AI means for their company and their industry. So one of the bits of advice I give to our clients is
Disney.
Really take yourself to school on AI so you understand what it means for your business and how you recreate it. Over 90%, Sarah, of the CEOs polled in this survey said that they needed to fundamentally change their business models in the next 12 months. And AI is going to be at the root of that.
That is a big change. Simon, thank you. It's really
So
interesting.
Disney held the 50-day moving average.
We appreciate you
It held it. What it did was it bounced off of this level, pulled back, retested it, trying to hold, and now we're going to look to go to the upside. Say hello, $92, $93. Say hello. Or we could just say hello, 92, and then worry about 93 when we get there. But that's a nice break off of that level. Nice bottoming pattern. Alright, let's go to 4 hour. Bang, bang. 4 hour. That's a low volume pullback. Ow. Hurt. Alright. And like this one, I got this one right? I was saying, let's pull it back. That's why we have the pink line there. We said, hey, let's pull it back down to that pink line. That's a major area right there. All right, look at the hourly chart. That's a beautiful hourly chart. All right, now the volume doesn't match up with what I think is going to happen. So do I take the leap of faith like I've been doing and just go against what the volume tells me to do? And just worry about the technicals. That's the tough part about this. One of them, it's like I'm 50-50 right now. So if I were to listen to the volume on both, I think it would still be 50-50.
With jackpots on DraftKings Casino, you can turn 10 cents into tens of thousands on all the games you know and love. The next minute, any second. So get America's #1 online casino app to enjoy this great offer. DraftKings Casino.
Hold on.
It's time for one last laugh. Today's laugh comes from a worshiper who did not lose a beat during praise, but found himself in an embarrassing situation when he lost something else. So y'all keep an eye on the gentleman in the
All right, so you can see Disney pulling back. See if Disney holds 90.50. Getting tired. It always happens to me around this time. I got to get up, do some push-ups, or do something. All right, let's see here. So we got the SPY. If you guys are new and just joining us, comment down below. What are you guys trading? What are you guys looking at? If you could, give us a like. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe. We put out videos daily. We trade daily. We're trying to get to 1,000 likes. If you could help us with that. We are looking to get to 1,000 likes for a few reasons. Really, the biggest reason is so I can bring some of these institutional investors on here and bring them on. They have time in the market, so we can learn a thing or two from them. And, I think it would be really cool. I think you guys could learn something. I'll learn something.
You and Sarah are both well known for more than
great
a
for the whole
decade. European
family, right?
regulators, they've
Like a
been more
game board.
aggressive and arguably more effective than their American counterparts
I
in
don't know.
regulating
Let's make some
big tech, and
goddamn
this is
money.
no
I
exception.
came in this morning.
What
I'm
is
hungry.
notable, though, in this case, is
So
that regulators on both sides of
Disney,
the
I'm
Atlantic
looking for this level, guys. I'm looking for this level to hold. Right here. 90.50. And what lines up with that? VWAP. Alright. 90.50 lines up with that prior resistance. And it's VWAP. So, I want to see if we can have some strength here. Or hold and start getting some volume. Where's the volume at? What? Come on. I know. The camera's got to shut off. I know.
On Vantage Casino, you can play hundreds of games, like blackjack, and get up to $1,000 back in casino bonus if you're down after your first day. Sign up for FanDuel Casino now.
Dude, is there even any filters here? Oh, that's because my camera isn't on. Come on. Damn. Alright, let's go to filters. Is it going to do anything? Compressor. It's not doing anything, is it? Oh my gosh. I want to see what it looks like. I want to see what... No properties available. Okay. I'll have to fool with that stuff later on. Alright, so we can see there Disney is starting to bounce. Alright, Disney's starting to bounce. Let's see if we can bust through this 90-80 level. It's 12 o'clock. It's lunchtime. This day went by quick, man. I'm telling you guys, this day went by quick. I kind of don't like it. It went by so fast. I don't like. It's kind of bugging me out how fast it went today. And they're talking about the strong storm system that I don't see any wind just yet. I gotta batten down the hatches here. Make sure I just didn't leave anything and make sure everything's alright here in a couple minutes. Alright, so you can see here on the 15-minute chart, we're starting to pull back a hair into 90.50. 90.45. Come on, man.
Philadelphia, 44 degrees. Winds are picking up at 17 miles an hour right now. We have all these watches, warnings, and advisories, and in fact, including gale warnings along the coast. But we'll focus on, got a lot to throw at you here that was issued by the National Weather Service. First of all, high wind warning tonight through 4 a.m.
Is by now, but let's get to these moves because I've got many to get through. Josh, I begin with you. You wrote a piece not that long ago, end of year, maybe turn of the new, about Pfizer and how it was a colossal disappointment last year. I guess as much enough of one that you decided to buy it. Tell us why.
So one of the things that I've tried to do on the show over the years is make the point that fundamentals tell you what to buy, but technicals are really helpful in trying to figure out when you should buy it or maybe even walk away from it. And I think in Pfizer's case, it's really a technical reason to get in now, but the fundamental backdrop is reason enough to want to be an investor here. So Pfizer dropped 44% last year. It's no secret. It was one of the worst performers in the S&P, lost about half its market cap, and that's with the whole market going higher. They made huge missteps. They bet way too big on vaccines and boosters. The demand just vanished, and they weren't ready with the next thing. They made a huge acquisition, Seagen. That closed. That will start to bring in new revenue, but it just wasn't fast enough. So that's why the stock got killed. They also blew it in obesity, and obesity is going to be the medicine story, or one of the big medicine stories of this decade, and they are nowhere. They had 2 drugs in development. They halted them both. The CEO spoke at JP Morgan Healthcare Conference in San Francisco yesterday, Bourla, and he basically said they're not out of this market. They just have to figure out a new approach. They'll probably look for a licensing deal. I don't think they want to buy something for $10 billion here that's in a later stage of development. So expect that. But the bigger picture on the fundamental side is investors are basically acting as though this company is permanently impaired, and that is not going to be the case. It's a 16 times PE right now, a forward PE of 11. The pharma industry average PE today is 21 times earnings. Pfizer's own 10-year median valuation, historically the stock is traded at 17 times. So it is undervalued both relative to its peers and relative to its own history. The stock is at a 10 times enterprise value to EBITDA, a 20 times price to free cash flow multiple. The S&P 500 and the XLV are both significantly higher. So you're buying this stock at a discount. The technicals, though, Judge, let me finish with this. Pfizer has now been above its 50-day moving average for 4 out of the last 5 trading days. It spent 134 consecutive days below its 50-day prior to the last 5 days. This is a change in character for the behavior of the share price and the buyers and sellers in the market for Pfizer stock. In 2023, Pfizer spent 235 out of 250 trading days below its 50-day. 94% of the year, it was in a downtrend. There was no reason to go near it. That's what's changed this year. I know the year is new, and that's the timing. So I'm in Pfizer. I don't think
So
it's a
I'm
straight
managing
line
this
back
trade
to
right
the
now.
share. I just think at these
On
prices,
Apple.
most of the bad news is in, and the
I may
technicals
lock
are
some
starting
in
to get
here.
better.
Okay, so we're going to go through a bunch of different moves, and then we'll kind of kick it around and debate them on the other side of doing this. Surat, I move to you because you sold Cisco.
I've owned it for a long time, and to me, it was in my tech portfolio. I think there are much better opportunities out there. It did everything I wanted to do, but if you look at their customers, they're spending money on AI, they're spending money on data centers, they're spending money on security.
So we're at
All the things that I think
154.
there's no
Another
short-term
18
fallacies
cents will
to
get me
Cisco, so I'd rather take my profits,
$6,
move
18
the money to
18
other
cents.
areas that I think have more opportunities.
Steph, you used to own
It'll
Cisco.
get it'll take it from,
Failed on it, I don't know. What are we talking? 5-6 months ago?
Yeah, yeah. And it is defensive.
let's see here,
so
because
if
I don't want to
defensive
I don't
lean
want to deal with the
technology,
sell
that
off in
is
the
fine as
afternoon,
well.
guys,
So those are the two that
and
I
have
tend
to
gravitate towards. But
so
I
I'm going to
just wasn't
set
really
a
happy
limit
with their
order.
results. The last two quarters results and the guide
All right.
down.
Limit.
And I just think that they have to get through a lot of inventory, which is really the problem for a lot of technology companies as a whole. It's not
All right, so I
expensive,
have
very
a limit
good
order in there, and I'll
management
just
team,
manage
but I
this.
just found other
Let me
ideas,
see if
and
I
at the
can
time, when I
undershoot
sold
it.
Cisco, I actually added Ford in it, so I used that
Shit.
cash.
Okay.
And it's just really the customers are not
I'm
spending
going
more
to see. I'm
money
going to set
on
it like a
what they're in.
55 right
So
now.
if we're going to be in tech, you want to be in the AI components and the data centers in the other areas, or like I like Oracle.
See if I can get it in and get it
That's
filled.
fine.
So you can see here, I just dropped the limit order there.
All right, the other thing you did
56
was
back
triple
up. Oh
what
shit, it
seems
might have
to
filled
be,
me.
You know, fashionable these days, just given what the
56.
stock is
Let me see if I can
the stock's
edit.
close to 60. My average cost
Edit
is
order.
mid-20s. When you've got such a big run so
No,
fast,
see, that was wrong.
You want to take some money off the table. I still have a 1% position in it. I still like the company, but it's not as attractive.
What I'm
as
going
it
to do
was
is I'm going to throw in a
You know, Jenny's
50,
doing the same thing. Josh, I think you
55
trimmed
real
maybe
quick.
10% of the position you had in Uber not all that long
and
ago.
I'm
What
going
do
to
you make of
drop
this move
that.
by
You're going to
Surat?
watch me drop. Watch the level 2. It's in. See if it drop. You're going to see here it's going to drop. Ready? Bang. You're going to see it drop to 55. I just sent it in.
It doesn't matter how much you love a story.
50.
You
Oh,
don't
I'm
want
filled, guys.
Any one particular position
Oh, 57.
to
Shit.
take
I
over
might have
your
got filled at
portfolio.
56. I don't know
Because
what
anything
happened
can
there.
happen at any time with
I
individual
don't know if you
stocks.
guys
So
can hear me over Josh
prudent
Brown or
thing to
not.
do,
But this push back up into this area, you know, it's, you know, we could still get up to that gap fill, but I'm okay. I got a nice, you know, I got to take a piece off. I got to take some off there. Come on, man. I hate that it does this shit. It's fucking pissing me off with this camera. Activate. Let's see if you can just stay there and not. Okay. All right. Yeah. So my thing is here is I want to lock some profits in there. That's an entry from 44 cents to 56. I didn't put 57, so orders. Yeah, 56, guys. 56. 56. 56. And let's go check on this one. You know, you gotta lock some profits in. I know the camera moved. So good. G-O-O-D. No, G. G-O-O-G. Oh man, Google's still ripping to the upside. Shit. Holy cow.
Amy, you also trimmed SLB.
I did. We're overweight energy.
You know, I may. You know, this thing might start going higher. You know, Google's probably headed to 145.
This is your stock as well.
I like it very much, and actually I will be buying.
I wish CNBC would work. CNBC. So what happened yesterday? I don't know what happened with the TV and the cable station. But I almost missed the college game yesterday. But if you guys are new here, welcome. If you guys could do us a solid, hit the like button. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe, please. We are trying to get to 1,000 subscribers. trying to get to 1,000 subscribers so I can bring on some institutional investors here, and you know, we can learn a lot from them. Okay, I don't ask for much, and it would help me. You know, I can't really go to some of these guys and not even have 1,000 likes. You know, that's just what it is. You know, so I would greatly appreciate it, and if you do, thank you for that. It means a lot. Google, I am short. So as I was looking at this, everything was just oversold. Okay, everything was oversold. Wait, come on here. I'm sorry for the noise. So everything was oversold, you guys know, and you know, I'm still holding on to it. I got long Apple that offset some of the gains, and I want to look to get back in Apple. I want to see if it can pull back a little bit. It's a shame, guys, because I literally was looking at the volume and everything about this trade said to go long other than the technical side. This is like a short-term bounce that I think we could still get the pullback, and that's why I'm holding on to it. And if we start to see that this afternoon, I may add to this position because I can pick it up much cheaper, and that'll offset, you know, if I'm able to come back break even, I'll have, as of right now, you know, 100%, over 100% on a separate different trade, and I will be able to not go through this unwasted. That's what I'm thinking here. It may not go down, though. It may not. I just didn't know that Google acted like this. Because look here. If I take you here to a weekly chart, okay? Weekly chart's not bad. That's what I'm a little nervous of. The weekly chart's not bad. Now let's go to the daily. All right? The daily is not bad. So the longer term, yes, I think it could go up. But we have not made this key area here, which is actually down here at 135. All right? We have not made it support. Right here. It's like 134.50, 135 area. All right? Now, if I take you guys... yeah, it's down here. This is the support, 135. If I take you guys on the daily chart over here, you're going to see that, well, the key resistance zone is here. But this level here, prior support, right here. You have not had buyers down here. You left it, you pulled back, and we've just bounced yesterday and today off of that level. With what? With low volume. I mean, look at these candles and look how low the volume is. The sellers just haven't stepped in. So we'll see what happens when we start to get up there. Look at the RSI. That's the other thing here, okay? Look at this. What I'm explaining to you guys is I'm going to take it from one time frame to another, and you're going to start to be able to predict future price. For anybody that's leaving this, that's fine. You guys can leave. That's fine. But I want you to understand what it is that I'm going over here. All right? The stock is still making a high. Look at the RSI. And especially if it gets up here and this thing is still down here. All right? Over time, what's it doing? Look at the trend. Right? That's divergence. Look at that. It's pulling back, and then the stock is going higher. So the strength is leaving. The higher it goes, the weaker it is. Okay? Now, from a daily chart, I'm going to show you guys this. From a daily chart. And I'm going to take you all the way down to a 5-minute. All right? And you're going to be able to start to see how to put the pieces together. All right? This is how you guys have to learn it. And what this is an ascending wedge. You can clearly see this wedge here. All right? That is a perfectly clear, you know, smack you right in the mouth wedge. Right there. It does not get any clearer than that. That is a wedge if I've ever seen one. All right? So, it doesn't surprise me, but we're coming up to that resistance area. And I think we could get, you know, I'm going to be in the money on these puts. All I need is a few points. All I need is a few points to the downside. That's it. That's it. Alright, I don't need to do all that because I know that. Remove. Come on, man. Everything is just giving me the fits because I want to show you guys something. I want to show you guys because this stuff is important. I want you guys to be able to identify these things on your own. Let's see if this puts in a lower high here. I want to see it stay right around where it's at and not go any higher. Alright, so we're on the daily. Oh my gosh. Alright, so we'll go to a 4 hour. See, the 4 hour is getting to be a bit overbought now. 4 hours starting to get overbought. That's the part I messed up on, was the longer term part on this. I messed up. Because look at the 2 hour. Been oversold. Or overbought. Let's go down to a 30-minute. Way overbought. And now it's coming in even lower. 15-minute. Same thing. Like crazy extended. Alright. And look at the 5-minute. So that's what I'm eyeing up right here. Alright. And I think we're going to get our pullback. It's just we got to be patient. I have time on this and I'm willing to wait. I'm willing to wait. Alright. So that's what I got going on right now. I'm going to be patient here with this trade. I will think about getting some as we get up here. I'm going to be watching time and sales, level 2 and stuff, to see if I can get some sort of, inclination on things. Oh my gosh.
Story with Apple is that we've now all accepted it's a replacement business. 3 years ago, they stopped giving us iPhone numbers, units. So now we count iPhone in revenue, and they've been able to make up for the lack of growth in unit.
So these are at 13 cents. 13 cents. Now I'm watching these options because I'm thinking about spending a little bit more to get back in to make up for that little bit of a loss and really come out on top on this. If this trade can work.
You know what? You see this too, and you're like, okay, well, the SMH had its best year in 2023. What does this mean for chips more broadly? So, of course, we asked Christina Partsinevelos, who's out at the Consumer Electronics Show out in Vegas, to take a look at that issue because it's been a few days now, a week or so, of, one by one, so to speak, talking about warnings, whether it's Samsung here, Microchip, Mobileye. You've seen all these stories and followed them.
Yeah, and we can't treat them all the same, though. So with Samsung, you can say the glass is half full in the fact that memory prices have been climbing since November, and they alluded to some improvement in Q4. So you could say things are improving for Samsung, but maybe not as quickly as everyone hoped. And Micron already had their earnings in December, and their revenue was stronger than forecast. So Micron could be pulled out a little bit separately, and both of them could benefit from just the AI push given the high bandwidth memory. To your point about Microchip, that was a big talker yesterday evening because Microchip guided their Q3 revenues to the December quarter down 22%. That guide down was already after they guided lower the previous quarter. So they are warning of not only weak demand in the December quarter. Usually seasonally it's a lot lower for analog chip makers. But the other thing that stood out to me is this inventory issue with.
There's our first resistance on the 1 minute. All right. If it can hold it. And where we at? 12, 13. Look at that. 1100 to the buy side or the sell side. Buy side. Asking, selling, I think. Look at that. Look at that. 1052. I'm going to go for it. I'm going to wait. Look at the volume. The volume is very low. I'm going to give it a minute.
Just yesterday,
Oh, I'm
I can
sorry,
say,
guys.
there were some announcements at CES, 3 new gaming chips, but it's not anything major. It's more peripheral. And the fact that Reuters is saying that they're only going to start Q2, in Q2, they're going to start mass production of their AI China chips. So it's a little bit slower than anticipated. So you had, I wouldn't say negative news, but not necessarily overly positive. And the stock still climbed. It's still a favorite. And that has a lot to do with just the dominance of NVIDIA. And now AMD coming in as well, too, especially with the launch of their new AI chip. Intel slowly trying to creep through as well. And then the whole AI PC that I know, Scott, you have talked quite a bit with a lot of guests to just whether this is going to really move the needle for PCs. But NVIDIA still remains the darling in 2024, despite some weakness in other chip names.
Yeah, appreciate it very much.
I feel like it's still got a little bit more room to run.
CES out in Vegas. So from mega cap to smaller cap, because I do want to hit the Russell and the small caps before we take our first break. So Amy, what do you make to, those stocks have obviously been choppy, mega cap, big tech.
Yeah.
The Russell 2000 is down about 1%, it's down 2% in a week, but the notes keep flowing. And the positive ones. Goldman, low valuations, healthy growth outlook, signal more upside for the small caps. Should return roughly 9% in the next 6 months. They say 15% in the next 12. Mike Wilson, right, who's been bearish as anybody. Small cap forward PE multiple trades at a 30% discount to large caps. Barclays says stay positive. Soft landing, acceptance, et cetera, rate cuts. Good for value in small caps.
Yeah, look, I think if rates continue, rates are backing up a little bit now. You have the 10-year crossing 4, but if rates come back down, that's going to be good for small caps. So from a longer-term perspective, do I like small caps better than large caps? Yes.
You do?
I do. I just think large caps had a really big move for a long time, and we're due for some reversal. We're sort of at record discrepancies between valuations of small and large. So I do like them. Whether that happens next week, I don't know. We're getting this back up in rates. That helps large caps. But from a longer term perspective, yes, I agree with the trade.
Well, I think to like small caps, you have to like financials, because that's a big component of the small cap index.
Well, regionals.
Regionals, right. Well, financials. And I do like financials. The thing is, I think that the large cap financials are just as cheap as the small cap financials, and I think the visibility is better and the market share is better. So to me, I also think, the information that we get out of small caps is so much less. The transparency is so much less. The analyst community, that you don't get as many analysts following companies, so you don't have as much. You have bigger surprises, is my point.
Mm-hmm.
You have more volatility.
More volatility.
And so, I don't go.
Have more growth.
You absolutely can have more growth.
Which is not to say that
Right.
we didn't get enough volatility in financials.
Sure, or overall, or the 493 last year.
Yes.
Totally, I totally agree. I just think that you can have some small cap financials, but I still think there's plenty of value in large cap.
You buying small caps?
No. I mean, our small caps are maybe
just not your
too
discipline, or
well,
why
we're
not?
too big to. If we would buy them, it's hard because we take over and then we got to file all these SEC regulations. So we're very specific as to if we go into a small cap, because
You
then
don't
we
like
end
doing
up.
paperwork? Like, what's the problem?
It's liquidity.
Liquidity, yeah.
Yeah,
All
it's
right.
not paperwork.
All right, let's take a quick break. We're going to run through some calls of the day. We do have a big downgrade today for a payment name. Josh and Sarat are in there, and it's a big price target reduction. Several other moves the committee owns today. We'll go through those next.
Man, that's frustrating. So we wrote down this morning 371. I wrote down 371 to 371.90/372 long. All right. 371/371.90. Pretty much 371 and 372. And that was the pre-market game plan. Did he enter? I don't even think I have Google written down on my paperwork. I don't understand. You know, I got to do a better job of following my watch list, because this is exactly what I thought Microsoft was going to do, and that was fill the gap. And that's what that's exactly what I was curious if it was going to do or not.
Calls of the day, number
and
one
it did.
is PayPal.
It's very
so
apparent.
Jackson, I'm
it
coming
did.
to you first because you don't see this that often. First of all, it got downgraded to equal weight from over at Morgan Stanley, but the price target dump on this is big. From 118 to 66.
Who the hell
they
are
say
you,
the company's
dog?
not moving
I'm
fast
just
enough.
kidding.
They're less optimistic they can monetize Venmo. I think you've talked about that too at points. But what do you think about this call? And most importantly, this really big slash of the stock price.
Happening?
It
Which
feels
old
late.
bum
I
ass
think
trading,
he's
bro?
right
Get the hell
about
out of here.
the
You
concerns
fucking
here.
bum.
So that's not really one of the big growth engines for PayPal was to turn Venmo
He liked
into
my post.
into a big product in the Amazon shopping
Okay.
cart, and that didn't materialize.
Okay.
But this is James Fawcett, and he's been covering the stock, and he's been dead
I thought
wrong
he
on it the whole
tagged it
way
or something
down.
somewhere
A
for a
year ago,
second
he had
there.
like a $130 price target on it. The stock was 80. So this feels capitulation-ish to me, if that's a word. This doesn't feel like there's any new news. I just feel like he can't take it anymore because
All
the
right,
stock
so
has been so horrible versus his old target. But that's bullish to me. You had 3 downgrades of this stock in the last week, and they're not really having a big impact on the price. So to me, I would look at this more as a contrarian signal than anything
All
else.
right. What about you, Sarat?
So the other thing is you have a new CFO and a new CEO. So you're going to get a completely new strategy in place. They have really good assets. And I think the stock was definitely, when you look back, was overvalued at 30 times earnings.
We
They
might
have
get a
cash
good
flow.
opportunity
I think
here.
they have to figure out what they
We
want to
might
when
be
they
able to
grow up.
get.
So I'm not going to sell it. Like Josh is
I know
right.
it's hard for me to talk over them guys. We might be able to take a Tesla short. I'm thinking about that. I'll let you guys know if I put it on.
We don't know what the short-term catalyst is, but I'm willing to hold it because it's kind of like a Boeing story to me where I don't think there's too much bad more news baked into this.
All right. So Snap got a target raise today, Josh, to 14 from 8. Now, feels a little late as well. Now, the stock's obviously above the price target. It's up 100% in 3 months. You recently bought this stock.
They have more daily active users than most of the companies we talk about on this show. It's like between 300 and 400
It just
million,
can't hold
whether
this
we're talking about monthly or daily
234.95.
active
It's
users.
got to
a
break down from
huge
this level.
audience. Way bigger than Twitter,
Man,
and
it
Twitter
didn't
was
fill the
bought for
gap
tens of
either.
billions of
I don't
dollars.
like that.
The market cap here is 28 billion. They just have never been profitable. That's the bottom line. But they have done everything else. But getting to profitability is the catalyst here. So I have never liked this stock. I took a shot on it recently. I own it a little bit lower than where it's trading today. If they can make a credible case that they are within a few quarters of sustained profitability, the stock is way undervalued. So we'll see if that in fact happens. I've talked about the subscription business. It's underrated the degree to which Snapchat is converting its most frequent users into paying subscribers. They've only had an ad business up until now. They have 7 million users as of their last report paying for Snapchat Plus. And when I talk to people under the age of 20, I have 2 of them living in my house. Once people start using Snap Plus, they can't stop because of all of the features it allows them to take advantage of. They can see when their friends are half are half swiping on their stuff. They have like an unlimited insight into what their friends are doing, and it's like omnipotence. They don't want to give it up. So I think that the stock has a shot this year.
All right, last one I want to do is Las Vegas Sands. Steph, yours, called the top pick today at Morgan Stanley. Price target lowered, though, to 59 from 64. They say they're poised for more idiosyncratic growth, overweights the rating.
65% of the EBITDAR is Macau. So you buy this if you think Macau is going to see a recovery, a continued recovery, which I do think they will. And this company is going from more VIP to mass, and that is actually expected to grow 25% year over year. And I think as that happens, the numbers are going to go up, and I think the target prices that are coming down are probably going to reverse. So I also like their cash flow position in the $2 billion buyback program as well. So this is one I like. It's a China recovery play, but it's a China consumer recovery play, and so you know where I stand on that.
Okay. Let's get the headlines now with Pippa Stevens. Hey, Pippa.
Hey, Scott. Federal appeals judges appeared skeptical of Trump lawyer arguments claiming presidential immunity at today's appellate hearing. Trump, who was in attendance, wants the appeals court to overturn the trial judge's ruling rejecting immunity claims when he allegedly undermined the 2020 election results. Meta announced today
He didn't undermine it. Everything was crazy. What you mean he undermined it? I think all y'all undermined
on Instagram and Facebook.
The government is one big on undermine. Help, what you mean?
Certain topics such as self-harm and eating disorders, even if the content is shared by someone they follow. The updates will roll out over the coming weeks. And Miller Lite wants you to remember what beer tastes like during dry January. The brewer is releasing mints that taste like beer but end with a minty, fresh feel. The mints will sell for $5 beginning January 12th.
Tell me you're an alcoholic
For
without
limited
telling me you're
runs.
an
Scott,
alcoholic.
not sure how I feel about that.
I don't know either. I'm thinking back to those iconic commercials. Tastes great, less filling. Thinking maybe I want to say something, but I'm not going to say it. Pippa, thank you. Pippa Stevens. Coming up, more contrarian ideas for 2024. Amy and Sarat are ready to give their top plays. And later, one committee member making some moves in the banks ahead of earnings this week. We'll document the trades coming up.
I'm getting a little flustered because, you know, I wanted to start this year off and, you know, these trades are ours for the catching. This is what we got to do. We need to catch these names. All right? We need to catch these names. They're going to get up into that gap fill. We need to catch them. Like Pokemon. We spot something like this, like Microsoft making a recovery. It gives us the pullback. We got to take the long. That was a nice, strong, institutional type of day yesterday. Market makers don't make markets. Institutions make markets. Okay? Remember that. Big money. Big money. Market makers facilitate them. Market makers facilitate order flow. Institutions make money or make markets. I want to know why the hell that camera keeps shutting off.
I'm living my life with cancer. I'm watching my children grow up. I'm making plans for my future.
All right, so I am still watching these. I'm watching these Google contracts. All right, I'm seeing them at 11 cents. I might jump in and put in like a 12-cent bid right in front of them. But it's still got a few. I don't think it's time yet. Let me actually look here. Oh, come on.
Which is why we've created the Spotlight stage. I met my next guest when I coached them on The Voice UK, and I love them so much, y'all. Singing Hand in My Pocket by Alanis Morissette. Please give it up for Remember Monday.
Dude, give me CNBC, please, guys. CNBC.
Realty.
All right, welcome back. So we have committee members here who have not given their contrarian plays for 2024. So we're going to do that now, starting with you, Sarat. What is yours?
Commodities, the basic materials sector. We know it's unloved, but the reason I like it, and I especially like the copper companies in there, because it's not the pricing that you're after, it's the supply. We have not invested in copper mines in over 10 years globally. So with the demand
11 cents. So they just dropped to 10 cents. So I was, I thought my mic was on, but it wasn't. So I was saying that, you know, we're, God, I hate this fucking, I wish we had CNBC. I don't want to listen to this noise. Oh my God, I'm going to shoot myself. Literally. I'm literally going to shoot myself. This fucking, whoever these girls are, just, yeah, just stop, please. You're gonna fucking make me kill myself. I'm off track. CNBC, again, like Bloomberg, CNBC, ESPN. I didn't miss the football game last night, but like something was going on with Xfinity or something, and like there's only a few channels there that are working, and the other ones are distorted, and I don't know. I gotta call them, but anyway, they went down to 10 cents, 12-cent bid. Or 10-cent bid, 12-cent ask, and then, you know, we're almost there. The volume is really dried up here. Let's see if we can really start hammering it home here. It's 12:30. Give it some time. Give it about a half hour, 45 minutes. I'd like to try and get up. Why? I was wondering what was going on with my mind. I knew something was wrong with that. But I want to get it up here. I'm really adamant on getting my entry correct again. This will be sick if I can pull this off. All right, I'm going to try to take profits on both. Look, you got 1,100 on the ask on over here. All right, so they're really topping this thing out here. Let me see if I might try and throw in a 10-cent bid. Look, 1,080. I think that whole thing just changed hands there. So I'm going to go in for a 10-cent kill. The volume just dried up like crazy there, guys. And I'm really curious. It doesn't. There's some big orders here. I mean, the stock's cheaper, so it's like, you know, the options are cheap. So I'm gonna throw out. I am actually gonna throw out a. I know this is crazy. Let's see. What's the average ATR on this thing? It should be like, what, $2 to $3-ish? $2 to $3? What is this? 137, 138, 39, 40, 50. That's $2.50. From high to low here, you have 139.80, so 140 to 143-ish, call it. So that's $3. Is this? So that's 140. That'd be a nice, yeah, let's do that. Let's see if we can do. I'm going to throw out a 10-cent bid there on this on Google. All right, so I got the order out. It's out right now. Let's see if, look, CBOA, so there, you should see these 10s, and let's see if it runs up a bit here. I'm going to try and get filled. I'm going to see if I can try to get this 10 cent. I already have profit on Apple. I have Apple working for me. Okay. I have Apple working for me. Let me make sure that I didn't get filled there. No, I have an open order. Okay. Alright. Alright. So. Alright. Let's see here. Low volume. Give me the bounce. Let's see if we can get that bounce, that final last shakeout. You know, I feel like I might have to pay 11 cents, but I want to try, because now the buy side volume has dried up. Now the buy volume has dried up. Quite possibly. Come on, give me the 10 cent. Give me that 10 cent. Pop, 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 pop. 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 Come on. Come on, guys. Help me. Help me here. Get this thing to 10 cent. All I need is a pop. Alright, like it's in the streets. There you go. Look at all that buying. Alright, look at all that buying. Okay, so. Two things. This is already paid for. I'm not in it. It's already paid for. And yeah, I don't know. Again, my whole thesis on this is the fact that I want to get, like, I think we're overextended. I do. I think we're really overextended here. And I want to try to collect on some premium back down to the downside. Unless this thing's just going to go ahead and try to make new highs again. It wouldn't surprise me. There's 10 cent bid. Well, I'll let you guys know if I got filled or not. All right. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. I did not get filled. I did not get filled. Feel like some people may have. All right. Either way. Yeah. I don't know. That's all I got, guys. Again, this thing, I feel like, for the most part, even after today, see, even on the daily chart, it's not that bad. I may be making the wrong decision here. I should just stay away from Google. I need to just stay away from Google. 4-hour chart, oversold a bit. Down, up. Now, I would probably, honestly, if I was playing this, I would look for the pullback to like 140, or even that. Oh, you know what? Look at this. Doesn't this look like an inverted cup and handle here? That looks like an inverted cup and handle, doesn't it? Come on, give me the 10 cent bid, baby. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Just come on. Come on, man. It's just sitting up there, just bullshitting. Because this is where the selling really starts, is up at 143. Alright, that's where the real sellers are. That's where they poke their head out. And even if I can just get in at a good price, I mean, this could be a big gain that would at least give me back, you know, what I'm down on those options, and then collect a little bit at, you know, that's if I get filled, if it gives me the move. I don't know why I'm so concentrated on this. I'm a little upset with myself that yeah, 140 is definitely reachable. Because this is all prior really all the prior resistance is here. And it's really there. I don't know. I guess we'll see what happens. I never got filled. Here it comes. I feel like it's going to start now. It's probably going to bounce off of this level. 142. It's going to pull back to 142, and these things are going to go from 12 cents to like maybe even 20, 18 or something, depending on how fast it pulls back. All right, it's 1 o'clock. I mean, we're starting to be oversold on some of these levels. And what I'm seeing is like we can just stay oversold. So, you know, I played myself. I didn't know Google was like that. Come on, get my damn order filled. I'm sitting right here at the CBOE. Or actually, my order actually is probably right here. That's probably where my order is, right there. The Philly Exchange. I think that's probably where my order is. If I had to be on, if I had to take a guess. Damn, that sucks. And there's people ready to go from 12 to 15 as well. You can see it in the orders. You can see it. Again, I'm not paying any more than 10. I think 10 cents is too much, personally. Because I don't think we get back down there. This is a big move in 2 days. And I'm the idiot that played the long knowing I probably shouldn't have. 14.11. That's just crazy. You know, I may just end up forgetting about Google. I might just say the hell with it and just work and not let it faze me. Because this thing could just stay oversold, guys. And that's not a reason why I should be in this trade. But again, if we get it up here, what happens? Whew. You know, but look at this. This took it how many days to get down to 138? And this just ran all the way up like it was nothing. You know, I don't know what to do. I really don't.
Yeah, it's right there. Chicken, rice, flour, corn, gluten meal, whole grain corn, chicken byproduct meal. What's in blue? Debone chicken, chicken meal, brown rice, barley, oatmeal. Yeah, but those ingredients cost a lot more. Blue is only about 50 cents more a day. That's not too much for my Chester.
FanDuel Casino has your chance at the #1 feeling, winning, which ranks even higher than the 18th best feeling, saving a kid from a well. 59 years later.
I canceled that Google order, okay? I'm done with this thing. I'm done with it.
Winning on FanDuel Casino Reward Machine. Free to play every day with a chance at a $2,000 top prize. Klein Inspector has 5 doctor lawyers, the most of any law firm in America.
Senior markets commentator Mike Santoli joins us with his midday word. So some NASDAQ buying has kind of brought the market back a little bit.
Yeah, NVIDIA up, offsetting the entirety of Tesla and Apple being down. So it still definitely feels like we're giving back a good deal of yesterday's gain in the average stock, but really to no net effect that's really that worrisome. The equal-weighted S&P ETF XSD even hanging in there okay. So you have the warnings, markets trying to kind of separate out the, kind of the culprits from everybody else. Still not really convinced that we got enough of a reset in total after 9 weeks up. You have to kind of wait and see how that plays out as we, I think, are pretty sensitive to signs of weakening activity. I don't think we're in a bad news is good news regime, no matter what the Fed funds futures says and how people interpret them.
Yeah. Elsewhere, the Russell, Russell's been the weakest of late, right? It's down 2% on a week. We still have a bunch of, positive notes coming out. I mentioned 3 of them earlier today. Say, hey, the conditions are ripe for this.
It's
space.
the whip end of everything that goes on in the market, right? So it was up the most. It had the biggest comeback. And yeah, the math does tell you that small caps have had a massive discount valuation-wise.
I still have a lot of
The duration
capital
of
I didn't
underperformance
use.
has been extreme. But it still feels like, unless you can convince me we're no longer late cycle, that somehow we got the fountain of youth and the Fed pivot got us there, it's still tough to have those stocks look across the valley if we have a valley to look across. I don't know if we do, but I think that's why they don't perform. Also, massive inflows into the equal-weighted ETF, the equal-weighted S&P. And so people are on board that trade. You could take that as encouragement. Or
Let's see if we have some resistance here, guys. Let's see if we have resistance here on the S&Ps.
All right, thank you. I'll see you in closing bell. Mike Santoli. All right, 2 winners, 2 losers. We'll do them next.
And I would look at all these names. I would look at all the names that are pulling back. All right, so let's look at the 4-hour chart on the Qs in the daily. Qs are trying to get into this gap here. I said this morning that I thought the Qs had the most meat on the bones. All right, guys. So I'm looking at the cues here. Okay, look at the cues, and I'm curious if we're gonna hold this level. Oh man, if that's 405.86, I'm looking at 470. Oh, wait, that's the SPY. Yeah, SPY. Okay, SPY. SPY looks like it's holding, trying to hold yesterday's pre-market. Hold on. All right, so no big deal. Apple has not gotten past that area, if I'm mistaken. It's only been a few minutes, but we pretty much caught this move, which was nice. All right, had to feed the little girl. All right. I wouldn't know because CNBC isn't working on Comcast. CNBC. I hate this shit, man. Oh, it might work. All right, so what I'm thinking here, all right, here's Meta. Meta's stuck up here at the top. I'm really curious to see if that can't break, but what else was on the lows? Like everything is kind of rallying, but your banks are lagging. All right, JP Morgan is still red on the day. All right, JP Morgan's red on the day, while Apple is also red on the day. Microsoft green. Google is tremendously red, so that's a strong stock today. What a goofball of me goofball idea of me to think about shorting that name. What else do we have? So we have AMD semis. They're also really green. The weather here is rainy. We're gonna have some wind. Not sure what else y'all want to know, but UNH that has actually a nice pattern that I'm going to be watching to see if this is a cup and handle here, because if this holds and it's able to start breaking out, that's a nice increase in volume, pullback. The thing is you have that, and then the increase in volume. I clicked it. I knew I clicked it. And then nice tight. The thing about this is I don't like that price action. It just needs to be, kind of like the candles on that hourly. I would want them to be smaller and like really tight on and downtrending, not like massive sell off and then like a bunch of volatility. That's not what you want. But other than that, it doesn't look bad. So I'm going to keep my eye out on UNH. If it continues to hold this level, then I will probably think about taking a long on this name for the first time. But other than that, I'm watching Meta. I'm just going to start scanning. I'm going to look at Disney. Let's look at the markets. Let's do that first. Meta's rejecting again. So let's go look at the Dow. We'll start with the Dow. Alright, that's the Dow, and it looks like a cup and handle there, doesn't it? Here's your handle, there's the cup, and we start selling off, but it's not. I want us to start selling off. Resistance is up here on the Dow, 376. It's a nice area of resistance. Let's go to the Qs. Alright, let's go to the Qs. 25 words or less. Who get the stupidest shows are on? Alright, so nice. Looks like it's trying to reject here on the Qs. And this is what we expected, right? We were curious to see if we could continue to walk it up, but pull back, rally, and then look for the bigger down move, and that would be from up at this area, and see if we can't get it back down to on the Qs. Back down to 399.39. 399.39. No, but seriously, this would be the area I'd like to, be able to get long at. So far, this has been playing out exactly as we said this morning. We said watch pre-market, find support at that area. It bounces up, pulls back a little bit, finds support, then it rallies, breaks the area, pulls back to it off of this resistance level. I literally drew it this morning. Alright, and that's kind of what happened. Come here, baby girl. Come here. Yeah, so for now, I'm just going to wait and be patient and see if we can't, see what the afternoon brings. This is a nice little rejection here on the SPY. And I want to make sure that I'm ready. And look at the SPY. This is why I got out of some of that Apple position, that Apple long, was because I was gearing up for one of these moves to the pullback.
The curve, Kelly, is all carry-like returns. So buying a 10-year treasury rate at 4%, you should expect to get 4% returns there. After the everything rally, I think that's a challenge for fixed income. In our own framework, in middle of October, a 10-year treasury rate at 5% didn't make a lot of sense relative to the growth potential of America and where we thought the Fed was going. So I still think we can buy those rates, but on a relative value tactical basis, the front end of the curve looks more attractive. And to come back to what Rick was saying, seeing solid traction at a 3-year auction is not going to get anyone very excited, but it is showing you, or at least trying to show my clients, they can step out of cash and feel comfortable that these yields are going to be a good carry trade for them.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if it goes over a little bit better in the weeks to come. Tom, thanks for your time today. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Kelly.
Thomas Kennedy with JP Morgan. Let's turn now to the broader economy, where Wall Street saw Friday's better than expected jobs report as a sign of strength, that soft landing we were just talking about. But there is an under the radar warning sign in the numbers. Steve Leisman has a closer look. Steve?
Kelly, yeah, while the December jobs report was widely
She's so funny.
strong, and it did cap a year with payrolls rose by 2.7
I'm going to kick her ass.
Consistent downward revisions to the data raise questions about whether there is broader economic weakness under the hood of this economy here. The BLS has revised down job growth in 10 of the 11 months of 2023 by an average of 42,000 per month. And we don't know yet about all of the revisions to November and December, along with the full revisions that happen a year later. The question is, why are the data being revised, and what does it mean for the U.S. economy? I talked to two top BLS economists from the payroll division. They explained to me revisions are mostly, but not entirely, in this past year have come from problems with seasonal adjustments, and they've been impacted by large swings in the jobs numbers from the pandemic and after it. However, consistent revisions can occur during transitions. To wit, the last time we had such a consistent year of downward revisions, 2008, when there was a recession and the economy was entering it in a full-blown recession. In that year, 11 of 12, or call it 92% of the months, were revised down compared to 91% in 23 so far. Since 2001, you can see the average is slightly for there to be upward revisions, at least somewhat. So the total revisions were only half as large in 2008 as, or now in 23, we're only half as large as they were in 2008. In that year, job declines were made more negative. Now they're being made less positive, so it's not as dire. Up to a point, this weakness is probably good for a Fed trying to loosen up the labor market, but it's also a reminder that to Fed and investors that there's risk on both the inflation and the unemployment side of the mandate, Kelly.
Okay, Steve, stay with us. My next guest was on the bullish side last year in the face of widespread recession concerns, remains upbeat now on the economy, and he says the job gains are being driven by 3 sectors in particular: healthcare, leisure and hospitality, and state and local government. They generated an average of 132,000 jobs per month, compared with just 33K for other sectors. And he says these 3 sectors remain understaffed and will continue to hire robustly. Dean Mackey is here. He's chief economist at Point72 Asset Management. Dean, it's good to see you. How much longer do you think that they need to go to fully staff up?
Hi, Kelly. I think these sectors have a long ways to go. If we look at healthcare, for example, it's grown a little more than half as fast post-COVID as it had pre-COVID. And healthcare should be growing in size given the aging of the population. So we think that sector is going to be adding significantly in coming years. In addition, leisure and hospitality, state and local government are actually at or below pre-COVID levels of employment. So it's no mistake that these 3 sectors are hiring aggressively right now, and all indications are that they are actually understaffed still and will be hiring robustly throughout this year.
What would you compare this cycle with, Dean? Does it have any precursors?
I think that what we're seeing here is the long lag still from the pandemic. And we haven't really experienced anything like this in our working lifetimes. And I think that's why many people are looking at this as there's somehow acyclical sectors. But these sectors, I think, are the most cyclical sectors coming out of the pandemic. And that's why I think they will be powering job growth going forward.
Steve, I just want to bring you in on that note. What do you think?
Well, I will say that the fact that job growth is so concentrated is one of the items in the list of those who think that the job market is weakening, that it is not more broad-based, essentially. That's something that we keep hearing a lot of from different folks, that it's just these sectors. I do think there is more to go. I will say that in my talk with the BLS economists, I asked them, well, why don't you just X out the effects of the pandemic? And
All right,
said,
so
well, can you
I'm looking at this, and if you guys haven't noticed, the volume is really, really low. So it's there's not really anybody on here right this minute, I don't think. If you guys have any questions, you can throw them in the chat. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go through a list of some of these names before the 2 o'clock and power hour starts. I want to see what happens. Maybe I may put on a little bit of risk, because not just that we went higher too fast, I just feel like we have, but the Qs are oversold on the daily, which doesn't mean anything. I just think the volume is so low today that you start getting up into the area where the sellers are. Do they step back in? And at least, like, let's go look at the VIX. Let's look at the VIX and see if the VIX has been climbing with this move. I would say that it has, and I have not looked at the VIX. If the VIX is going up a bit with this market, then that's telling me exactly what I think's going on. All right, it's not. It's dropping. So you're okay, baby. You're okay. So Abby's up here. Abby's joined us. She's our mascot. Best cat in the world. Yeah, so that's that, guys. I'm just going to scan around the markets. If you guys have any questions, you let me know. Yeah.
Staffing and overwork of their employees.
Right.
So I think there is still a lot of hiring left to do.
Quick last word, Steve.
Yeah, Kelly, you and I have talked about this stacking effect, the idea that you would go into a recession if all of these industries were negative at once. One of the things that has been good about the process is we've had already some changes and restructuring in certain sectors already. So the idea that these three sectors are pulling us through this period when other sectors are adjusting, that's a good thing for the economy. And then you may be on the backside of things like transportation and warehousing and other sectors that have in the down cycle from the pandemic, they could be coming back at a time when the economy will need that strength.
No, you've been early in identifying that, Steve. Maybe we can ride it out.
All right, so again, if we get 230, I will put on a Boeing position. Okay, I will put it on. All right, I just think we need a little bit over here, booby. You're fine. You're fine. What are you doing, Abby? Come on. What are you doing, Boo-Boo? Don't mess up. What are you doing, Goof? What are you doing, Goof? So, yes, if we get a Google short up there at 230, 231, I will be short Google. All right? Forewarning. So, if you guys see it up there, you don't need to ask me, hey, are you short? I mean, you can. You can. All right, I'm going to go run through some charts. You guys need anything? I'll be right here. If you guys want to, damn, I wish I could listen to music. I probably can with the mic off.
Are going to be paying 9% interest and they're not going to make a go of it, but yet somehow they are muddling through. Are there any sectors, though, Kate, in particular that are struggling here?
The two big ones, we talked about it on your show on Friday. Construction was one of the areas that the NFIB called out, as well as transportation, that are still struggling to find workers. They said agriculture was faring a bit better, Kelly, and finance as well was doing okay.
Oh, interesting. Kate, for now, thanks. We appreciate it. Our Kate Rogers, finger on the pulse of small biz. Coming up, the industrial metaverse. Sony and Siemens unveiling a new mixed reality headset targeting that market at the Consumer Electronics Show in Vegas. In a contrast to Apple's more consumer-focused Vision Pro, the CEO of Siemens joins us live next to discuss that. Plus, one company you might not expect to be out at CES is L'Oreal, but you can't spell hair or nails without AI. And the company's using it to develop everything from lipstick printers, yes, lipstick printers, to skin diagnostic tools. Their CEO will also join us ahead. As we go to break, here's a glance at markets, which are moving lower again. Dow's down 180 points, 0.5%. S&P's only down 4, though, and the Nasdaq is up 0.25% despite some weakness in the chip space. The 10-year yield 4.013 after that weak 3-year auction. We're back after this.
This is The Exchange on CNBC.
What are you waiting for?
Welcome back to The Exchange. It's not just Apple getting into the headset game. German tech and industrial giant Siemens announcing at CES today they'll bring their latest software to Sony's new mixed reality headset. Let's dive further into the details now with Siemens CEO Roland Busch. Roland, a pleasure to have you joining us here. Welcome.
Hi, Kelly. Thanks for having me.
Are we right to understand this as primarily a business and industrial product, not a consumer one per se, or how would you explain everything that's explain?
No, that's true. This is really made for the creators in order to immerse into what we call the industrial metaverse. So you have a virtual representation. We call it a digital twin, physics-based digital twin of any kind of product you have. And with this headset, creators can really immerse themselves and deal with the product in the virtual world as if you would have it in your real hands as a real product.
talk to us about Siemens technology, Sony's hardware. I mean, you guys have been very active. You've talked about having partnerships with NVIDIA, working on the metaverse and so forth. What's the vision as to what this product and this category and the innovation here will look like in maybe 2 or 3 years' time?
So the idea behind this is basically having the industrial metaverse, and it's different from the metaverse because it's a physics-based digital twin. So we don't animate, we simulate. So it's all the physics behind what happens when you shake it, when you heat it, when you even load software on your product in the digital world. So this one thing. And then you want to have it immersive. That means you want to get the feeling that you're really literally in the metaverse, and you experience everything there. And you optimize it. You optimize your manufacturing. No time touched by AI, so that means all the experience which you have in the past from the data from your designs, what are rolling into that one, so you optimize your product and then you build it. That saves you money, that saves you time, drives your productivity up, and also saves resources and makes your product more recyclable. So that's the benefit we have, and we do that obviously in an ecosystem. So we have NVIDIA. They give us their platform in order to really make a photorealistic image.
Yeah.
We have AWS. We work with them on their cloud technology, but also on their AI platform with Microsoft for a Copilot. So and bring that together to solve real-world problems. That's what we do.
So the headset has had a stop and start track record so far. A lot of different people have tried it, mostly consumer facing. It does have some applications, obviously, big in gaming in the industrial world. Is this really the year the headset becomes a thing?
Yeah, and you know, this headset is a little special. It's number one, of course, is the immersiveness, but also you have tools in your hand where you can really interact with the parts which you have in the virtual world, change them, design them real time, so to speak. So it's really geared for the professional consumers, which are creators, engineers, mechanical engineers. And this headset in combination with the software which we are offering, the CAD software, the 3D software, that makes a big difference and can boost really productivity in the design and creativity in design very much so. So it's different from that what you see as a headset for gaming, for example.
Understood. And I don't want to make it sound like the headset is the only thing going on here. You guys are talking about, you have intelligent habitat solutions and different kinds of innovative products. Just talk us through these. What's the most important thing on your lineup for the next 6, 12, 18 months?
Yeah. So what we talked about yesterday is also launching a virtual PLC. So the programmable logical controller. These are the mini brains which are controlling the manufacturing lines. Currently, these are really industrial products with industrial coding language. And what we do is we do what you experience already in the IT world, that you have your virtualization. That means you bring that, you detach these PLCs, these mini brains from the line, bring it somewhere in a central stack, and you can even fulfilling real-time requirements, control your manufacturing line out of a room, basically, out of a private cloud if you want. So that's one thing. The other one is we are teaming up with AWS on enriching our low-code programming platform with AI. So you can easily now put AI functionality into your application, which you developed on this low-code platform. That's another area which we are working on. And to bring that together makes really the industrialization of, for example, in the United States, where you have a lot of companies rolling in now their manufacturing lines stimulated by the IRR. So we want them to really have higher productivity. If you go all in with digitalization and software and automation, then you really can be competitive also in a high labor market. At the same time, you have labor shortage and you can run a manufacturing line with less labor and still be highly productive.
Roland, my last question is about your, Siemens home country. Just today we have these headlines about how China has surpassed Germany as an autos exporter. The country's industrial struggles over the past couple of years are well known. Even the trains are running late these days, as I understand it. Do you see Siemens and all of the investments that you're making as being potentially at the forefront of a renaissance?
So the point is that, I mean, maybe people talking Germany a little bit down, So we have very strong small and medium-sized companies, hidden champions. Even also the automotive industry is strong. They have to have their homeworks. We do have problems on infrastructure. We were basically running on substance for the last 10, 20 years, so we have to put investments in there. The government understood it clearly, and they are working on it. This goes back to the problem on trains. It's not the trains, it's the infrastructure. So we have to do our homework, and the homework is basically banking on what made Germany and German industry strong, which is innovation. We are very strong in bringing new products to the market, innovating, and this is our ecosystem. It's the small and medium-sized enterprises, the big ones. One last thing. We were benefiting from a low energy price, getting this low cost gas from Russia. This is over, and this makes a transformation in the energy-intensive industries. They have to rethink what they do and where to allocate their capital. There's another element, but all in, I'm more positive. I do believe there's a great future, and we can do a lot of benefit in a world which has a lot of challenges. Is it CO2 reduction, or is it feeding 8 billion people?
And as you say, the challenges that business faces maybe makes them all the more interested in solutions that your company and others may have to offer. Roland, thanks for joining us today. Congratulations on the keynote. We look forward to what else is up your sleeve. We appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Roland Busch is from Siemens. Coming up, Boeing shares down 10% in a week after the FAA grounded all 737 MAX 9s. We've got the latest on that, plus its new delivery numbers with the shares down another 0.5%. And check out nat gas prices. Speaking of the cost of energy, they are popping 10% today, going back to their highest level since mid-November. The EIA did say they anticipate both record demand and output for U.S. nat gas in 2024. We'll keep an eye on it. We're back in a moment with the Dow down 206.
Feels like Home Depot's going to go right back down to low a day.
Welcome back to the exchange. Boeing shares are coming off their worst day in over a year after the FAA grounded its 737 MAX 9s for safety inspections. The company today, meanwhile, announcing strong delivery numbers at least through December and last full year.
So literally,
Phil LeBeau has all of the details. Hi, Phil.
Hey, Kelly. In terms of the investigation that's going on right now at the NTSB, we do not expect to have an update today and may not have one for several weeks. They had their last update last night in Portland, and they basically said...
All right, so I was just literally about to say something to you guys about this bid and ask for these, for the put side of Google. That they were just hanging out 11, 12. Now they just switched 12, 13. I think that's the low on these options was about 10 cents. I had an order out at 10 cents. I never got filled. I left it there for a little bit, but that seems to be it. That seems to be it. 11 to 12 cents was the low on those. Bid ask. Now you're starting to see 14s and stuff. And I think, just like that, 11 cent in and you get out at 20 cents or so. You get down here, you visit like 141, depending on how long it takes. You could have a little over 100%. Do you want to risk that? I wouldn't. I'm talking about it. Having a fair amount of position, so a fair amount of size on that. But because it's still got this 143 level that is the resistance. And then you're all, your year-to-date high or your yearly high, whatever you want to say, whatever, the past 2-year high, I don't know. But this 143.95 is, where she's going. So I had out an order and I never got filled. It is what it is. I'm not worried about it. I just took it off. And then that's about it, though. I'm just running through the, I'm going to run through some charts real quick for this next half hour and line myself up for power hour, guys, for the last few hours of trading.
The company's having its worst day in over a year in what seems to be a pretty sudden change, although they're in the middle of this battle with the DOJ over the Spirit acquisition. And then this morning, B of A downgraded the stock to slashed its price target in half to $3. They're also expecting capacity to be down this year. What do you make of all this?
You got a lot of headwinds against JetBlue right now and a lot of uncertainty for the new CEO, Joanna Geraghty. The sell-off is not because Joanna Geraghty was named CEO, and she'll take over on February 12th. She is highly respected, highly regarded within the airline industry, and it has long been assumed that when Robin Hayes, the current CEO who will be leaving, when he would leave, Joanna Geraghty would get the job. That has long been the assumption. Robin Hayes announcing yesterday, because of the stress and the toll that the job has taken on him, he is going to tend to his health, and then he's going to retire. And so you look at those two pieces of news, and you look at the fact that we don't know if the JetBlue Spirit acquisition will get approved by a judge. The judge could rule in favor of the DOJ, which would send JetBlue back to the drawing board and saying, okay, if we're not hooking up with Spirit in terms of growing our network, growing our capacity, what do we do? It would be a tough spot for Joanna Geraghty.
And it's also fascinating to me, Phil, that the argument is basically by the government, if you approve this, it'll be bad for consumers. And if they don't, JetBlue is going to be lucky to be a $3 stock, basically. It's just a strange conundrum for investors.
Well, you know what the DOJ would say. They don't care about a stock price. They care about competition.
Right.
That would be their argument here. And in terms of investors, look, if this were rejected, do I think it's a positive for the stock? No, I don't think it's a positive for the stock. On the other hand, there is some clarity, and JetBlue could say, okay, we know that this isn't going to happen. How do we grow the airline from here?
True. And either way, his successor will have their work cut out. Phil, thanks so much. We appreciate it. Our Phil LeBeau. Let's get to Tyler Matheson now for the CNBC News Update. Tyler?
Kelly, thank you very much. Ray Epps, a January 6th rioter who was targeted by conspiracy theorists for being a government plant, was sentenced to a year of probation today. Before his sentencing, Epps expressed regret for believing the lies that the election was stolen. He pleaded guilty in September to a misdemeanor charge for joining the January 6th mob attack, and prosecutors argued that Epps had encouraged the mob to storm the Capitol and recommended time behind bars. He has been in hiding due to death threats from accusations that he was an operative planted by the government. The NFL is offering buyouts to more than 200 employees at its headquarters in New York City. Employees across multiple departments were emailed a voluntary buyout package on Monday and have until late February to accept it. Last March, the league laid off about 5% of its workforce. And a coroner has confirmed Irish singer Sinead O'Connor's death came from natural causes. They did not provide additional details, however. London police had said the singer's death was not suspicious when she was found unresponsive last year. Kelly, back to you.
All right, Tyler, thank you, and I'll see you soon. Coming up, one longtime hedge fund watcher says this will be the year in a surge of activist investing. And as for that high-profile proxy battle over at Disney, he says the tide may be turning in Bob Iger's favor. We will tell you why later in the show. With Disney around $90 a share, The Exchange is back after this.
Feels like with some of these setups, man, the market's getting ready to take off. Literally. So I'm gonna go grab some coffee and I'll be right back.
Consider that New Year's resolutions are not
C.
Welcome back to The Exchange. They call it the Consumer Electronics Show for a reason. It's not just phones and cars being unveiled at CES this year. Hair dryers and shower heads are also making an appearance, thanks to the likes of L'Oreal, which just announced a slew of beauty tech products. And the company's shares are up more than 20% over the past year as the beauty category remains strong. Joining us now to discuss is L'Oreal CEO Nicholas Hieronimus. Nicholas, welcome.
Hello, Kelly. Very nice being with you.
Without making this too personal, we're curious what exactly you had to unveil. This is a water pressure shower head, we understand, and an infrared hair dryer, and what else?
Well, we've been here at the CES presenting products for almost 10 years now with many awards, and today we unveiled a few innovations. The newest one, the one that was not known to anybody, is AirLight Pro. It's indeed a revolutionary hair dryer that uses infrared light instead of heating rods that allows to dry hair faster, 30% faster, without damaging the hair, 30% more moisture, and of course, and that's very important to us, in a more sustainable way with 30% less energy. So that's really the one that's, I think, is the most groundbreaking innovation that we showcase today, amongst many others.
Can I ask about that? Because that is very interesting, and obviously, people don't want to burn their hair all the time. So who came up with the infrared technology? Was it researchers at your company? And do you think that we will all quickly, in a few years' time, be using this kind of technology to dry our hair?
Well, actually, this invention was created by the startup that we met last year at CES. It's called Zuvi. It's a Chinese startup, and they came up with the technology, but their hair dryer was not at the level of that we need for professional stylists and for consumers, and that's why partnering with us, with our deep knowledge of hair, our science of the hair fiber, allowed us together to create what I think is the best hair dryer in the world today.
That's really interesting. So it wasn't an acquisition. It's still, this is a collab, as they say, L'Oreal Professionnel x Zuvi. Want to skip ahead over here as well. You have a color reader. Tell us about that.
Well, what's fascinating with beauty is that beauty is an innovation-led market, and there's many products out there, and it's very difficult both for consumers and sometimes even for professionals like stylists to find the right recipe that will match a given consumer's needs. And the hair reader allows you to really identify the natural color of your hair, even if it's colored, so what's underneath, the state of your fiber, of your scalp, whether you have dandruffs and everything, and then it allows a professional to give you the right prescription of products and, if necessary, to choose the right recipe of hair color to make you look beautiful. So it's really enhancing and augmenting both the professional and the consumer and the capacity to choose and to be more satisfied.
What's up, Basic? Sorry, I was just eating something real quick.
Sizes and publicity ever become mainstream mass market products, or do they? I don't know if you can give us some examples from history.
Well, when we present something at the CES, of course, it's always like a concept car. It's in early stages of development, but we have always the firm intention to bring it to market. I will give you an example of a device that's called Perso that was showcased a couple of years ago at CES, which is a little machine that allows you to create every day your personalized lipstick at home with cartridges, and it allows you to choose a color that matches your dress or have the same look as a celebrity you saw on TV, and the machine creates every day a different recipe. This has been presented at CES. It's now sold on the market. Lots of sales actually in China, where they love this type of products. And there are many like this. The Hapta by Lancôme, which is a device that allows people with hand mobility issues to apply makeup, has been presented last year and will be on the market probably at the end of this year. So in most cases, well, I'm not aware of any that we haven't launched.
Well, it's not only very cool, it makes me want to try a few things out. Do you think you should be
like
valued like
GLD.
NVIDIA?
That's company chair speaking at CES.
Hold on one second. I missed the company that they just talked about. Well, there's a CES conference going on for technology, and I don't know which. Is it IRS? I don't know what. I don't know which one, what it was. Yeah, how are you still in them? How did they work out for you? GLD, we've been talking about that for the past couple days. And wanting to look at this for a short. I'm not sure what happened a few days ago, but had this print way down here. So it's apparent somebody's picking these things up down here, which tells me we're going to visit 180 sometime soon. Well, sometime here in the near future. This was that circle there was supposed to be the entry, so man, if only I did a better job remembering a lot of these things when I go through them. Like, this might not be a bad area, but it's not moving. So the stock screen, if it was red, maybe I would. It's not moving. I'm not going to waste my money getting in things that aren't even going to move. I'm expecting the market to kind of like consolidate from now until Thursday, today and tomorrow, unless we have some sort of news that comes out or something. Give me a half hour. Microsoft was a nice one, and I didn't take it. I took Apple long, and I'm still in a Google short. And I'm watching those Google options down here. I'm thinking about, see if I can just get a like little blast on Google. It's kind of doing the same thing. If I can just get like another little push here, you know, you're seeing the 30-minute trade line start to push up. Let's see where 15-minute is. 15 minutes already there. It's probably making it resistance now. We're getting ready to, yeah. If we can just get like one more little push, I may try to get a 10-cent bid. It flashed 10 cents here for for like a minute or two, like a few minutes. I never got filled. I had it there sitting at 10 cents, and it just never filled me. And then I just took it away. So, you know, I don't really have. I kind of don't want to trade to the downside. You know, the only thing that I feel like, you know, if there was something I would like to trade to the downside, would be probably Microsoft, maybe. And even then, I'd be a little worried. Maybe Meta. Meta has some meat on the bone. If we can get Meta to pull back, 348's definitely in the cards, and that would be a nice trade. That would be a nice trade. Other than that, shit. You know, new highs. You know, or at least, you know, continue on the track that we're on. JP Morgan. Been watching the banks since last week. And I haven't looked at KRE today, but you know, when these things sell off, you got to be on them quick. You know, they sell off right off the bell. They're jumping, and it's like you got to have your order up and just enter that son of a bitch, and you know, hope that you pick the direction correctly. KRE. So Apple, you know, if Apple pulls back again, I'll take maybe I'll leave the other half on and take another long. I don't know yet. I don't know what right now I'm just sitting on a half of a position with Apple. I haven't even looked at it. Haven't even looked at the options. Haven't looked at my account. Because I've already taken some profit on. Okay, cool. So it did bounce back. Damn, I could have reloaded right here. So I took half of those options off right here on that bounce back right there. Right there on that low volume bounce back. So shit. If we clear 184.60, I might have to think about what I'm going to do with these. You know, the plan is to get this. Look at that. It's just clearly making highs support. I don't want a low. I'm just wondering what's going to happen in the afternoon and into tomorrow, and maybe I shouldn't be doing that. But I don't see why we can't get to that 50-day moving average. I really don't. I'm still waiting for that 230, 231 rejection up there. If it gives it to us, I might think about it. I still think Boeing's going down to 220. the market makers and the institutions they're playing around with this thing because they know people are trying to make money, and they ain't gonna let them. You know, just like yesterday when we got short, something told me to just hold it, but I wasn't willing to sit through half of that. And then we wake up, you know, yesterday afternoon I wasn't around, I wasn't at my desk, and of course it sells off right at pre-market highs, and then you know, we wake up today with a gap down, and they're damn near like 80% higher. Like, it was crazy. So, you know, you just kind of got to know what they're going to do. When everybody's all over something like this, they're going to make it hard. You just got to figure out what it is they're doing, and they're going to wait till the end of the day. You know, they're going to mark it up. People are going to try to just get short. They're going to just take their money, and then they'll just start piling on, and you'll notice, like, I mean, this thing's been hanging out at the 15-minute trade line. So now it's trying to hold it as support. So, you know, maybe tomorrow or Thursday, one of these days, it's just going to, you know, have a nice trending day downwards when people don't think about it. Just sitting here watching this fucking show that's on TV, Hollywood in New York, is so stupid. It like I'm just watching it and I'm like, what in the hell? Like just some of the shit they were doing. They're just standing around and I'm watching them just with this fake smile, just hugging each other and they're closing it out and it's just all of it's pre-planned and I'm like, what? I don't know. It was just funny. It was just funny. So we got some storms coming in that I guess were like some high winds, supposed to be like 60, 70-mile-an-hour winds. So hopefully nothing crazy happens and we don't get disturbed for tomorrow and can wake up and I mean either way I'll figure it out. But yeah, so that's I don't know how far away that is, but it's should be coming anytime soon within the next half hour, not half hour, but like this afternoon. My camera was just being a little bitch, so I just turned the camera off there for a minute. It was just being a little bitch, so I just deactivated it. But yeah, I'm just scanning around. I'm trying to find something that's got volume and momentum. Oh shit, Tesla. I forgot about Tesla. I'm gonna go get something to drink. I'll be right back. See if we can't make something happen here at the last half of the day. I feel like I wasted my time. I could have had a better day than I did. Trading Google. I found out some things about Google that I didn't know about. I'll just put it that way. So I'm gonna go make a cup of coffee and then I'll be right back.
in the rest of the marketplace.
You raised something that's very interesting there, Rich, and that is the idea that the market needs a narrative. And the narrative last year was the Magnificent Seven. The narrative a couple of years ago, as you said, was the TNT. Was it TNT? What did you call it? TMT. TMT. TNT would be an explosive rally.
Yeah, things blow up, right?
Excuse me. So the market needs a narrative. I wonder, in light of the fact that we're seeing a lot of M&A in pharmaceuticals, a sector that did not have a particularly good year last year, with a couple of notable exceptions, whether you think that could be part of a narrative in 2024, that sector.
Tyler, I think that's a very interesting question. The reason I bring that up is that in my seesaw analogy, one side of the seesaw is obviously very, very expensive, and that would be the Mag 7, which are very expensive relative to their own histories, relative to their peers, according to growth. They're very expensive. The other side of that seesaw, I would argue, is ridiculously cheap. In some cases, really, really ridiculously cheap, which one would think would spur M&A. So whereas I think some people have argued that maybe M&A is dead, I would argue we may be in the infancy of an M&A cycle because this other side of the seesaw is so remarkably cheap.
Rich Bernstein, always good to see you. Happy New Year. Glad you're with us. See you a lot this year, I hope. Thank you.
Great to see you. Thanks.
You too, my friend.
Now to shares of Boeing, which are slightly lower as the company investigates the issue which caused a door plug to blow out mid-flight on a 737 MAX 9. Let's bring in Phil LeBeau now for more on those reported loose bolts showing up at other airlines, Phil.
We don't know how many loose bolts were found between Alaska and United, and the terminology has been a little bit different between the two airlines. When we get a better sense of that, we may have a better sense of what the FAA is going to do. That's one of the developments that we're going to be watching for today. First of all, the FAA has yet to weigh in on final inspections for the grounded 737 MAX 9s. Once that happens, then Alaska and United will be able to do those inspections. But they're in a waiting mode right now. And the inspections, they're not going to be 4 to 8 hours. I was talking with one person familiar with the process who said, look, this could be 10, 11, 12 hours. So it's going to take a little bit longer. And again, the loose parts were found both at Alaska and at American. Meanwhile, in Renton, Washington, in 1 hour, at the plant where they build the 737 MAX, they will be holding an employee town hall. This will be led by Boeing leaders. They're going to be talking with their employees, basically reiterating safety culture, a culture of accountability, quality control, all of the things that we have heard from Dave Calhoun and his top executives for some time. But clearly, that needs to be driven home once again. Whether or not new initiatives are announced, that remains to be seen. And as you take a look at shares of Boeing, all of this comes on a day when they actually improved their monthly deliveries. In December, they delivered 67 planes. That's an improvement compared to November. And the fourth quarter, year over year, was better. Deliveries for all of 2023, 528 planes. Their delivery targets for all of 2023, they hit them. And that's important because there was some speculation a few weeks ago that they might fall short of their delivery target for 737 MAXs, but they hit those as well as the targets in terms of their guidance for the Dreamliner as well. Guys,
a couple of quick questions. The loose parts that are referred to, were those all loose parts associated with that false door or whatever it is? I heard somebody call it a door
with the plug.
Others say it's not really a plug. But were all the loose parts associated with that, or were they found elsewhere in the planes?
No, they're associated with that. And what happened is both Alaska and United were pulling off the panels, getting prepared for what they expect in terms of the inspection process from the FAA. Remember, yesterday the FAA said, this is the process, we've signed off on it. You're not quite ready to go, but this is going to be the process. Now there's been some back and forth between the FAA and Boeing. So both Alaska and United, they're getting their planes ready. Look, they want to put them back into service as quickly as possible, so they were getting them ready for this inspection process. That's when they found the loose parts.
Which leads me to question number two. Before the loose parts news broke yesterday afternoon, I believe you said that it wouldn't be shocking to see some of these planes going back into service maybe within the week. Do you still feel that way?
Sure.
Really?
I don't know if I feel that way. You know, basically, I'm telling you what I'm hearing back from people within the FAA as well as within the airlines. I think there is a bit more caution now. Anytime you have these planes coming out and these reports of loose parts, that's going to make everybody step back a little bit. And look, the pressure is on the FAA in all of this, Tyler. You don't want to say, okay, do this process, put them back up in the air, and then there's an incident. You want to be as judicious as possible. And I think the loose parts, that revelation coming out has probably made regulators and Boeing as well say, okay, are we absolutely sure this is the process?
Yeah, that's right. And I'm sure the airlines, too. I mean, they have a shared interest in making sure that the planes they're flying are absolutely as safe as they could possibly be. Phil LeBeau, thanks for following this for us. We appreciate it.
You bet.
All right, we're going to do a three-stock lunch here in the top half of the program today because of the airline news. Here with our trades is Adil Zaman. He's a partner with Wall Street Alliance Group. First up, Adil, welcome. We're glad to have you with us.
Great to be with you.
Fantastic. Let's talk about Boeing. The company, of course, still dealing with those 737-9 MAX jets. The shares are flat today, down about 10% on the week. The trade here, Adil.
So for us, this would be a sell because, this is a company, every time it seems like they've got things back on track, another major catastrophe like this happens and it derails stuff, right? So they just finished a very strong year with increased plane deliveries, and now investors have to deal with this type of a catastrophe again. We just feel that from an investment point of view, there's so many other opportunities available out there that we would simply stay clear of Boeing. So for us, it would be a sell.
Okay, let's move on to JetBlue then, because that's a whole other story today. The CEO has announced his plans to step down in February. They're waiting on the judge's ruling on that merger with Spirit, of course. They got a downgrade this morning saying shares could go to $3. They're just over $5 right now. What would you do?
I would sell, Kelly, because, I sympathize with the CEO, and it was a very tough job. Like when you are in the airline industry, it's razor-thin margin. It's survival of the fittest, right? And you need to have a certain amount of scale in order to do well in that business. And JetBlue simply did not have that scale, right? And also, they're very domestically focused. So they're not really benefiting from the increase in international travel like some of the other larger airlines are benefiting from. And because they don't have a brand loyal customer, they are unable to pass along the higher cost in fuel and labor in terms of higher prices to their customers. So we would say that this is, again, this would be a sell.
Speaking of a stock, a company that does benefit from the strength of international travel, that would be Delta Airlines, close now to placing a huge wide-body order with Airbus. Those shares up about 1% today. Adil, your trade on Delta, I think.
We're going to close this shit out strong, all right? I got a coffee in the going. SPY, Tesla, overall markets. All right? So if you guys are here, the rest of this afternoon, I'm going to be looking for something. So give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back. I'm going to try and finish this shit out strong.
To pass on the higher cost because their customers tend to be more brand loyal. And in terms of international travel, they've benefited tremendously from it, especially traveling from America to Europe. We, as a family, took 2 vacations last year to Europe, and the airports were jam-packed. And Delta is benefiting from this trend.
So are you saying, I'm curious on this, if I were to take a flight from New York to Rome on Delta, if they go there, Delta would have a higher price than if I were to do that same flight on another American airline?
Nice rejection right there on the SPY.
We feel that, Delta, when we were looking for flights, we felt that Delta
this camera.
was very expensive. And a lot of times, customers are willing to pay for the luxury because their customers do tend to be the higher income earners. So yes, a lot of times the prices would be higher. They also have the largest frequent flyer program of the US-based network carriers, which is also a very high margin business for the company. So they have different sources of revenue. And that's why we are constructive on this one. This one would be our favorite in that space.
That's interesting because Delta certainly does have the reputation of being able to avoid some of the operational difficulties that have affected other airlines. Adil, thank you very much. We'll have you
Almost
back.
forgot my mug. Give me a second. I'll be right back.
And coming up on Power Lunch, Rise and Shein. A new report from CNBC.com shows revenue for the Chinese online retailer is a lot more than anyone expected. Could be good news for the IPO. We'll get you the details. Plus, consolidation ramping up in the pharma space. Of the 10 largest biotech deals from last year, 6 came in the fourth quarter. And according to EY, the top 25 companies in the space have more than $1 trillion in cash to make deals this year. $1 trillion. We'll discuss where the next big merger could come from when Power Lunch returns. Welcome back to Power Lunch. Fast fashion giant Shein's highly anticipated IPO is expected to take place at some point this year, but little is known about how much revenue the retailer brings in right now. CNBC reports Shein sales could actually be a lot more than $30 billion annually. That's according to a key partner. For more, let's bring in the reporter behind the story, our friend, CNBC.com retail reporter Gabrielle Fonrouge. Also joining us is Fashion Launchpad founder and CNBC contributor Sandra Campos for some perspective here. Welcome to both of you. Gabrielle, we'll start with you. What have you learned?
So there's very little known about how much Shein makes, how profitable they are. I mean, they're a private company. They don't actually have to disclose anything. You know, what we know from some reports that came out is that they did $23 billion in revenue in 2022, and they set out to raise that number by 40%. So now the market kind of thinks that they're making about $30 billion a year. And what we heard yesterday at the ICR conference in Orlando from one of Shein's key partners from Authentic Brands Group, who they partnered with last year, that number is actually a lot more than $30 billion. Of course, he didn't disclose how much that number is, but you know, Authentic Brands is in a position to know. Last year, they started a partnership with Shein where they started selling a co-branded clothing line with Forever 21, which Authentic owns. So they had to open their books, and these people know how much they're making, and it seems to be a lot more than everyone thinks.
And if that's the case, Sandra, we're putting them in terms of their heft and their size in the retail world on par with the likes of Zara and H&M. Is that right?
Even more so, even greater than that. So right now it's estimated that they actually have about 20% of the fast fashion, the global fast fashion market share. That's pretty substantial, being that they were projected to just be selling about $4 billion in 2019. So they've had exponential growth since the pandemic.
Sandra, what explains their success?
There's a few things. Number one, they use teen influencers and user-generated content, which are the teen consumers themselves. So it's not just Gen Z, but they were definitely the ones. If you look at just TikTok and how many people are talking about Shein hauls, it's almost 15 billion views on Shein hauls. And that's just coming from the holiday time period. So that's one. The second thing is that they've really figured out the supply chain. They have an agile supply chain that is not really focused on what's happening on the runway and waiting for trend research. They're really focusing on having a lot of designers that are outsourced. And those designers are constantly pumping up a lot of product, about a 1.5 million styles in an annual basis. And that's about 37 times Zara and 65 times more than H&M.
That said, Gabrielle, there was some focus recently, I think in the Wall Street Journal, about how it's not as lucrative for the suppliers as it is for the parent company. At what point do you think suppliers might push back?
So this is a big issue right now for Shein. And in order for them to remain competitive and to be able to continue with this crazy growth that they've posted, is they need to keep those suppliers loyal, because that's really their secret weapon. It's called like the ultra fast fashion manufacturer and supplier. These aren't the typical fast fashion suppliers. These are manufacturers that are able to turn around styles within days, if not just a week or two. And that's also a fresh design as well. So Shein is able to identify designs that are getting popular on TikTok, online. They send those designs over to the manufacturers and they turn it around really quickly. But there's a lot of competition for those suppliers as well. You've got Temu, which is what Shein doesn't consider it a competitor, but many others do. Temu is competing for those very same suppliers. And Temu actually recently sued Shein in federal court here in the US, accusing them of mafia-style tactics, accusing them of signing loyalty oaths and things like that, requiring these suppliers to pledge their loyalty to Shein and, pledge that they're not going to work with any other competitors. So, but if Temu is willing to offer a higher price, if some other newer entrants to the market are willing to offer a higher price, then, Shein is they might lose some of those suppliers, some of that loyalty. So that's going to be a really big focus for them. And what kind of impact is that going to have on their margins?
Sandra,
there's so much we don't know about this company.
Sandra, what about the quality of these garments? Is it not just fast fashion, but disposable fashion? How good is it? How disposable is it? And does that disposability then cause there to be criticisms on environmental grounds?
Well, absolutely. Well, they have a cohort of young shoppers that want immediate satisfaction, regardless of the environmental impact. And I think because of the fact that the price points are so low, you can get a dress for $8, a t-shirt for $4. It really already holds the bar at a very low quality standard. You're not expecting a lot when you're paying $4 for a sweatshirt. So that's definitely one thing. The other part is they're definitely having some challenges as it relates to copyright infringement, some potential labor issues, obviously sustainability, as they're filling much more in terms of landfills. We're getting a lot more of the landfill conversation going on around Shein, but the customers are still shopping.
If the items, Sandra, I'll ask you, and then Gabrielle, maybe you can jump in. If the items are that cheap, $8 for a dress, $4 for a sweatshirt, the shipping must cost more than the garments. Sandra?
You'd be surprised that there's actually lower shipping rates from China directly to consumer, and they're shipping it direct to consumer from their DCs in China, and they have 3 DCs in the US as well now. So even within the states, they're able to ship it and still make margins. So they're optimizing their supply chain from a fabric standpoint, where 65% of a garment's cost comes out of the textiles. They're actually able to optimize that across all of their suppliers. So they're able to get, much better margins that way.
Gabby?
Yeah, and Tyler, what I'll add to that is that, we've all heard about the de minimis exemption, right? So, items that are being shipped overseas that are less than $800 aren't charged import duties. And of course, legislators will say that that's why Shein is able to offer such a low price, because many of their packages are under $800. They are being shipped directly from their manufacturers. Shein, of course, denies this and said it's their supply chain that's allowing them to offer this great price. But there's also a misconception here about quality. I've spent the last couple of months reporting on Shein. We've talked about this before, but I've also been talking to Shein's customers. And these aren't people that are coming in and trying out a $4 dress or a $4 shirt.
I'm here. I'm back.
They're buying
Sorry about
maybe
that.
a $10 dress, a $10 shirt, and they're coming back because they're telling me over and over again that the quality is surprisingly good. Price does not define quality. And because of Shein's supply chain, the way that they're able to do things, I am surprised.
I had to wait for it to get done brewing and then make it.
They're over and over again surprised with the quality, and that's what's keeping them coming back. Which is so
This Temu shit's hilarious.
important.
Get me a new Rolly. Everybody getting a Rolex. You want a 5711 Patek? Bet.
Pittsburgh-based space technology firm Astrobotics inaugural lunar mission, major malfunction shortly after launch, problems abounding.
All right.
This would have been the first U.S. moon
All
landing
right, so
in
I
more
did
than
have
50
the,
years. It ain't happening. We'll be right back.
All right, so I'm gonna drink this real quick. I may just play the spy right now. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I may just go right back to the. I'm gonna go right back to my. I mean, guys, if you guys don't know this, I would trade the spy day in, day out. Look, is that circle still there from earlier this morning? That's funny. I think that was before the market opened. This fucking camera, I'm gonna smack the shit out of it. Or I think it's OBS. I think it's OBS. But that fucking Kai Kennett, fucking Temu shit had me bagging up, bro. Bagging up. That shit was hilarious. That shit was so funny. He said, "What Birkin bag you want?" Oh shit! I was wondering where the squawk triggers been. They sound sick. They missing in action right now. All right, so I don't think there's anything new. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin treated for prostate cancer, developed severe infection. Oh my God.
3% of current employees will be let go. We'll have larger workforce by the end of 2024. That's Bravo Lima Kilo.
Bravo Lima Kilo? Bravo Lima BlackRock? Is that who that is? Brahma? I don't even know what the hell was. Bravo Lima. I don't even know what a Lima is. Kilo. BlackRock. Oh, so this is 124, 128. Damn, getting that shit late. Oh, he must have been. I know what he was doing. He was out. He worked at home. And's like, yeah, I'm just going to stop squawking at like 12 and I'll come back at 2. Because it's not like there's any news that doesn't just pop off randomly. So he just slid right back in with the old, yeah, BlackRock getting rid of 3% of employees. That shit was out a while ago. Well, matter of fact, this came out 3 minutes ago on Thinkorswim, and then he just said it. So you know this shit came out an hour ago, 2 hours ago. Matter of fact, that's that downtrend right there. And they're just now talking about it. He's trying to figure out a way to slide back in on the squawk. It's hilarious. Yeah, boss ain't in today. I'll probably take off for a few hours. They'll never know. Alright, let's go to the spy. Let's have a look. 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 You know what? I'm going to start with the bigger picture. And I think it's the cues that I want to make an attempt at here. We still didn't fill the gap on the spy. 472.98, and that's not even a. Yeah, I'm gonna look for a bounce, guys. I think we got a little bit more left. Maybe another low volume test. Let's do it. Alright, we said this morning, let's see if we can get up to 476. 475 was the target. We did it. You know what? Looking back, we said 472 long. Went to 471.50. We nailed the fucking... we said, let's look for that pullback, 472, get long, get 3 points to 475, bada bing, bada boom. That's exactly what happened. And looking back, the SPY has pretty much done that. And this is the pullback I was telling you about. So that's a 15-minute. Sorry, guys, just give me 1 second. Look how low this volume is. This volume's pitiful.
Waiting for the right time to buy a vinyl floor? Well, right now at National Floors Direct, you can get an entire run of luxury vinyl flooring installed the next day for just $788. Just $788. Today, vinyl flooring is luxurious. It looks and feels like real wood, tile, or stone, but it's durable, water.
I mean, I'm gonna try this for a trade and grab that 473. See if we can't get a 473 long. But yeah, that video with Kai Kennett or Kai Sennett, whatever his name is, I don't know how to pronounce it. That shit was hilarious with the fucking Temu video. Oh my gosh, it's so hilarious. It's so funny. He said, "What color bag you want?" And so I'm getting y'all a Birkin bag for Christmas. Yo, I'm gonna have to play it. So let's see if we get one of these. See if you get like a 474.23. Excuse me, and then we trend back down, and then maybe look for people to get long. The last. At like 3 o'clock. So what do we got? 2 hours? Oh, we got an hour and a half. All right, so we may not get there. Yeah, that makes more sense. This makes more sense. Let's get this previous support, turn this into resistance. There it is. Bang, right there. There's an entry short. I'm not short right now. Yes, we know prostate cancer. We know. Who gives a shit? Well, I'm not going to say I don't give a shit. But anyway, if you guys didn't see it, it's up here. Defense Secretary Lloyd treated for prostate cancer, developed severe infection. Pentagon reveals. So, hopefully he recovers. He looked like a dickhead. He just mad as shit. He just mad to wake up every day. That's what he looks like and reminds me of. But, you know, he's a service member, I think. I know I sound stupid right there. Defense Secretary. Yes, he's a service member. He just gives off those vibes sometimes. And it's like sometimes he's real dark. Like he's black, you know, like dark black. And then sometimes, like the pictures they just showed, he's like brown. So he changes colors from time to time. But he don't talk much at all. He's definitely a G. Yeah, see, they got a picture up here where he's really black. Like, he's just dark. And then the other ones, he's like tan. He almost looked Indian in the other pictures. Or from India, I should say. Hopefully the man's alright. You know.
National Military Medical Center and is in good condition. By now you should have seen this.
Alright, there's that rejection there, guys. I think I'm gonna have to go for it. I think I gotta go for it. Alright, this is there's some nice volume there. Let's do this, guys. Let's go to the SPY. Where's Google at? Let me check on that Google trade. I'm still in that. Alright, it's starting to pull back. Options aren't doing anything. That's okay. I'm gonna hold on to that. I'm okay. I don't care if that thing goes to zero. I'm okay with that. Alright. I don't think it will, though. I don't think it will. It could. After what I found out about Google, because I never really looked at Google like... So, as I was looking, I never realized that, like, some of the stuff that Google has going on with it, like, if you'll notice, like, go look at the MACD, stochastics, RSI, and all that stuff. And look how the indicators work with like the monthly, daily, weekly, hourly, 4-hour, 15-minute, 30-minute and stuff. It'll just stay overbought. It'll stay oversold. And it'll just continue to go in the same direction. And the relative strength and the stochastics will just be dropping as it's going higher. And I never really realized that about Google. So I played myself. Today. Because we'd have had a fat banger on the table, because I'm like going through this trade and there wasn't really anyone on the live, and I'm like, look at the volume. The volume was clearly to the buy side, but I'm like fighting myself like, man, there's definitely a pullback coming, you know, because ultimately the volume was low, right? Overall on a daily chart, the volume was low, and obviously the day hasn't began. But if I take this 3-minute chart right here, God damn it, and I turn it to the left, look, I mean, it's a little bit more, but look, that's the real volume, right? Doing 200, almost 300,000 shares. This thing is only done like 172 roughly. It touched 220, so you know, I was trying to pull it back to this level as well, to 140. I would have liked 138, but so I played myself on Google today. I really did. I won't let it happen again. Again, I didn't know these things when I was looking at Google, and I was like trying to set up for a future move. Like I was gonna sit through, you know, a little bit of a bounce, and wait for a pullback, but it's shady. It's shady. Just be careful. So anybody that followed me in that trade, I apologize. You know, That's why I stress to get time. I mean, I'm still in the trade. It's not like this trade is a loss. We did get the Apple long. We got the Apple long, so that helped put money back in your pocket. Probably paid for the trade. Where's Apple now? Still just hanging out in the same area we took profits at. All right. So let me go back to the SPY before it falls out of bed. All right. What I'm going to do real quick, what I'd like to do is, let me see here. Let me make sure that we don't have anything for tomorrow. Believe it or not, this data may not seem like it's a big deal, and it may not be a big deal, but the market will definitely watch these housing data points because it's going to give them an idea about commercial real estate and just, you know, real estate in and of itself and how that industry is doing. We know that things have been slowing down like quickly, but as far as people just buying homes for themselves. But might be another boring day tomorrow. We'll see. You know, there's always news that can come out. Wholesale inventories. Not really worried about that. 17-week bill. 10-week tomorrow. Fed Williams, 3:15, and then Thursday, Friday. All right. Tomorrow will actually be kind of interesting because that'll be the run up for CP. Excuse me, I'm sorry. That'll be the you know, either the sell off or the rally going into CPI. So people placing their bets before it happens. So what I'm looking here to do is to start scalping a bit. All right, I'm gonna look to start doing a little bit of scalping. I haven't done it in a while. Haven't done it in a while.
I don't have that specifically from the Secretary, Tara, but obviously, as I highlighted, you know, it's...
You know what? I'm actually kind of curious if I go ahead.
Obviously, deeply personal.
If she can just give me... Man, she's already given me the opportunity, and I fudged it up. What I'm looking at here is a bounce back. Let's see if we can, like, sell off a bit. That's what I was looking to scalp, but I missed it. It's already too late for that. It'll probably give you a little bit more downside. Maybe test VWAP, possibly. But what I'm looking for is to see if we can bounce back up. No, we did that right here, right? We did it right there? No, we didn't test it, though. So I'm looking for a bounce back to 474. Bounce back to 474 and then take the short. I'm curious, or I'm thinking in my mind, like, do I want to take this? Because I already have a Google short. I have Google puts right now. So it's like, do I need that exposure? Not really. Not really. So maybe I won't do that. Because I was thinking maybe I go ahead and buy this pullback if on a bounce and hold it into tomorrow. But I'm not even going to waste my time with that. I'm not. And in this area, right? This double top at 467 still hasn't even been tested. So, you know, it's... Let's just trade the chart in front of us. Let's do that. Let's just trade the chart in front of us. And so what are we? So we're red actually. We're actually red. That's funny. It might be on the call side. You might see me hit this from the call side. Try to get this market a bit even. Let's look. ARKK. Let's look at ARK real quick. ARKK. Alright, so ARK is down and flat. See, the markets aren't really moving. IWM. IWM. Alright, so IWM is starting to bounce. I want to look at the SPY again. Okay, so there's that double bottom. Bang. QQQ. It's there. And the Dow. Dude, the markets are all tied up. This is crazy. I don't think I've ever seen that. I mean, literally, they're all they're tied up. Look at this. You have the you have that double bottom. Or yeah, that V bottom. You have that V bottom, and then right, V bottom, and they're all like right here. All right, so IWM looks like it's getting ready to bounce. And it looks like a SPY. Here it goes. Here she goes. And there's the wind. And there's the wind. Let's see if we can make it till the market closes. I still got to run out and get cat food in 60, 70 mile an hour wind. Like, I can hear the wind. Not just the trees, but I can hear the wind outside. Can you guys hear that? You guys probably can't hear that. So what I'm going to do is if I get into something here towards the end of the day, I will let you guys know. And I'll type it in chat. I'll say it. I'll type it in chat. And then I'll let you know what I'm looking at. But right, you know, I'm looking for, I'm thinking about the long. See, the thing is like right here, right there. All right, so that's a failed breakdown. Bull flag right there, bang, failed breakdown. Here we go, starting the march up. A candle at a time. I live my life a candle at a time. There she goes. Let's see. This is support. or trying to act as resistance, but I think it broke it. Now it's holding it.
Lester, we don't know exactly when President Biden was notified about this exact diagnosis. We've been asking the White House for some time now.
What the fuck does it matter if the president knew that he had prostate cancer or something? What the fuck does it matter? We're going to be asking him if the president knew if he had cancer. Did you know, Mr. President? Did he not tell you? Yo, come on, guys. Like that's how boring and that's how so much. There's nothing going on that they got to say, yo, did he tell you he wasn't feeling good? Did he tell you? Did he put in, I got a doctor's appointment? You know, like, it's funny. It's hilarious. Like, who gives a shit? Who cares? You know, I'm sure he said something. Or it's just you're getting into the health reasons. He don't want to tell him, and he don't have to. That's what he looked like. I'm telling you guys, he looked like you know, he a straight G. Like, what the fuck I'm gonna tell you for? Who are you? Were you my daddy? He don't give a shit whether Biden knows he's sick or not. He probably knows Biden couldn't shut his mouth and would just go blabbering on about his business. All right, so let's see if we try to hold this right here. Or that's going to be a rally that's not, that's going to be a failed breakout there. Yeah, I don't even know what I'm talking about right now. We'll just get this bread. Let's get this cake. Alright, so there's the SPY. QQQ. Alright. Q's also pulling back. Small double top. Bang bang. IWM. IWM feels like she's trying to hold on. Looks like it's trying to hold on. I think the IWM is going to bounce, guys. I think it's going to bounce. Let me look at the banks. I need to find a trade here. And so it's 253. See, it's like today. The markets aren't moving. What can I do? What can I do? What can I do? Tesla. TSLA. VZ. Communications have been killer. Communications have been killer the past week or two. AMD. AMD. That's coming into resistance. Google pulling back. I wouldn't be surprised if Google tries to hold, sucks everybody in on the long, and then it fails. And you're like, what? I'm going to go use the restroom real quick and I'll be back. I don't even think it's worth trading the SPY or anything right now, even for a scalp. I don't think it's worth anyone's time. So the IWM looks bullish, and I'm looking at the SPY and it looks bearish. It looks like we get here, and it's going to pull itself back in at 474. So that's my analysis. All right, 474 is where I would take the opportunity to probably try for a short if you got to bounce back into that area. Watch IWM, watch the Qs, the other markets for a inclination on what they're going to do, and see which one is a leader. Sorry guys, like I said, this thing's just screwing up and I don't feel like going back and forth and messing with it. Crazy to think we were live, or we were long this name Friday. I think we were long from like 480, and it's literally almost at 580. It's at 540. On Friday, we got long at 480. Long at 480, and this son of a bitch is at 540. That's hilarious. All right, I'm back. I had to use the restroom. So what I'm thinking here is if we don't really get anything moving by 3:30, I'll probably get up out of here. I need to go get some cat food and stuff, and it's pretty crazy out here. The weather's pretty. It looks like it calmed down a bit, but it's really windy. So I'm gonna look at Boeing, Tesla. I'll just look at the overall markets. Just to me, doesn't seem like it's going to give us anything. Unless you want to pick a few pennies up off the floor, that's about it. And is the risk to reward worth that? So let's go look at Boeing. So that's another rejection for Boeing. I mean, I would be willing to bet anything that this thing just continues to gap down and gap down and gap down. See, now the options are down to 97, 98 cents. I still want to try to go for a 230 short. I still want to try that 230 area. That is a nice double top. I just think they're playing a bunch of games, right? I feel like they're just not letting this thing do what it would usually do if there weren't so many retail traders in the markets. Because you just had this fucking door fly off this plane. They're lucky it didn't hit somebody. You know, this thing is not in a rush to be bought, so whoever did buy it probably wanted to get rid of it. Yesterday with the sale, like, you know, it's just funny. But it's all good. So it's either I wait until tomorrow and try to get this 230, 231, or see if, you know, I can't take this trade right up here at the 226.78 level. 226.78 area. I'm going to be driving right in the thick of it when I leave here. Goldman Sachs, we can look at that. JP Morgan, what's she doing? KRE. Just sitting there flat. So a lot of things are kind of just flat here. Let's go look at Google. I'm still in a Google trade, if you didn't already know. I'm sure you already did, though. Alright, so there's that pullback on Google. Sorry, I was just listening to this girl. Oh shit. It's all the way down to Florida and like I said, I'm just listening to this real quick. I can't imagine 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. I mean, I can, but you know, it's just hard to 1 to 3 feet. Yeah, 1 to 3 feet, low-lying areas. Impasse. Okay, right. Alright, whatever. My girl needs food. She gonna get her cat food. She gonna get her dinner. I don't care if I gotta go through a hurricane, tornado, and a blizzard. I'm gonna get it. Alright. It's drizzling out there. Stop playing yourself. They're like, oh, look at the camera. Look at the camera. Look at the flags. It's just drizzling. And you got these innocent people, these newscasters just standing out in it, and it's not even doing anything. And they're just sitting out there getting sick. Here, look at what's going on with the weather. Since we scared y'all all weekend, all the old people that they scared. Alright, so there's a pullback. Let's see what the IWM did, because I noticed the IWM has not done it yet, so it's lagging right now. Kinda. See if... This is where it's going to get tricky. This could be a long going into the close, guys. The volume is to the sell side, though. I don't know what to do. I feel like it's no trade for me, as much as I would like to. I just don't want to throw money at the wall and hope it sticks. I like to... See, I already did that with the Google trade earlier. I don't want to repeat it. So, if you guys are ever thinking about trading options and stuff towards the end of the day in dailies, go with tomorrow's. I would take my advice and do the next day expirations, which I'm about to do right now. And there's our VWAP test. It's a nice little bit of volume there. $473 call. Oh, that's what. Okay, what the hell was I doing? Hold on.
This was the scene earlier this afternoon as the storm rolled into Newark, Delaware. Coming up, NBC 10's Furlong will report from
Let me see something. All right, let's see what we got. It's a nice hold of VWAP. So right now it's just there's nothing indicating. You know, the only thing I have to say is up to the downside. All right, to the butts. I'm not talking about a crash or anything crazy. Look at the IWM just going. So the IWM looked like it was holding right here, right? It looked like it reclaimed, and it did. Look at it. Look at it roll. That's just light volume, though. That's such light volume. People are going to get sucked in long, and they're going to be like, oh, my God. The market's a scam. The market scammed me. All right. IWM. Let's look at the Dow. I want to find the leader. This is why I'm going through the indexes, is to find the leader. Who's leading, who's lagging. But they're all tied up. There's really no... It's not giving you any arbitrage because they're all tied up, right? They all bound. Literally, you have not seen the market. I haven't seen the markets like this in a while. I can't remember the last time I seen them all tied up at the same area. RKKK. ARKK. K. Okay. 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 All right, so... the only thing I can say is the volume. That's about it, man. That's it. What's up, Chris? It is going sideways. It is going sideways. It is. That's why I say it's not even worth doing anything, you know, unless you want to pick up some pennies. You know what I mean? I do think, though, why is that so loud? I do think that you may get a random ass move, though, here in the last 20 minutes. You know? It's not worth it. You're absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. I'm with you. The volume is really low. You're absolutely right. It was all a test. All right, you caught me. It was a test. Just want to make sure y'all was doing the right thing. All right, so peer pressure don't work with the crew. I like to see that. That's what I like to see. But I will try. I don't know. You know, like, part of me, it's not that I want to, but I am kind of waiting for, like, a little last 20-minute pullback or a bounce, I mean. But yeah, it is windy. Okay. Yeah, so I am, let me see here. You're in South Jersey. I think I might be just west of you. I think. I might just be west of you. Where the hell's my... No. Did I delete it? I must have deleted it by accident. Yeah. Yep. Pretty much like, pretty much Wilmington, just south of Wilmington. I want my damn Siller back up. Oh, I know that's for sure. I know that's for sure. That's awesome. I haven't ridden it in a while. It's been so long. It's been so long. Yeah, I'm actually probably a little bit north of you, actually. I did know this, but there's not a bridge. Is that the Chesapeake Bay Bridge is this one, I think. I think that's the Chesapeake Bridge. But that's crazy. Do they have, or is that a ferry? Because that's not a bridge. They don't have no damn Harbor of Refuge. Is there really a bridge that goes into Lewis? That's awesome, bro. That's awesome. I didn't think so. I'm like, that's a damn ocean. Ain't no way in hell there was a bridge there. Look at it. It says Route 9. Click to see all homes. Ain't no way. There is no way. Maybe there is. There's no way. There is no bridge there. That's got to be a fucking, excuse my language, that's got to be a ferry. It's weird. I was like, there's no way. Alright, let's get back to business. Yeah, so I guess tomorrow, I don't know. So today, here's how my day went. I was watching Google, and I ended up, like, doing a few different, like, I ended up trying to take it short, which I'm still in. And, I was looking at the longer term time frame and hoping that, my entry was a bit early and I paid way too much for them. Well, there's a pennant there somewhere. Somewhere in there. Oh shit. Yeah, the wind's picking up here and I gotta go get cat food. I want to see if I can get a pullback back to 140. I'll be lucky to get 141, I'm sorry. I'll be lucky if she gives me 140. But, I have yeah, that's what I figured. It was a ferry, but there wasn't no Route 9 bridge going there. I was like, there's no way. I mean, I don't, So Google today. So short, long term, like a week or so. Like I'm watching MACD and everything. Like right now, you have a MACD crossover. Dude, that wind is like ripping. And so I kind of was leaning on that. I'm like, well, there's a bit of low volume. Like, look at the 4 hour. I've got some negative divergence there with my moving averages and or my MACD and RSI and stuff. So I'm bringing it down to an hourly. Look at the hourly chart, right? Lower high, RSI, higher high, double top there. And I'm like, so that's why I'm holding on to this. But then I find out that this is what Google does. Right? This is what Google does. Like, look at that 15 minute. Look at that 15 minute. And it barely moved to the downside. It moved 60 cents. Which is a little bit for the stock. But it's like, I should have just went with my gut and said follow the volume. But I thought I was on to something. I thought the bigger move, like this whole time, it's going up. And the RSI is just like making lower highs and like working itself to the downside. But so I kind of got screwed up on that. So I identified it though, like here. You can see on this 1 minute chart, like the volume was just a lot better And then the 3-minute this morning, it pulled back and held this initial morning high. It was a really nice setup, and I could have taken it. Look at that double bottom right here. This initial morning high. It pulls right back to that level with VWAP, you know, and I never took it. I never took it. I actually took the opposite. So it is what it is. I just never knew that about Google. I guess I never realized it. So I'll hold on to these. I only bought a few of them. If they go to zero, they go to zero. I did trade Apple long today. Took profits on that. Still got a piece of that position on. Still got about half of that position on. Apple. Let me go look to see where she's at. Kind of curious. I'm thinking I wonder if I should just, no, because it pulled back here. What is this, a 5 minutes? So I feel like this has got room. I feel like it's got room. This thing we could come in with a gap up on this, on Apple tomorrow. So I'm just going to stay in this one. I'll just leave this. Maybe it'll offset this. The second half of this trade should offset the loss, or at least let me ride this Google trade to zero if those options go to zero, and I'll be all right. Yeah, this one we timed out really well. We were a little late on it, but we were able to catch it nonetheless. We caught that pullback into the 100-day, and I'm pretty sure it was here where we got long. Because when it pulled back and tested coming off of 183, I ended up like wanting to kind of like make sure that I wasn't, because I had Google in my head, right? I'm like, yeah, I guess like what I'm saying is like, because I made such a stupid mistake with Google and I should have just waited, that I brought that into this trade, you know, because I'm like, all right, is there something I'm missing, right? Like, because I'm looking at the volume, right? Look at the volume there. Man, this is going to be fun. I better make sure you guys got your phones charged and all that shit. I'm surprised if we don't lose power here soon. I don't know how many trees you have around you. I have a few. But it's more so like with the road and the power lines and stuff. I'm sure there's going to be a tree or branches hitting the power lines. But anyway, yeah. We took this, and I ended up taking half of it off right here. Up at that area, right there. So, that was a nice exit on half that position. I want the 50-day, though. Was that lightning? No. This is going to be fun. Like, I can hear the wind in like... It's whatever. It'll be alright. It's just there's like these old ass, like, next to me, they have these trees. These pine trees that are... they'll be alright. They're huge. I mean, they're fucking huge. They're at least 60, 70 feet in the air. And they're definitely, if they go down and they come this way, I'm going to get introduced to them. But branches and stuff, because they cut the branches off of these trees like a decent amount way up the tree, and it doesn't look like they're dying, but you know, see what happens. Hopefully nothing happens and I don't have to deal with any branches, like, or the power outages, and then, like, you know, the house getting hit with big ass branches and shit. You know, just stuff like that. Alright. Yeah, I think that might be it for me, guys. I'm trying to wait it out a few more minutes in case, you know, in case the institution, the big money, tries to step in here and give us a move. So what's funny is Netflix had a downgrade, and it also went to the upside. Let's look at Meta. I haven't looked at Meta or Tesla. This is going to be fun. It's all good. I have a 2500 truck, so I'll be alright. It should be okay. Let's see here.
When we shot season 1, everyone was like, "Oh, the dinosaur show," and we're like, "No, there's no dinosaurs in it." But this season, there's a lot of dinosaurs. Don't move.
A veritable dino variety pack. There's something behind you. It's wild.
Yeah, I noticed that. Anne from Switzerland called that out earlier. Yo, my boy is young starting out, and I could only imagine if, like, you know, any of us started at his age, even just buying long term and learning the trade, and just taking that money and throwing it back into other companies and just fucking pushing that snowball, making that net worth huge by the time he's 25, 30, 35. Yeah, let's go join it.
So I think that's going to be very satisfactory. You know, there's still so many surprises left.
The unpacking begins tonight. Mark Barton, NBC News.
And La Brea airs tonight at 9, followed by...
And it's like, from what I've seen, it was like Tesla was the only one worth looking at today with the volume that it had too. I just didn't really pay attention to it. And I did think that maybe some people will, like, you know, head over to Tesla because of, you know, the move that we made yesterday and Friday. That I figured today and tomorrow we're going to be kind of mediocre. And turns out Tesla did bring some people hopped in over here. I mean, that's what I would do, right? If the markets are trading sideways, look and see what Tesla's doing. It'll give you a few points. And you know what else used to do that? What's funny is ENPH used to do that. And then it hasn't been like that so much. It's like the institution, like some of these names, you'll notice like institutional, there's like some institutional trading because of, you know, they're real volatile. And then they have on, then you catch on to them, and then you start noticing that they die out. It's like they have their own little pack. I noticed like EMPH isn't anything close to what it used to be, but it'll still give you, you know, you can still make a few dollars and stuff on it. You just got to make sure that you know what you're doing, and limit order out at least. You get hit with a market order at the wrong entry, and you might as well kiss that position goodbye if you don't, if you have to wait around for it to make the move you need. Gilead? I was just thinking about that today. Is that Gilead? Yeah. Damn. I think, okay, so there is, you know why? I know why. I think there was something, hepatitis, drug or something that was mentioned today from them at the JP Morgan healthcare thing today, I think. I think Kramer was sitting down with the guy, or no. It might have been for drug, for addiction or something like that. Yeah. Because he mentioned a few things with Gilead. I think that's why. So he did I think the CEO or one of the guys that works for one of their speakers or something had a conference with Kramer this morning. But it's all good, man. We're gonna have a nice rest of the week because we still have BlackRock, JP Morgan, Bank of America. Really just JP Morgan and Bank of America. We have earnings, CPI. Like it's about to get fun. So or at least it's about to get things will pick up here in a few days. Where? Oh, I don't have it up anymore. I exited out of it. I had the earnings calendar up. Alright. Let's see here. And I'm looking for... I noticed too, Alibaba. Oh, so look, you said Gilead. Look, let's look at mRNA because Moderna had a really nice setup going into the week. See, I don't really like. I don't know why, like ARM and Moderna, like their options are so. Like they're. It's not that they're like illiquid, but the spreads they're so spready. I hate it. Like, they're to the point where it's like, it's not even worth my time sometimes to even try to sit and wait for a fill and try to wait for an exit. Like, that's the worst. That's the worst feeling when you know there's volume and, like, you're in there, you're in a position, and even if it's red, just a little red, or you're green and you're just, like, trying to get out to take profit, you have to sit and wait for your fill. And you're like... Then you start second guessing, like, am I even going to get a fill? Then you start bringing down your order, and you're like, oh shit, here's the bounce, like here's support, and then you're raising your order. So you got to work for it. Some of these names you got to work for it. But this is a nice setup, right? You got this huge base here that broke. We're back at it on light volume. I mean, you had a bit of an increase in volume, but. I guess that was from earnings. So, yeah. I think you have a winner, and it is just on fire. Jim Cramer on this Brazilian stock. That's hilarious. It's 200-day moving average. That was my year.
All right, Michelle, a flood warning takes effect in South Jersey a little later tonight. Taking a live look at the conditions over the Camden skyline. NBC 10's Karen Watt is live in Brooklawn, Camden County, an area that traditionally floods pretty early on when there's...
Well, the news is so excited. They're like, oh shit, we got viewers. We got some nasty weather. We got to take full advantage of this. I haven't watched the news guys in so long, and even the weather station. Like, it's CNBC or ESPN. But right now, I don't know what's going on with Xfinity and CNBC. And it's just like, I gotta call them. I was supposed to call them earlier today, but I didn't. I don't know. Maybe I'll turn off the box and try it again or something. Bloomberg. Because this morning it was working, and then as soon as 6 o'clock, as soon as it turned 6 o'clock, it messed up again. I'm like, so what's going on here? Come on. All right. So that's mRNA. I guess, if we don't lose power, I'll be up. I'll just be hanging out and working on trying to find some trade ideas. Going through some of these names. So, a few other Microsoft $13 billion investment in OpenAI comes under scrutiny. of scrutiny of European competition. Bitcoin ETF on the horizon. What is that? Sarepta expects preliminary genotherapy revenue. Mixed airlines ratings. So BofA mixed on airline ratings. Nasdaq edges higher. I'm just trying to go through some of the news and stuff. Oh, NEO got downgraded today. That was a downgrade. NEO got downgraded by Moderna. Let's see. Come on, why are you doing this? iFit. That's so funny. They just literally took this company iFit. There was a commercial that just came through on my laptop. It is literally the same exact, just about the same exact logo as FTX. Same colors, same everything. It's just called Fit instead of FTX. It's funny. I guess Amazon, it says here, Amazon challenges Apple and Google with a new cross-platform video streaming service. Amazon launches Mattercasting, a feature for streaming videos to TV devices, challenging Apple's AirPlay. Mattercasting part, I don't, like, it's refreshing. I don't know why. Mattercasting, part of Amazon's push for cross-platform interoperability, enhancing video streaming for phones and devices. I feel like Microsoft. Let me see here. Let me see here, guys. Sorry, I'm just. It's trying to look like it. My laptop was getting ready to die, I guess, and I guess it says it. Let's look at Amazon because I have not looked at it today. I haven't looked at names of like Palantir, Carvana, Roku. Is this NEO? That is NEO. I would look for NEO to bounce. I would look for a bounce on this name. 7.80, $7.08.
The Eagles Road to Victory bus tour here to help. Starts Thursday. Stops in Conshohocken, Havertown, Westmont, and Center City, and the first stop, 11 a.m.
Damn. It doesn't seem like it, but that's down 2% right now. Or, I'm sorry, not 2%, but almost 5%. 4.5%. Yeah, it's because they had a downgrade today, and, you know, I think that's really it. They were trying to get this thing going last summer. I don't know if it was like, you know, prior summer. It might have been the summer before that. I can't remember. I know they've been trying to get this thing to squeeze on Wall Street Bets and stuff like that. They've been trying hard. That's another thing. I haven't been on Wall Street Bets in forever. All right, so that's Neo. Let's look at Amazon. Let me look at the SPY too, actually. Amazon was going. Google. Sorry for that. I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, it looks like we want to come down. I was getting ready to say, yeah, we're getting ready to come down. I knew it. I was getting ready to say, yeah, that's a failed breakout, or like a failed attempt higher. Because we tried to regain that level, and now the SPY just ticked lower. Just hold on, Wind. Just give me a few more minutes. Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. That thing is done.
That's me, Grok. Last Super Bowl, I missed the FanDuel kick of destiny. It's no good listening. I don't care.
Because it was trading around like $10, $11, wasn't it? Around at, or like 10 to 15. I'm pretty sure. And now it's going to be hard for the stock. Like, they're going to raise debt. Like, they're going to raise debt or raise money, do an offering and stuff like that. So anytime this thing starts to run, like, so it's just going to be garbage after a while. Maybe. I don't know. Right? I don't know. You know, that's like Lucid. I like Lucid, but like, it's just really hard to have a luxury car in a quantitative tightening environment, you know, when the Fed's tightening and the government's tightening. It's just a little hard if you haven't been, you know, around that long, I should say. And they've taken it on the chin, too. Let's see here.
The program is out of money until July. That's when a new allocation of funding will be available.
People in Pennsylvania have a few more days signing up for health insurance. Today, Governor Josh Shapiro extended the
What's that on Neo?
Penny health coverage. The original deadline was January.
Sorry, I was just watching
Penny is Pennsylvania's official.
watching how these trees were doing. Because when the ground gets fucking wet like this, that's the biggest thing. You have the soaking, you know, the ground gets saturated with water, and then, you know, it doesn't take much.
Probably picked up a quarter to half of an inch of rain, and we told you we're expecting 2 to 3 inches of rain with locally 4 inches in some spots. So yeah, we are just getting started. You can see the heavy rain off to the southwest.
All right, let me check. Let's look at Microsoft. So Microsoft, I've been looking at this name. So 2 weeks ago, or like a week ago, and it's a shame because it gave us perfect opportunity to take advantage of it. Right here. I wanted to get that short up there and load up on some puts because I felt like every single time it gets up there, it can't hang. And I'm pretty sure here I traded Tesla this day instead of Microsoft. So now we're working right back into that area. But do I wait for this like small gap fill and try to take it under here, or just try to take the long? Like, there are still some good opportunities. I have an Apple long, like, but I want, like, you know, I don't know. I can't explain it, I guess. Because I feel like Microsoft, like Nvidia, if it can, let's see, it made that support, bang. if it can pull back a little bit for, pull back to that 373, that's a easy free money trade right there. If it pulls back and holds 373. 373 to even 375, that $2. I can deal with that. I can hang with that. So but yeah, I'll probably be getting off here in a little bit. I'm gonna go to the pet store and stuff, but when I get back, I'm gonna try and run through like all the different sectors and see what names were green, see what names were red today, and see if we can't find some news or something to get into tomorrow.
My floor came the next day, and the installation was great.
Call 888-400-FLOOR. We'll bring the store to your door. Time and temperature sponsored by TD Bank, America's most...
And I'm getting tired too. It's rainy out. Like my whole mood I feel like has changed. I still got some coffee left in the coffee pot. I'll probably go get some of that. So I'm gonna root for Google to give me my pullback or help me get out of this trade. Just give me a little something, Google. I need you right now. Alright, but yeah, I'll probably get up out of here in a few minutes. I'll leave this up, and if you guys need anything, I may or may not be here. Damn, that wind is ripping. Now I'm thinking with this trip to the pet store, I'm like, oh man, I'm just dreading this drive. There's going to be so many people out there that are driving slow, that don't know how to drive, with a little bit of wind gust. Yesterday it was a nightmare. Just going out to get, what did I get? I made a pizza here. There was somewhere I had to go, and it was like everywhere I went, there was just somebody just doing 2 miles an hour because of the little bit of rain that was on the road. Where was it? It wasn't. I forget what the hell where I went yesterday. Now it's bugging me. Because I had pizza for dinner. But anyway, it was just like no matter where I went, or like it was like on my way there and back, like these people were just so bad at driving. You know, they were so bad at driving. You take care, Basic. Have a good one, man. But anyway, so it was like what could be, and when I mean just bad at driving, I mean like all like accident type shit. So imagine the road like a T, okay? And the people are coming to the road where they have to make a left or a right. They can't go straight. They got to make a left or a right. Well, the car is up at the stop sign. It's like an SUV, and they're trying to make a left, I think. Yeah, they're trying to make a left. Or they're trying to go like straight and get on the shoulder to go left. I don't, because there's like kind of like a bend. I don't know. But anyway, they were trying to make a left, so the other people went to go make a right and just assumed that nobody was coming. That's right. I went and picked food up. I went and picked breakfast up. That's what it was. I went and picked breakfast up at the diner. And so the person, obviously, that, you know, is just in such a hurry, they pull out. And I'm like, okay, like, it was all right. And then it's like, I'm coming up. And then it's like they get over on the side of the road because they're not sure if, like, if I can slow down or what. And I'm okay. But then they get back in the road. And it was just like I kept dealing with things like that all, like, just that morning. It was seriously crazy. I leave the diner. Listen to this. I leave the diner from picking the food up, right before that happens, like 15 minutes before that happens. And then this lady is, I go to pull out I go to pull out of the diner and stuff. And this lady is sitting probably 50 feet from behind the light. 50 feet from behind the light. Nobody around. And I'm thinking I'm like, as soon as I go to get over, if I go around this lady, she's going to just go forward and it's just going to, like, just piss me off. And, like, you know, and she just sat there 50 feet behind the light. I swear to God, every bit of 30 feet. Swear to God. And I'm like looking. I'm like, what are you doing? She wasn't on the phone. I'm like, you know, but anyway. And then there were two more things that, you know, it was just crazy. I'm like, everybody's out. And then as soon as I start to get to my house, this lady, she must have been older, but swear to God, can't do over 10 miles an hour. Not sure if she should have had a license. I'm like, you know, there's a certain point where if it's like, I'm not in a hurry, but if you can't even do the speed limit, or you have to drive so slow that, like, it's like really bad. Like why are you driving slow? Can you not see? Can you not move? It was just crazy. I just felt like, I'm like, you guys see what I mean now? This is just on the way home, not even including the way there. These are the stories on the way back. It was seriously crazy. It's just like everybody that I was just running into everyone on the road Sunday morning. Kansas government Laura Kelly on tax cuts, medical, and the lone Midwest state with no medical marijuana. Kansas Governor Laura Kelly's political agenda recently took center stage as she unveils a comprehensive tax cut plan alongside bipartisan lawmakers. She's just going to be diverting that shit to somewhere else, and that's okay. She wants to cut taxes. I like that. So I like when they cut taxes because, you know, the most people spend. And when people spend, you know, and you cut less taxes, they have more money to spend. And that means you're ultimately kind of collecting more taxes because the taxes of the people that have to pay the taxes that they spend the money at, you know, allows more money for circulation. But they don't want that right now. Here's the thing with that. It's like they're trying to do everything they can to, you know, or that at least they were for QT. I'm sorry, yeah, quantitative tightening. Like they don't want financial conditions to ease. They want the velocity of money to be not high. Right? They want it to be slow. They don't want money change like crazy, changing hands like crazy. Sorry, I was trying to find the word for it. You know, I don't think they don't have the velocity formula up, but you guys can get it. They don't look at that anymore, even though I think that they should. But yeah, that's all I got, guys. You guys have a great night. I'll see you guys later on tonight. Maybe we'll do a live if I deem it's necessary. If there's any news to cover. Yeah. You guys have a great night.
We need it, and maybe we can go sideways, chop around. But it's all preliminaries because we're waiting. We got through a couple of Treasury auctions, so some of the stuff that we were anticipating for the week is already in the books. But mostly it's let's be sure that our conviction about inflation remains well placed and that it remains firmly on the downswing. I think the soft landing scenario kind of has the floor, and the burden of proof is on people who say it's not going to happen, but you still kind of forever need that reinforcement. And I think mostly it has to come from the growth side. People seizing on company-specific stuff. It's merger-type activity, it's activism, it's the consumer conferences, it's healthcare.
Courtney Reagan, who's the latest retailer reporting a positive holiday season?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting, Scott. There's been a lot of retail moves this week, but it's Urban Outfitters here today. Really shares surging about 7% because it's giving a strong holiday update. Speaking at the ICR conference today, it noted November and December revenue grew 10%. That's double what was expected. The namesake brand, it still continues to lag. Free People and Anthropologie banners under that company, but it does follow positive holiday updates from the likes of American Eagle and Crocs. Yesterday, we saw those shares surge. Now, Barclays, though, is a little less optimistic about total gift spending in the holiday season, saying that gift spend was 5% below 2022, with consumers spending less on goods but more on services. The firm does say that beauty was the top gift category. That was largely predicted. Luxury spenders did cut back, and Amazon looks to be the winner online, at least the week before Christmas. It's hard to beat that Prime shipping for all the last-minute shoppers. Back over to you guys.
Yeah, all right. So it depends on which retailer we're talking about, good, bad. I mean, hard to make a big case, I guess, in any direction at this point. Courtney Reagan, thank you very much. Kate Rogers, two big movers in the restaurant space. What do you want to tell us?
Hey there, Scott. Yeah, restaurant companies are also presenting, of course, at the ICR conference in Orlando. Today, Jack in the Box down over 4%. The parent company of Del Taco said it will spend more this year as it moves to refranchise its locations, making them non-company owned and overall making it more asset light. And then moving to Papa John's is higher today by more than 3%. That company updated its guidance, saying it's decreasing its marketing spend, moving away from local ads for franchisees, making that more optional. CEO Rob Lynch also responded to its rival Domino's expanding its Uber Eats partnership in the new year, saying it has a more than 4-year head start on using this tech in its restaurants. BTIG's Peter Slay wrote in a note on ICR, quote, major themes included a broader sense that normalcy is finally returning. We will see if that holds true. Back over to you.
All right. Make sure, by the way, Kate, thanks so much for that. Make sure to catch the CEO of Jack in the Box, Darren Harris. That's coming up in overtime. I'll turn back to Mike Santoli, about 2.5 to go. 10-year anchoring about 4% too, like it bouncing a little bit above and below. Maybe we overshot it a little bit to the downside there.
Probably under 3.8 especially. I think a lot of folks are fixated on 4.25, 4.28. If you want to get really cute about it, as being a little bit of a barrier. So in that zone, it seems like the market is reasonably okay with it. You definitely repriced Fed expectations and then the inflation trend pretty quickly right there. It's interesting to hear the restaurant CEOs talking about a return to normalcy. It seems to me that's the entire market figuring out how much of what we're seeing in terms of a step down in growth rates and maybe an uptick in things like credit losses is just a return to normalcy. I was looking at Morgan Stanley, had a big piece on the consumer finance companies today. The stocks have all ripped. Capital One, Discover, American Express in the last few months. And they're kind of saying that's great because the worst is not going to be reckoned with in terms of a huge default cycle. On the other hand, you know, we still see some fraying around the edges of consumers' ability to shoulder what leverage they have. So I think that's the fix we're sort of in. Is it still late cycle? We're still waiting for the shoes to drop? Or, you know, is the Fed going to really be able to essentially proactively ease up
on the rate side before we have to suffer that.
Yeah, so banks, obviously you're going to kick off earnings season on Friday. Are we about to be in a better place for bank stocks, do you think, just given where we are with the macro, the idea of a re-steepening curve?
Everything you can observe, all the inputs say yes. Obviously, the bond market rally really takes the pressure off the balance sheet. I think the question is, the regional bank ETF went from trading below book value to trading again at a premium to book value. So the stocks have moved. They've anticipated the fact that the scene is set for them to have better numbers. I guess capital markets, the deal side, that completely remains to be seen. It's an article of faith as to whether that activity is going to come back in a big way. But yeah, I think there's no reason that we should be bracing for nasty surprises out of the banks this week.
Well, the healthcare companies feel like making deals because it feels like they're doing it every day. Mike, thank you. So we'll go out mixed. NASDAQ's going to fight for the last moments here to see if it can go positive. You had many of the mega caps in the green today, a few red, so that's why it's almost at the flat line. We will see what tomorrow holds, and I will see you then into overtime right now.
Looking a little bit like a mixed picture here today as the Nasdaq ekes out the slightest gain, but the Dow and the S&P end the day lower after the rally we saw yesterday. That is the scorecard on Wall Street. The action's just getting started. Welcome to Closing Bell Overtime. I'm Morgan Brennan, back with John Fort.
Good to have you back, and it was another tough day on Wall Street as stocks struggle for direction. The 10-year Treasury yield above 4%. Coming up, Mercer's chief U.S. Chief Investment Officer is going to weigh in on how to put money to work in this environment and the sectors she thinks look attractive.
Plus, a pair of big interviews on the health of the consumer. The CEOs of Jack in the Box and Neiman Marcus on whether they are seeing any warning signs of slowing spending.
Now let's get more on this volatile day on Wall Street. Mike Santoli joins us from the New York Stock Exchange. Mike, so far this year, utilities, comm service, especially healthcare, have actually been in the green sector-wise, but it's hard to read exactly what investors think is happening.
Yeah, John, there's been some reach for some of the neglected stocks of 2023, but in general, it has been a lot of sort of offsetting action just because we happen to come into the year on this incredible hot streak, 9 straight up days, up 17% in the S&P in a straight line. There has been, this prolonged hangover, I would argue, from the start of the year. And today, too, you had a flat NASDAQ, S&P minimal declines, but you had twice as many stocks down than up. The Russell 2000 was down 1%. The equal weight S&P gave up basically more than half of yesterday's gain. So that's not to say it was a bloodbath. It just tells you that the market is still trying to sort of retrench just a little bit from being stretched as we wait the inflation numbers and the start of earnings season.
Small caps, I realize still higher on the week, 2 days into this new trading week. But we have seen, after we saw such a voracious rally for the Russell 2000 in recent weeks, that really is taking a pause in a much bigger way. How much to make of this small cap comeback wishful thinking? Is it wishful thinking?
I mean, I think there's some basis for it, Morgan, not just a matter of hoping and wishing that it comes true, that you have some small cap outperformance. You have had just the pronounced underperformance from so long. Mean reversion should get them a little bit of catch-up action. Valuation looks like they are advantaged. And obviously, anytime we think that the Fed might be cutting or the financial conditions are going to loosen, they should be beneficiaries. But the reason they are backsliding a little more than the broad market is, they are beta. They are the more